Teresa stared at her closest friend and tried to imagine what it would be like to have no memory of him. The idea felt absurd, even though she had witnessed the swipe procedure performed on countless boys before Thomas. That familiar sandy hair, those intense, thoughtful eyes, how could this person ever become a stranger to her? How could they share a space without trading inside jokes or poking fun at the oblivious people around them? How could she stand before him and not instantly reach for that silent, telepathic connection they shared? It seemed unthinkable, yet for her that reality was only a day away. For Thomas, it was mere moments. He rested on the operating table, eyes shut, his chest moving in a slow, steady rhythm. Already dressed in the standard Glade uniform of shorts and a tee, he looked like any ordinary kid catching a nap after a long school day, a relic from a time before solar flares and pandemics twisted the world into something unrecognizable, before death and chaos forced the taking of children, stripping away their pasts and sending them into a nightmare called the maze, before the human brain itself became a battlefield to be monitored and dissected, all under the banner of science and healing. A doctor and nurse finished their preparations and settled the mask over Thomas's face. A series of mechanical clicks, soft hisses, and electronic beeps filled the room. Teresa watched as a tangle of metal, wires, and plastic tubing crept across his skin, worming into the passages of his ears. She saw his fingers jerk briefly at his sides. Some part of him probably registered the pain despite the sedatives, but none of it would remain in his mind. The machine was already at work, sifting through his memories, plucking them out one by one, erasing his parents, erasing his old life, erasing her. A tiny rebellious part of her wanted to rage, to scream, to protest, to walk out and never look back. But the larger part of her was immovable, as firm and unyielding as the stone cliffs outside the compound. That core certainty was so deeply rooted she knew it would survive even tomorrow, when the same procedure would be performed on her. She and Thomas were demonstrating their commitment by enduring what had been asked of all the others. If they died in the process, then that was the price. Wicht would discover the cure, millions would be spared, and maybe someday life on Earth could inch back toward something normal. Teresa believed this as fundamentally as she believed in aging and autumn leaves falling from trees. Thomas drew a sharp, ragged breath, let out a faint moan, and shifted slightly. For one heart-stopping second, Teresa feared he might wake, terrified and in agony, with foreign instruments probing his mind. But he settled again, his breathing softening back into its even pattern. The clicks and hisses droned on, her best friend's memories dissolving like distant echoes. They'd already said their formal goodbyes. His parting words, "See you tomorrow," still echoed in her thoughts. For some reason, that simple phrase had hit her harder than anything else, making the whole situation feel even more surreal and heartbreaking. They would see each other tomorrow, though she'd be unconscious and he wouldn't have a clue who she was, except perhaps for a vague, nagging sense that her face seemed familiar. Tomorrow, after all the fear, the brutal training, the intricate planning, everything was culminating now. What had been done to Albie, Newt, Minho, and all the rest was about to be done to them. There was no backing out, and yet a strange calm had settled over her, soothing as a sedative. It pushed back the lurking dread of grievers and cranks, quieting the terror. Wicht had no other path. She and Thomas had no other choice. How could she possibly hesitate at sacrificing a few to save so many? How could anyone? There was no room for pity, for sorrow, for futile wishes. This was the reality. What was done was done. What would happen, would happen. The point of no return was far behind them. She and Thomas had helped design the maze. In much the same way, she had spent considerable effort building an inner wall to hold back her own emotions. Her mind drifted into a kind of numb limbo as the final stages of Thomas's procedure played out. The doctor tapped a sequence on his monitor, and the room filled with a quickening chorus of mechanical chirps and sighs. On the bed, Thomas gave a faint shudder as the various tubes and sensors retracted from his body, slithering back into the face mask that encased him. Everything went quiet and still. The nurse stepped forward, removed the mask, and revealed the angry red lines it had pressed into his skin. His eyes remained shut. For a single treacherous second, the emotional barricade Teresa had so carefully constructed began to tremble. If Thomas opened his eyes now, she would be a stranger to him. The dread of that imminent hollow meeting in the glade hit her with a force that felt like panic, a stark reminder of why she needed the wall at all. With a mental effort as deliberate as a bricklayer sealing a gap, she forced the weakness back, patching it over until it was impenetrable. There was no other path forward. 2 security personnel entered to transfer Thomas. They lifted his limp form from the bed, as if he weighed nothing. One man taking his shoulders and the other his ankles, and deposited him onto a waiting gurney. They paid Teresa no mind, wheeling their charge directly toward the operating room door. Everyone understood the destination. As the doctor and nurse began tidying up, their role complete, Teresa offered a silent, unseen nod before trailing the men into the hallway. The journey through the winding corridors and elevators of the Wick complex was an agony. She found it difficult to look at Thomas, yet impossible to look away. He was unnaturally pale, a sheen of sweat coating his forehead. It was as if, on some deep subconscious level, he was resisting the drugs, sensing the horrors that lay ahead. The sight was a physical ache in her chest, and it terrified her, knowing her turn was coming tomorrow. What was the point of her stupid internal wall? It would be stripped from her anyway, along with every other memory. They descended to the basement level beneath the maze structure, passing through a vast, shadowy storage warehouse stocked with supplies for the gladers. The air was cool and damp, raising goosebumps on Teresa's arms. She rubbed them briskly, trying to ward off a chill. The gurney wheels jolted over imperfections in the concrete floor, jostling Thomas's body. Even in his drugged state, a trace of anguish seemed to flicker across his otherwise placid features. They arrived at the lift shaft, where the large metallic cube, the box, sat waiting. It was a relatively short vertical trip to the glade, though the gladers themselves were conditioned to believe the ascent was a terrifying, endless journey. The entire experience was engineered to provoke a spectrum of intense reactions from bewilderment to sheer terror, providing the perfect baseline data for mapping what Wicht called the kill zone. Teresa knew she would make the same trip soon, clutching her note, but at least she would be unconscious, spared the 30 minutes of claustrophobic darkness. Thomas would wake up inside that cube, utterly alone. The men wheeled the gurney alongside the box. One of them dragged a heavy stepladder across the cement floor with a jarring screech. There was a clumsy grunting struggle as they maneuvered Thomas up the steps together. Teresa could have assisted, but chose not to, stubbornly standing her ground, using the moment to reinforce the crumbling defenses in her mind. With muttered curses, they finally got Thomas to the top edge of the cube. As they positioned him, his face turned, and for one last time, his closed eyes seemed to point toward her. Though she knew he couldn't hear, she sent the thought out into the silence between them. "This is the only way, Thomas. I'll see you there." The men leaned over, lowering Thomas by his arms as far as they could reach, and let him fall the final short distance into the darkness below. Teresa flinched as the heavy thud echoed from inside the box, the sound of her closest friend collapsing onto the unyielding metal floor. She didn't look back. With a slow, deliberate turn, she began walking away. Behind her, a sharp screech of grinding steel cut the air, followed by the final, thunderous crash of the massive doors sealing shut. That was it. Thomas was locked away, his future now a mystery. 13 years earlier. Chapter 1. A chill ran through Mark's body, a sensation so foreign he almost didn't recognize it. He'd just woken, the earliest hints of morning light filtering through the gaps in the log walls of his hut. He rarely bothered with his blanket, a point of pride since he'd crafted it himself from the hide of a massive elk. He took down a couple months back. Usually he kept it for the softness, not the warmth. Their world had been scorched by relentless heat for so long. But this morning felt different. A genuine coolness drifted through those same wall cracks along with the dawn glow. He tugged the fur up to his chin, rolled onto his back, and let out a jaw-cracking yawn. Across the tiny space, all of 4 feet away, Alec was still dead asleep on his cot, snoring loud enough to rattle the rafters. The man was gruff, a weathered ex-soldier who seldom cracked a smile. When he did, it was usually because of some digestive complaint rumbling in his gut. But beneath that tough exterior was a loyal heart. After over a year surviving together with Lana, Trina, and the others, Mark wasn't scared of the old bear anymore. To prove it, he leaned over, snatched a boot off the floor, and lobbed it at Alec. It thumped against his shoulder. Alec bolted upright with a roar, decades of military instinct snapping him to alertness in an instant. "What in thee?" he started, but Mark cut him off by hurling the second boot, this one smacking him square in the chest. "You little scrap of gutter trash," Alec said, his voice dangerously calm. He hadn't even flinched at the second hit, just fixed Mark with a narrow-eyed stare, yet a glint of amusement shone through. "You'd better have a spectacular reason for gambling with your life like that." Mark replied, stroking his chin like he was deep in thought. Then he snapped his fingers. "Oh, right. Mostly to save you from suffocating on your own noise. Seriously, you need to sleep on your side. That racket can't be good for you. You'll swallow your tongue one of these nights." Alec grumbled and muttered a string of half-audible curses as he swung his legs off the cot and started pulling on his clothes. Mark caught phrases like regret the day, and peace and quiet and endless torment, but the gist was obvious. "Lighten up, Sarge," Mark said, knowing he was skating on thin ice. Alec had been out of the service for years and absolutely despised that nickname. Back when the sun flares hit, he'd been working as a defense contractor. "You'd never have made it to this charming cabin if we hadn't bailed you out constantly. How about a truce hug?" Alec yanked a shirt over his head, then looked down at Mark, his bushy gray eyebrows knitted together like 2 caterpillars in a standoff. "I'm fond of you, kid. Be a pity to have to bury you." He gave Mark a rough swat on the head, the closest he ever came to showing affection. Soldier, even after all this time, Mark still thought of him that way. It gave him a sense of security. He grinned as Alex stomped out of the hut to face another day. A genuine grin. Such moments were finally becoming less rare after the year of horror that had driven them to this remote refuge in the Appalachian Mountains of North Carolina. Today Mark decided he would shove the darkness of the past aside. No matter what came, he was determined to make it a good day. Time was slipping away, and Mark knew he had to find Trina before another 10 minutes passed. He dressed quickly and headed out to search for her, eventually spotting her by the stream in one of her favorite quiet spots. This was where she often retreated to read from the collection of books they'd salvaged from an old library during their travels. Trina had a passion for reading that was unmatched, eagerly making up for the months they'd spent constantly on the run, when books were rare treasures. As far as Mark could tell, digital copies were a thing of the past, wiped out when the computers and servers fried. Trina stuck to the old-fashioned paper kind. The walk toward her was, as usual, a sobering journey. Each step seemed to chip away at his determination to keep a positive outlook. Passing through the ramshackle collection of tree houses, huts, and underground burrows that made up their so-called thriving metropolis. A haphazard assembly of logs, twine, and dried mud. Everything leaning precariously didn't help. Strolling through the crowded paths of their settlement only brought back memories of life in the big city, back when everything felt rich with promise and the world seemed full of possibilities, all within easy reach. He hadn't appreciated it then. He moved past groups of thin, dirt-streaked people who looked perpetually on the brink. He didn't pity them so much as resent the reflection they offered. He knew he looked just as worn. They had enough food scavenged from ruins, hunted in the woods, or occasionally brought up from nearby Asheville, but rationing was essential, and everyone appeared one meal short of healthy. Living in the woods meant a constant layer of grime, no matter how often you bathed in the stream. The sky held a deep blue tinged with that persistent burnt orange that had lingered in the atmosphere since the devastating solar flares hit over a year ago. With little warning, it still hung there like a hazy curtain, a permanent reminder. Would things ever return to normal? The morning's earlier coolness now felt like a cruel joke. He was already sweating as the sun climbed higher, beating down on the sparse tree line along the mountain peaks. But it wasn't all bleak. As he left the cramped camp and entered the woods, hopeful signs emerged. New trees were growing, older ones recovering, squirrels darting through blackened pine needles, green sprouts pushing up everywhere. He even spotted what looked like an orange flower in the distance, and briefly considered picking it for Trina, but he knew she'd scold him fiercely for disturbing the forest's regrowth. Maybe today would be good after all. They'd survived the worst disaster in human history. Perhaps they'd finally turned a corner. Breathing heavily from the climb, he reached Trina's secluded spot. She loved coming here, especially in the mornings when she was unlikely to be disturbed. He paused behind a tree, watching her. She'd surely heard him approach, but was pretending not to notice. She looked beautiful, leaning against a massive granite boulder as if placed there by some artistic giant, a thick book open in her lap. Her green eyes followed the words as she turned a page, dressed in a black t-shirt and faded jeans, with sneakers that looked ancient. Her short blonde hair shifted in the breeze. She embodied a sense of peace and comfort, as if she belonged in the world before everything burned. Mark had always felt that in the circumstances, she was simply his. Almost everyone else she'd ever known was gone. He was what remained, the alternative to being completely alone. And he played his part gladly, counting himself lucky. He couldn't imagine life without her. Trina didn't look up from her book. This would be a much more enjoyable read if I weren't being stalked by some weirdo in the woods. Her tone was completely flat. She turned a page, her focus unwavering. "It's only me," Mark said, stepping out from behind the tree. He still felt like half the things he said to her came out sounding foolish. She finally laughed and glanced up at him. "Took you long enough. I was getting ready to have a full conversation with myself. I've been out here with this thing since the sky was still dark." He moved to the grassy spot beside her and sat down. They embraced, a tight, warm hug that held the same quiet promise he'd felt when he woke that morning. When he leaned back, he didn't try to hide the silly smile he knew was all over his face. "You know something?" he asked. "What?" Trina replied, marking her page with a thumb and setting the book down. "Today," Mark declared, "is going to be absolutely perfect." Trina smiled, but the stream beside them just kept rushing along, utterly indifferent to his declaration. Chapter 2. "You know, I haven't had a single perfect day since I turned 16, Trina said, tucking the book safely at her side. 3 days after that birthday, you and I were sprinting through a tunnel that felt like it was melting our shoes.
"Ah, the good old days," Mark said, with a dry chuckle, shifting to get comfortable against the large boulder. He stretched his legs out in front of him. Simpler times. Trina shot him a skeptical look. "Are you talking about my birthday party, or the solar flares that tried to cook us alive?" "Neither, actually," Mark replied. "I'm talking about how you were totally smitten with that guy John Stidham at your party. Remember him?" A faint, guilty blush colored her cheeks. "Oh, right."
"That feels like it happened in another lifetime. Took the end of the world for you to finally see I was standing there," Mark said. He tried to smile, but it felt hollow. The truth, even as a joke, cast a shadow over the moment. "Let's talk about something else." "I strongly second that motion," Trina said, closing her eyes and resting her head back against the cool stone. "I don't want to spend another second thinking about any of it." Mark nodded silently. His earlier excitement for the day seemed to drain away, carried off by the stream's current. The memories were relentless. They never gave him a full hour of peace before surging back, dragging all the old fear and noise with them. "Are you okay?" Trina asked softly, reaching for his hand. Mark pulled his hand away, suddenly aware it was damp with sweat. Yeah, fine. I just wish we could have one single day where nothing drags us back. This place could be great if we could just forget. Things are improving. We need to learn to let it go. His voice rose at the end, sharp with a frustration he couldn't even pinpoint. He just hated the invasive pictures and sounds in his mind. We will, Mark. We will, Trina said gently, reaching for him again. This time he let her take his hand. We should probably head back down, he said, slipping into his familiar practical mode. When the memories pressed in, focusing on tasks was the only thing that quieted his thoughts. I'm sure Alec and Lana have a list of chores for us a mile long, all of which are critically urgent, Trina added, playing along. Must be done today, or civilization as we know it will collapse. Her smile took some of the weight from his shoulders. You can get back to your incredibly thrilling book later, he teased, standing and pulling her up with him. They started down the mountain path toward the collection of makeshift shelters they called home. The smell of the settlement always reached Mark first on the return to the central shack, a mix of damp earth, roasting meat, and pine, all underscored by the ever-present acrid scent of old smoke that had clung to the world since the flares. It wasn't a bad smell, just a persistent ghost. He and Trina weaved through the haphazardly built huts on this side of camp, structures thrown together in the early, desperate days from mud logs and pine boughs, their window holes gaping and their doorways uneven. The settlement was a patchwork of rough shelters, many just holes dug into the earth and lined with plastic tarps, with log frames lashed together to serve as roofs. When the weather turned, it was a stark contrast to the steel and glass cityscapes Alec remembered from his youth. When Mark and Trina ducked through the uneven doorway of the main log building, Alec acknowledged them with a low grunt. Before they could speak, Lana strode over. She was a solid woman with jet black hair perpetually secured in a severe bun. A former army nurse, she was younger than Alec, but older than Mark's parents. Mark had first met the pair in the underground tunnels beneath New York City, back when they both worked for the Defense Department, Alec as her supervisor. They'd been en route to a meeting that day before the world turned upside down. And just where have you two been? Lana demanded, stopping so close, Mark could see the fine lines at the corners of her eyes. We were supposed to leave at first light to scout the Southern Valley for a new campsite. A few more weeks of this crowding, and my patience will be completely gone. Good morning to you too, Mark replied. You're especially sunny today. A quick smile broke her stern expression. Mark had counted on that. I suppose I do skip the pleasantries, she admitted, though I've got a long way to go before I match Alec's cheerful disposition. The old sergeant? Yeah, you're right about that. On cue, Alec grumbled from his corner. Sorry, we're late, Trina cut in. I could invent a fantastic story, but honesty seems easier. Mark insisted we go up to the stream first and, well, you can guess the rest. It took a lot to shock Mark these days, and even more to make him flush with embarrassment. But Trina had a talent for both. He stumbled over his words as Lana rolled her eyes dramatically. Oh, please, Lana said, waving a hand. Just go get some breakfast if you haven't, then pack your gear. I want us moving within the hour and back here in a week. A week away in the wilderness, exploring new terrain and breathing air that didn't smell of damp earth and smoke. The idea immediately lifted Mark's mood, pulling him from the gloom that had settled over him that morning. He made a silent promise to himself, to stay focused on the journey ahead and simply appreciate the trek. Have you spotted Darnell or the Toad? Trina asked. What about Misty? The Three Stooges? Alex snorted, followed by a short barking laugh. The man found humor in the strangest things. At least they remembered the schedule. They've eaten and are packing. They'll be back any minute. Mark and Trina were halfway through their breakfast of flatcakes and venison sausage when they heard the familiar commotion of their three other friends, all originally met in the New York tunnels. Get that off your head, came a nasal complaint, just before a lanky teenage boy appeared in the doorway with a pair of underwear stretched over his brown curls like a cap. Darnell. Mark was certain the kid had never treated a single moment of his life with solemnity. Even during the worst crises, he always had a quip ready. "But it's practical," Darnell declared as he entered. "It tames my hair and shields me from the weather, a brilliant 2-in-1. A tall, slender girl with long red hair followed him in, just a bit younger than Mark. They knew her as Misty, though she'd never confirmed if that was her actual name. She watched Darnell with a mix of revulsion and reluctant amusement. The toad, short and broad, exactly as his nickname suggested, bustled in behind her, shoving past to make a grab for the underwear on Darnell's head. "Hand those over," he yelled, jumping to reach. He was the most compact 19-year-old Mark had ever seen, but built like a barrel, all dense muscle and coiled strength. That very power somehow made the others feel it was safe to tease him, since everyone knew he could dismantle them if he chose. But the toad loved being the focus, and Darnell loved being an absurd nuisance. "Why would you ever want those disgusting things on your head?" Misty asked, her voice dripping with mock disdain. "You do have any idea where that's been, don't you? Hanging out in the toad's personal zone?" "Fair enough," Darnell shot back, putting on his best mock-horrified face, just as the toad managed to yank the underwear off his head. "Really bad call on my end." Darnell gave a casual shrug. It felt like a solid joke in the moment. The toad was cramming his reclaimed boxers into his pack. "Well, joke's on you. I haven't tossed those in the wash for a solid 2 weeks, maybe 3. He unleashed that laugh of his, a raw, grating sound that always reminded Mark of 2 dogs scrapping over a bone. Whenever it erupted, it was contagious, pulling everyone in the room into a shared moment that finally broke the tension. Mark wasn't sure if he was laughing at the situation or just at the bizarre noise itself, but it didn't matter. These moments were rare, and it felt good, especially seeing Trina's smile break through. Even Alec and Lana were grinning, which had Mark thinking this day might actually turn out okay. Then their laughter was severed by a foreign sound, one Mark hadn't heard in over a year and never expected to hear again. The unmistakable growl of engines cutting through the sky. It was a deep mechanical roar that vibrated through the shack, making the hastily mortared logs shudder. Dust plumed from between the wood. A coughing, thunderous noise swept directly overhead. Mark clamped his hands over his ears until the worst of it passed and the shaking settled. Alec was already on his feet and moving for the door before anyone else could even react. Lana was right behind him, with the rest trailing out in a silent, stunned line. They emerged into the harsh morning sun, Mark squinting and raising a hand against the glare as he scanned the sky. "It's a berg," the toad declared, stating the obvious. "What in the world?" Mark hadn't seen one of the massive airships since the solar storms devastated everything, and the sight was a physical shock. He couldn't fathom why a berg, one that had somehow survived, would be cruising through these mountains. Yet there it was, enormous, gleaming, and oval-shaped, its bright blue thrusters burning hot and loud as it descended toward the heart of their settlement. "Why is it here?" Trina asked, as their group hurried through the village's narrow pathways, keeping the berg in sight. "They've only ever dropped supplies in the bigger camps, like the one near Asheville." "Maybe," Misty ventured, a spark of hope in her voice, "maybe they're here to evacuate us? Take us somewhere safe."
Not a chance.
Darnell dismissed with a scoff. "They would have done that ages ago if they were going to Mark." Stayed quiet, lagging at the back of the group, his mind reeling from the berg's sudden appearance. The others kept talking about some vague they, even though nobody had a clue who they were. There'd been whispers and scattered signs of some kind of organizing authority, but nothing reliable. Certainly no official contact. It was true that supplies had been airdropped to the larger camps, and those communities sometimes shared with outlying groups like theirs. The berg came to a stop ahead, its blue thrusters now aimed downward as it hovered about 50 feet above the town square, a bare open patch they'd left clear when building the village. The group broke into a run, arriving to find a crowd already assembled, everyone staring up at the hovering machine as if it were some kind of dragon. With its deafening roar and that brilliant, unnatural blue light, it almost seemed like one, especially after so long without any glimpse of advanced tech. Most of the crowd was packed into the center of the square, their faces painted with pure anticipation and excitement. They'd all leaped to the same hopeful conclusion as Misty, that the berg meant rescue, or at least some desperately good news. Mark, however, felt a deep, nagging sense of caution. The past year had drilled one lesson into Mark's bones: never let hope take root. Trina tugged his sleeve, leaning close to be heard. "What's it doing? There's no space to land here." "No idea," Mark replied, squinting upward. "No markings, no signs, nothing to tell who it belongs to or where it came from." Alec edged closer, his soldiers' hearing catching their words even over the roar of the thrusters. "They say the supply bergs for Asheville have PFC painted on the sides. Post-Flares Coalition?" he shouted, his voice strained. "This one's blank. That's not right." Mark shrugged, though Alec's observation barely registered. He felt detached, almost dreamlike, his mind fixed on who might be inside that vessel and what they could possibly want. Trina's hand found his. Their palms were slick with sweat. "Maybe it's God in there," the toad piped up, his voice shrill when raised. "Come down to apologize for the whole sunflare mess." From the corner of his eye, Mark saw Darnell draw a breath, ready with a retort, but a loud metallic groan cut him off. Above them, a square hatch on the berg's belly began to swing down, hinges shrieking, forming a ramp. Darkness filled the opening tendrils of mist, curling out as it lowered. Gasps and cries spread through the crowd, hands shot up, fingers pointing. For a second, Mark looked away from the berg, struck by the raw awe on the faces around him. They were a people worn thin by desperation, carrying the dread that any day could be their last. Now they stared skyward, as if the toad's joke held a shred of truth, their eyes hungry, almost reverent. It turned Mark's stomach. A new wave of shock swept the square. Mark's head jerked back up. 5 figures had stepped from the berg's shadow, clad in outfits that sent a cold spike down Mark's spine. Bulky, one-piece suits in a sickly green rubber, covering them completely. Clear visors hid their faces behind glare and distance. They moved cautiously in heavy black boots, lining the edge of the ramp, bodies tense for balance. Each held a black, tube-like object, wielded like a weapon, yet unlike any gun Mark had ever seen, long and slender, with ends that looked like ripped-out plumbing from some industrial machine. As the strangers steadied themselves, they raised those tubes and aimed directly at the crowd below. Alec was screaming now, shoving people, trying to force them back. Chaos erupted, shouts, panic, but Mark felt locked in place, mesmerized. He watched these strange, threatening figures emerge as the crowd finally understood. No one was here to save them. Where was the Mark who could think fast, who'd survived a year of hell after the flares? He stood frozen, watching as the first shot was fired. A blur of motion, a dark small streak bursting from one of the tubes. Mark's eyes tracked its path through the air. A sickening thud echoed, and Mark's head jerked to the side just in time to see Darnell with a 5-inch dart embedded in his shoulder, its slender metal shaft buried deep in the muscle. Blood began to seep from the wound. The boy let out a choked gasp before crumpling to the dirt. That was the jolt Mark needed to break from his frozen horror. Screams shredded the air as panicked figures scattered in every direction. Mark dropped down, hooking his elbows under Darnell's arms. The hiss of darts slicing the air around him, finding their marks pushed everything else from his mind, only the need to move remained. He hauled Darnell backward, dragging him across the rough ground. Trina had stumbled, but Lana was already there, pulling her up. Both rushed over to help, each grabbing one of Darnell's boots. With a shared, strained effort, they lifted him and stumbled away from the open square. It felt like a small miracle that none of the others in their group had been hit. Swish, thunk, swish, thunk. The sounds were a nightmarish rhythm beneath the screams and the thuds of falling bodies. Projectiles kept raining down, and Mark, Trina, and Lana shuffled desperately, awkwardly carrying their friend between them. They ducked behind a cluster of pines. Mark heard several solid thwacks as darts pierced the bark. Then they were exposed again. They scurried across a narrow clearing and into a cramped alley wedged between a few hastily built log cabins. People were everywhere, pounding on doors, diving through windows. Then came the deep roar of thrusters, and a wave of heated wind washed over Mark's face. The roar swelled, the wind now a constant push. He glanced up, tracking the noise, and saw the berg had shifted, now tracking the fleeing crowd like a predator. He spotted the Toad and Misty, their shouts swallowed by the engine's blast, waving people on frantically. Mark's mind raced. Shelter was the obvious goal, but the stampede for it was a chaos of its own. Trying to join with Darnell in tow would get them all trampled. The berg halted again, and once more the figures in their strange suits raised their weapons. Swish, thunk, swish, thunk. A dart skimmed Mark's shirt and struck the earth. A fleeing foot stamped it deeper. Another found its mark in the neck of a man sprinting past. A spray of blood, a sharp cry, and he pitched forward, motionless, becoming an obstacle others tripped over. Mark only realized he'd frozen, horrified by the carnage, when Lana screamed at him to keep moving. The shooters above had clearly found their range. Darts were striking targets on all sides, and the air was thick with shrieks of pain and terror. Mark felt a crushing helplessness. There was no hiding from this aerial assault. His only pathetic plan was to outrun a flying machine, a laughably impossible task. Where was Alec when you needed him? The guy with all the combat savvy? Probably off saving his own skin, Mark thought bitterly. He forced himself onward, tugging Darnell along, pushing Trina and Lana to keep pace. The Toad and Misty ran beside them, trying to assist without becoming obstacles. The deadly rain continued from above, more screams, more bodies dropping. Mark rounded a corner and staggered down the alley leading back toward the shack, pressing close to the cabin wall on his right for meager cover. Fewer people had come this way, and fewer darts whizzed past. Their little group hobbled forward as fast as they could manage with their unconscious burden. Here, the settlement structures were crammed shoulder to shoulder, leaving no gap to break for the surrounding mountain woods. "We're almost at the shack!" Trina shouted. "Move! Before that berg is right over us again!" Mark twisted his body, now facing forward, and gripped the back of Darnell's shirt tightly. Pulling him along, muscles in his legs screamed from the effort of moving backward, a fiery ache that threatened to lock up into full cramps. With the path finally clear, Mark pushed into a faster jog, Lana and Trina matching his pace as they carried Darnell by the ankles. The Toad and Misty wedged themselves in, each taking a shoulder to lighten the burden. They wove through the tight gaps between buildings over gnarled roots and sun-baked earth, taking a frantic series of turns. The deep roar of the berg engine filtered in from their right, muffled by walls and trees. When Mark rounded the final corner, the shack came into view across an open patch of ground. He geared up for a desperate dash, only to be met by a flood of panicked residents pouring in from the opposite side, a chaotic scramble for any available shelter. He stopped cold as the berg swept in low overhead, lower than he'd ever seen it. Only 3 figures stood on its open hatch now, and they began firing the moment the craft stabilized in a hover. Glinting silver darts streaked down into the crowd, surging through the clearing. Each one seemed to find a target, piercing necks and arms of adults and children alike. Screams cut short as bodies dropped, others stumbling over them in their blind panic. Mark and his group pressed themselves against the nearest wall, lowering Darnell to the dirt. A deep, weary pain saturated Mark's limbs, tempting him to just sink down right there.
"We never should have dragged him with us."
Trina gasped, hands braced on her knees. "He cost us time, and he's still in the line of fire anyway." "Probably already gone," the Toad rasped. Mark shot him a look, but the grim truth was hard to ignore. They might have risked everything for a lost cause. "What are they doing now?" Lana asked, edging to the corner to peer out. She glanced back, her face pale. They're just harvesting people. Why darts? Why not just shoot them?
Doesn't add up,
Mark muttered. Can't we stop this? Trina's voice shook, more with anger than terror. Why are we just watching? Mark joined Lana, risking a look. The clearing was now a grim garden of fallen bodies, darts protruding upward like metallic stalks. The berg still hung above, engines blazing with blue fury. Where's our so-called security? Mark whispered, a bitter edge to his voice. Did they all decide to take a collective coffee break? No one replied, but a frantic motion at the shack's door drew his eye, Alec waving them over urgently. The older man held 2 large modified rifles fitted with grappling hooks and thick coils of rope. Of course, even now the soldier's instinct was to mount a defense. He had a plan, and he needed hands. He intended to fight back against these attackers. A spark of defiance ignited in Mark's chest. He was going to fight, too. Spotting a length of weathered plank across the alley, Mark didn't pause to explain. He darted over, snatched it up, and then burst into the open, using the wood as a shield as he ran for Alec and the shack. He didn't need to look up. He heard the distinctive hiss-thwip of darts being fired, felt the jarring thud as one embedded itself in the plank. He kept running, beneath the looming shadow of the berg. Mark and Alec nearly collided. Instinct took over, and Mark threw himself forward, his wooden shield raised to cover them both. Alec's face was a mask of fierce determination, the years seeming to fall away from him. "Move!" he roared over the din. "Before that ship decides we're not worth the trouble and leaves us in the dust!" Above them, the thrusters roared, and the air was thick with the sickening thuds of darts finding their targets. The chorus of pained cries was a sound Mark knew he'd never forget. "What's the plan?" Mark shouted, the familiar cocktail of fear and adrenaline making his hands shake. Alec didn't answer with words. Shifting his rifles, he pulled a matte black pistol from the back of his waistband, a weapon Mark had never seen him carry. There was no time for questions. Mark grabbed the gun, its heavy, loaded weight a cold comfort in his grip. A dart buried itself in the shield, then another. Their movements had drawn the attention of the figures on the berg's ramp, and a fresh barrage of darts peppered the ground around them like lethal rain. "Cover me, kid!" Alex snarled. "Make those 12 shots count. Don't waste a single one. Go!" In a blur of motion, Alec darted to a position several yards away. Mark raised the pistol, sighting on the green-clad forms clustered at the hatch. He squeezed off 2 rounds, not hoping to hit, but to force their heads down to buy Alec those precious seconds. The strategy worked. The figures scrambled for cover behind the metal ramp, one frantically trying to retreat inside. Mark discarded the now useless shield, gripping the gun with both hands to steady his aim. A helmeted head appeared over the ramp's edge. Mark focused, exhaled, and fired. The kick of the recoil jarred his arms, but he saw the crimson spray. A body pitched over the side, landing with a terrible finality on the panicked crowd below, igniting a new wave of screams. An arm snaked out from the hatch, blindly waving the tube launcher. Mark fired again, the bullet pinging off the metal weapon and sending it clattering to the earth. A quick-thinking woman snatched it up, desperately trying to decipher its mechanism. A small victory. Mark dared a glance back. Alex stood poised, the grappling launcher held like a harpoon. With a pneumatic pop, the hook shot upward, its cable unspooling behind it. It struck one of the hydraulic arms supporting the ramp, clanging loudly before wrapping securely around it. Alec yanked the line tight. "The gun! Now!" he bellowed. Mark scanned the hatch, clear for the moment, then sprinted over, slapping the pistol into Alec's waiting hand. Almost before Mark's fingers left the weapon, he heard a sharp click. The device on Alec's belt whirred, yanking him skyward up the taut cable. He ascended, one-handed, the pistol held ready above him. The moment he cleared the ramp's edge, 3 sharp gunshots echoed in rapid succession. Mark watched, breath held. as Alec vanished into the berg, his boots the last thing to disappear. Seconds later, another green-suited body was unceremoniously ejected from the hatch, hitting the dirt with a heavy thud. "The other launcher!" Alec's voice boomed from above. "Quit gawking and get it! They'll either flood out here or seal that door any second." He didn't wait for confirmation, turning to face the interior threat. Mark's heart hammered against his ribs, a frantic drumbeat of panic. His eyes swept the ground, landing on the second bulky launcher where Alec had dropped it. He scooped it up, the cold metal unfamiliar in his hands. A fresh, icy dread washed over him. What if he couldn't figure it out? What if he fumbled this and doomed them both? The weight of the moment pressed down on him, heavier than the weapon in his grasp. "Aim it right up here!" Alec yelled from above. "If it doesn't grab hold, I'll secure it myself. Move it!" Mark lifted the device like a shotgun, lining up the shot with the center of the open hatch. He squeezed the trigger. The kickback was fierce, but he braced for it this time, gritting his teeth against the jolt in his shoulder. The hook and its trailing line soared up toward the berg, clearing the hatch edge before clattering back. But Alec snatched it just in time. Mark watched as Alec scrambled to a hydraulic column and lashed the hook tight. "All right!" Alec shouted down. "Hit the green retract!" His words were cut off as the berg's engines screamed and the craft surged upward. Mark had just wrapped his hands around the launcher when it ripped him off his feet, hauling him into the air. He heard Trina's cry fade beneath him as the ground dropped away, the figures below shrinking to dots. Terror flooded through him. His knuckles were white from how hard he clung. Looking down made his head swim and his gut twist, so he locked his eyes on the hatch instead. Alec was just dragging himself back over the ramp's lip. He'd nearly been flung to his death. Kicking and heaving on the very rope Mark now depended on, Alec collapsed onto the deck and stared down, wide-eyed.
"The green button! Mark, push it now!"
Wind tore at Mark's clothes, a roaring mix of thruster blast and rushing air. The berg was climbing, already 200 feet up, and banking toward the tree line. In seconds he'd be smashed into the canopy, shredded, or ripped clean off the line. Desperate, he scanned the device, his grip slipping. There it was, just below the trigger. Letting go even for an instant felt impossible, but he poured every ounce of strength into his right hand, then lunged with his left. His body whipped and swayed wildly in the turbulent air. The tops of pines and oaks rushed toward him. He couldn't steady himself enough to press the button. Then came a metallic shriek from above. The hatch was grinding shut. "Hurry!" Alec's scream was barely audible over the din. Mark was gathering himself to try again when the trees were upon him. He slapped his left hand back onto the launcher, clinging fiercely, and curled into a tight ball, eyes squeezed shut. The highest branches of a pine slammed into him. Needles stabbed his skin. Woody claws snagged his clothes and raked his face like bony hands trying to pry him loose. Every part of him felt scraped raw, but the berg's momentum tore him free, yanking him from the tree's grasp. His legs kicked wildly as the ship swung around, sending him arcing through the air. The hatch was now half closed. Alec leaned far out, heaving on the rope. His face strained and shouting soundlessly. Mark's stomach heaved, but he knew this was it. One last chance. Releasing his left hand again, he fumbled along the device's side, found the trigger housing, then slid his finger to where the green button should be. In his periphery, more trees loomed, the berg dipping lower now, eliminating any clearance. His finger found the button, slipped off. Then, as branches lunged for him, he jammed the launcher against his chest for leverage and slammed the button home. It clicked. He shot upward just as his body swung into the thick, waiting foliage. He crashed through the tangle of branches, ignoring the sting as they slapped his face, and lunged for the hatch above. A mechanical whirring filled the air as the rope snapped back into its device, pulling him sharply toward Alec's waiting hand. The heavy metal door was already rising, leaving a gap of barely 2 feet. At the last possible second, Mark released the device, throwing himself forward to grab Alec's outstretched arm and the edge of the hatch with his free hand. His own grip slipped, but Alec's hold was ironclad, hauling him headlong through the shrinking opening. It was a desperate, clumsy scramble. Mark had to twist and kick to force his way through, feeling the sole of his shoe catch for a heart-stopping moment in the hatch's closing teeth before he ripped it free. The door slammed shut behind him with a deafening boom that reverberated through the cool, dark interior of the Berg. For a long moment, the only sound was the ragged echo of his own breathing. After the harsh glare of the sun, the darkness felt absolute, a thick blanket over his unadjusted eyes. He could sense Alec nearby, drawing in deep, steadying breaths. Every muscle in Mark's body screamed in protest, and he could feel the warm trickle of blood from a dozen fresh scrapes and cuts. The Berg had settled into a stationary hover, its engines emitting a low, constant hum. "I can't believe we actually made it," Mark said, his voice hollow in the enclosed space. "But where is everyone? Shouldn't there be a welcoming committee ready to toss us out or shoot us with more of those darts?" Alec let out a weary sigh. "Your guess is as good as mine. Could be a skeleton crew, but I'd bet my last bullet there's at least one guy in here waiting for us." "He's probably got a dart gun pointed at my head right this second," Mark muttered, the paranoia feeling oddly justified in the pitch black. "Bah!" Alec scoffed, the sound sharp in the darkness. "My money says those jokers outside were amateurs sent to do a professional's job. Maybe we took out their whole ground team. Everyone but the pilot, anyway. Or maybe there are 10 guys with rifles waiting right outside this door," Mark countered, the words tasting bitter. "Well, it's one or the other," Alec replied with a grim practicality that was almost amusing. "Come on, let's move." Mark heard the shuffle of the soldier crawling forward and with a silent groan got on his own hands and knees to follow. What was the alternative? Sit in the dark and wait for someone to bring them milk and cookies. His body protested every movement, a vivid reminder of the thrashing he'd just received from an entire forest. It was a new personal low, getting beaten up by trees. A faint greenish light appeared several feet ahead. As they neared it, their surroundings slowly came into focus. They were in a storage bay with metal shelves lining the walls, many of them eerily empty, secured by straps and wire mesh. The light source was a dim panel above a sturdy, bolted metal door. "Think they locked us in?" Alec grumbled, finally rising to his feet with a soft groan. He walked to the door and tried the handle. It didn't move. Mark was grateful to stand, though his knees ached from the hard floor and his muscles burned with fresh fatigue. The sheer, absurd exertion of the last few minutes was catching up to him. "What is this even about?" Mark asked, the confusion finally overriding his adrenaline. "What does anyone want with our nowhere village? And shooting people with darts? What kind of strategy is that?" "I wish I knew," Alec said, yanking harder on the stubborn door handle. "But those folks sure did drop fast once those things hit them." He turned away from the door, placing his hands on his hips in a gesture of pure, frustrated exasperation. "Dropped like flies," Mark repeated softly, the phrase landing with a new weight. One of them was Darnell. "You think he's okay?" Alec shot him a look that needed no translation. "Don't be naive." And Mark knew he was right. The realization hit him like a physical blow, delayed by the chaos. In the frantic rush since the Berg's arrival, it hadn't fully registered. Darnell was almost certainly gone. "Why are we even up here?" Mark asked, the question feeling both immense and pointless. Alec simply pointed a finger at him, the gesture loaded with unspoken meaning. Mark's mind flashed to Darnell and all the others who'd been hurt. The confusion and fear they must be feeling. Alec was right. When someone invades your home and targets your people, you don't just stand by. "All right, I'm with you," Mark said, his voice firming. "What's the plan?" "First, we get this door open. Start looking for anything we can use." Mark moved through the dim room, his eyes struggling to adjust. "Why are we even stuck in here to begin with? You ask questions like, "I've got a manual tucked in my pocket." Just keep your eyes open and search. At first, it seemed hopeless. Just a clutter of spare parts, tools, and crates stuffed with everything from soap to toilet paper. Then, strapped to the wall, Mark spotted something Alec would appreciate: a sledgehammer. "Over here," Mark called out. He pulled it free, testing its weight in his hands. "Heavy enough for you to smash that door down with those soldier arms of yours." "Not what they used to be," Alec grumbled, but a tired grin touched his face as he took the hammer's wooden handle. He marched to the sealed door and began swinging. Each strike echoed with a heavy clang. The door wouldn't hold forever, but it might take a minute or two of solid work. Mark just prayed there wasn't an army of those green-suited thugs waiting on the other side. While Alec hammered away, Mark kept searching, hoping to find some kind of weapon for himself before that door gave way. At least Alec had the sledgehammer. Then, in the deepest shadow of the room, Mark noticed a stack of sturdy cases, each about 2 feet long and a foot tall, built to protect something valuable. Some were open and empty. Others were sealed shut. Curiosity pulled him over. He lifted one sealed box. It was surprisingly light, and carried it back toward the faint light, setting it down on the metal grate floor. Leaning in, he finally made out the warning symbol on top, the universal sign for biohazard. Beneath it, a label read: Virus VC321XB47, highly contagious, 24 darts, extreme caution. A cold dread washed over him. He wished instantly that he'd never touched it. Mark straightened up and backed away several steps. He couldn't believe he'd handled the container so carelessly. He might have even opened it if he hadn't brought it into the light first. For all he knew, the darts inside could have shattered during the Berg's turbulent flight, letting the virus seep through tiny cracks, and those open boxes on the shelf, though they looked empty, only made his skin crawl harder. He wiped his hands vigorously on his pants and took another step back. Clang, clang, clang. Alec paused, breathing heavily. 1 or 2 more hits, and this thing's done. We need to be ready. Find anything useful. Mark felt queasy, as if invisible germs had already jumped from the box to his skin, digging toward his bloodstream. No weapons, just a box full of darts loaded with a killer virus. Maybe we can toss a few at them. He meant it as a grim joke, but saying it aloud only made him feel worse. A virus? Alec repeated, skepticism thick in his tone. He walked over and stared down at the box. That's what they were shooting at us. Who are these people? A spike of panic shot through Mark. What if they're right outside that door? He asked, hearing his own voice climb with alarm. Waiting to stick those darts in our necks. What are we even doing up here? Easy, kid. We've faced worse scrapes than this, Alec replied, his tone steadying. Just find something, anything you can swing. If someone charges through, you aim for their head and don't stop swinging. You think we should just let these people dart gun our friends and walk away? We're here now. There's no backing down. The fire in Alec's tone steadied Mark, shoring up his own resolve. All right, I'll check, quickly. Mark remembered a wrench mounted near the sledgehammer. He sprinted to it and snatched the tool. He'd been wishing for a proper weapon to appear, but this solid foot of metal would have to work. Alec hefted the sledgehammer, poised to smash the battered door handle. You're right, they might start shooting the second this gives way. Let's not rush in like a pair of idiots. Get over there and wait for my signal. Mark obeyed, pressing his shoulders against the wall opposite the door, his grip tight on the wrench. Ready. Fear drummed inside his chest. Do it! Alec raised the sledgehammer high and drove it down against the handle. 2 more heavy blows finally snapped it free with a sharp crack. Another swing, and the door burst outward, banging against the far wall. Almost instantly, 3 darts sliced through the air. Swoosh! 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 Ricocheting off the metal. Something clattered to the floor, followed by the sound of a single set of retreating footsteps. Alec threw up a hand to hold Mark back, then peered cautiously around the doorframe. Clear, and our little rat must be out of ammo. He tossed his gun, starting to think there aren't many crew on this berg. Come on, let's grab that coward. Alec leaned further into the open, scanning the space one last time before stepping into the gloom beyond. Mark drew a sharp breath and followed him into the corridor, kicking the discarded dart gun aside in anger as it skittered across the floor and hit a wall. An image flashed in his mind. Darnell? That dart protruding from his shoulder. He wished fiercely for something more than a wrench. Alec moved ahead, the sledgehammer held in both hands, angled as he crept along the narrow, slightly curved hallway that seemed to follow the craft's outer shape. Glowing panels, like the one in the hatch room, were set about every 10 feet, casting the only light. They passed several sealed doors, each locked when Alec tested them. Mark fought to control his nerves as they advanced, straining to be prepared for any sudden attack. He was on the verge of asking Alec, a former pilot, about the layout of a berg when a door slammed ahead, followed by more running. "Move!" Alec shouted. Mark's heart jumped, and he broke into a sprint, trailing Alec down the curved passage. He caught only a fleeting glimpse of a shadowy figure ahead, dressed in one of those green suits, but without the helmet. The person shouted something, the words garbled by the echo in the hall. Definitely a man. Probably their shooter. Suddenly, engines roared around them, and the berg surged forward, throwing Mark off balance. He slammed into a wall, rebounded, and tumbled over Alec, who was sprawled on the floor. Both scrambled up, snatching their weapons. "Cockpit's right there!" Alec yelled. "Go!" He didn't wait. The older man charged down the passage, and Mark raced after they reached an open area with chairs and a table just as their quarry vanished through a round hatch into the cockpit. The man began pulling the door shut, but Alec hurled the sledgehammer just in time. It struck the wall beside the hatch and clattered down, jamming the door open. Mark never slowed. He blew past Alec and reached the cockpit first, leaning inside without a second thought. Mark's eyes swept the cockpit, taking in the 2 pilot seats and the wide instrument panels crowded with dials and glowing screens. A woman sat in one chair, her fingers flying across the controls as the berg accelerated, the forest below shrinking rapidly. Before he could process the scene, a figure slammed into him from the side, driving them both to the hard floor. The impact stole his breath as the man wrestled to hold him down. Then, with a solid thud, Alec's sledgehammer connected with the attacker's shoulder, sending him sprawling with a pained cry. Gasping for air, Mark pushed himself up. Alec hauled the man up by his green shirt, bringing him nose to nose. "Start talking! What is this?" Alec demanded, his voice sharp, ignoring the struggle behind her. The pilot remained focused on her console. Mark moved toward her, steadying himself against a sudden dip. "Shut this down! Turn us around now," he ordered, trying to sound commanding while feeling utterly out of his depth. She gave no reaction, as if he weren't even there.
"Just following orders, kid,"
she stated flatly, her tone devoid of any feeling. Across the cockpit, Alec was shaking his captive.
"Who sent you? What was in those darts? We're nobodies."
The man whimpered.
"Just hired hands?"
"Hired by who?" Alec pressed.
"I can't say."
Mark's frustration with the pilot boiled over.
"I said stop."
He brandished his wrench, feeling foolish even as he did so. A sickly ashen pallor suddenly washed over the green-suited man's face, his expression going blank.
"Do it!"
He droned in a monotone. "Take her down." "Take who down? What's wrong with you?" Alec barked. The pilot chose that moment to turn her head. Mark met her gaze and recoiled. Her eyes held the same hollow, lifeless look. "Just following orders," she repeated mechanically. Her hand shot out, shoving a lever forward until it jammed. The berg nose dived violently, trees rushed up to fill the windows. Mark was thrown from his feet, crashing into the control panels. The shriek of tearing metal and a deafening explosion filled the air as the craft jolted to a sudden, brutal halt. A hard object whipped across the cabin, striking Mark's temple. Pain flared, and he felt warmth trickle down his face before the world dimmed. Alec's voice calling his name seemed to echo from a great distance, down a long, dark tunnel. A tunnel, he thought dimly. Fitting. Then everything went black. Chapter 8. The subtrans car hums as it races along the track. Mark lets his head rest against the seatback, eyes closed, a faint smile on his lips. School today was a drag, but it's finally over. 2 whole weeks of freedom stretch ahead, time to utterly check out. He plans to marathon Vertbox games, demolish some serious snacks, and of course, find every possible excuse to be around Trina. Maybe he'd just ditch everything, convince her to run off with him, a nice fantasy. He opens his eyes. She's sitting right across from him, nose buried in a tablet, completely unaware he exists. She has no clue he's daydreaming about her or that he's been secretly crazy about her for months. They've been neighbors forever, friends by default, the unspoken rule when you grow up next door to someone. But somewhere along the way she transformed. Now she's all effortless grace and a smile that makes his stomach flip. The only catch, of course, is that practically every other guy at school seems to have noticed the exact same thing. The subtrans glided through the tunnels beneath New York City, a silent, steady force that made Mark feel drowsy. He watched Trina, who seemed perfectly content in the quiet. "Hey," he said, breaking the silence. "What's going on in your head over there?" She turned to him, her expression lighting up with a playful smile. "Nothing at all. That's the whole plan for the next 2 weeks. No thinking. If a thought tries to sneak in, I'm going to focus so hard on not thinking that I'll forget how to think entirely." "Sounds complicated," Mark replied. "Not at all. It's an art form. Only the truly enlightened can master it." In that moment, Mark felt a familiar, ridiculous impulse to tell her how he felt, to ask her out properly, to simply reach for her hand. But, as usual, his words came out all wrong. "Oh, great sage! Perhaps you could tutor me in this advanced technique of thoughtless thinking." She made a face, her nose scrunching. "You are such a dork!" He felt a wave of embarrassment, wanting to groan, or maybe knock some sense into himself. "But I happen to like dorks," she added, her tone softening. Instantly his mood lifted. "So, what are your plans for the break, going anywhere or just hanging around?" "We might visit my grandma for a bit, but mostly we'll be home." Danny mentioned hanging out, but nothing set. "What about you?" Mark felt himself deflate a little. The emotional roller coaster with Trina was exhausting. No, not really. I'll probably just camp on the couch with chips, lots of belching, lots of watching my little sister Madison get showered with gifts. He knew he spoiled her too. Maybe we could get together sometime. And just like that, his spirits soared again. That would be amazing. How about every single day? It was the bravest thing he'd ever said to her. "Okay," she agreed, then leaned in with exaggerated secrecy. "Maybe we could even sneak a kiss in your basement." For a heartbeat he thought she was serious. His pulse skidded to a halt, and a flush of warmth spread across his skin. But then she burst into laughter, not mean exactly, and maybe with a trace of genuine flirtation, but it was clear she saw them as nothing more than lifelong friends. The idea of kissing him was just a joke. Mark decided right then to bury his own hopes for a while. "You're hilarious," he said flatly. "I'm cracking up on the inside." She wiped a tear from her eye, fanning her face with her hand. "I totally would, you know." The words had just left her lips when the lights cut out. The subtrans lost power, slowing abruptly, and Mark lurched forward, nearly tumbling into Trina's lap. Under different circumstances, that might have been a welcome accident, but now it just felt terrifying. He'd heard old stories about underground blackouts, but in his lifetime, the power had never failed. They were swallowed by absolute darkness. Around them, people began to scream. The human mind isn't built for such sudden, utter blackness. It was pure fear. Finally, the glow from a few wrist phones pierced the gloom. Trina grabbed his hand and gave it a tight squeeze. "What in the world is this?" she asked, her voice calm. Her lack of panic steadied him. Even though this had never happened before, things break down eventually. "Just a malfunction, I guess," he said. He pulled out his palm phone. He couldn't afford one of those fancy wrist models, but oddly, there was no signal. He slipped it back into his pocket. Then soft yellow emergency lights flickered on along the ceiling of the car, dim but a profound relief after the total blindness. All around, passengers were standing, peering down the train, whispering urgently to one another. Whispering felt like the proper response. "At least we're not in a rush," Trina said. In a whisper, of course. The sharp edge of panic had dulled inside Mark, replaced by a nagging quiet urgency. He desperately wanted to ask Trina what she'd meant by those words. "I really would, ya know," but the chance for that conversation was gone, buried under the weight of the moment. The worst possible timing. A deep shudder ran through the train, more a sustained heavy vibration than a jolt, but it was enough. The renewed screams and frantic movement of the other passengers filled the car. Mark and Trina locked eyes, a silent exchange mixing curiosity with a fresh jolt of alarm. Two burly men shouldered their way to the exit doors, heaving against them until they screeched open. They leapt out onto the narrow service walkway lining the tunnel. What followed was a chaotic shoving exodus, the crowd pouring out like startled animals, until abruptly the car was empty. Within minutes, Mark and Trina were the only ones left under the car's sickly pale lights. "I'm not convinced that was the smart move," Trina whispered, though there was no one left to hear. "The power's got to come back on any second." "Maybe," Mark replied. The persistent low trembling of the train was starting to feel more ominous than a simple mechanical failure. "I don't know. This feels bigger. Something's off. Should we leave?" He considered it only briefly. "Yeah. Staying here is going to make me lose it." "All right, you're probably right." They rose together and moved to the gaping doorway, stepping out onto the unrailed walkway. Its narrowness felt treacherously exposed, a deadly perch if the train suddenly roared back to life. Weak emergency lights had flickered on in the tunnel, but they did little to push back the profound suffocating darkness of the deep underground. "They went that way," Trina said, gesturing to the left. Something in her voice, a subtle hesitation, told Mark she had no intention of following. He felt the same inexplicable dread. "So we go right," he stated, nodding firmly. "Right. I don't want to be anywhere near that crowd. Can't explain it. Felt like a stampede. Let's go." She took his arm, and they began edging along the ledge. One hand braced against the cold, vibrating tunnel wall for balance. The vibration here was fainter than on the train, a sign that maybe the crisis was passing. Maybe it was just a minor tremor and things would return to normal. They walked in tense silence for what felt like 10 minutes before the sounds reached them from up ahead. Not just screams. These were sounds that bypassed reason and spoke directly to primal fear. Raw, unfiltered terror. Trina froze, looking back at Mark. Any lingering hope that this was a simple outage evaporated. Something monstrous had occurred. Mark's every instinct screamed at him to turn and flee. But then Trina spoke, her voice steady with a courage that shamed his own fear. "We have to go see! We have to see if we can help!" How could he refuse? They broke into a careful run until they emerged onto the broad platform of a substation, and then they stopped, utterly paralyzed. The scene was a nightmare that defied comprehension, but Mark knew with a cold, absolute certainty that his life had just been cleaved into a before and an after. The platform was a charnel house. Naked, scorched forms were strewn about. Agonized shrieks and whimpers echoed off the tiles. People stumbled blindly, arms waving, their clothing aflame, faces grotesquely softened and running like wax. The metallic scent of blood mixed with an overwhelming, oven-like blast of heat. Trina spun, her face a mask of pure horror, an image he feared would be burned into his memory for all time. She seized his hand and yanked him back the way they'd come. As they ran, a single devastating thought eclipsed everything else. his parents, his little sister. In his mind's eye, he saw them burning, heard Madison screaming. The image shattered his heart. Chapter 9, Mark. The vision faded, but the memory of the tunnel clung to his thoughts like thick, toxic tar. "Mark, wake up!" That was Alec's voice, no question about it, shouting at him. Why? What had happened now? "Get up already!" Mark's eyes snapped open, squinting against the harsh sunlight filtering through the canopy. Alec's face loomed into view, blocking the glare. "Took you long enough," the older man grumbled with a theatrical sigh. "Had me worried there for a minute, kid." A sharp, throbbing ache suddenly ignited in Mark's skull, as if his brain had finally decided to join the waking world. The pain was immense, a pounding pressure behind his eyes. He groaned, hands going to his temples and finding the sticky residue of dried blood. "Ow," he managed, before another groan escaped him. "You got a good knock when we went down," Alec stated.
Count yourself lucky you're breathing, and even luckier I was around to pull you out.
It felt like it might finish him off, but Mark forced himself to sit up. He waited for the dizzy spots to clear and the pain to recede to a dull roar. Looking around, he saw they were in a small forest clearing. Thick, twisted roots snaked through a carpet of pine needles. About 30 yards off, the wrecked berg rested awkwardly between two massive oak trees, looking like some bizarre, smoldering metal fruit. It was crumpled and dented, tendrils of smoke curling from its frame. "What happened?" Mark asked, his thoughts still scrambled. "You drawing a blank?" "Pretty much, yeah. Everything after something decided my head was a good target is fuzzy." Alec threw his hands up. "Story's simple. We crashed. I hauled you out here. Then I got to enjoy the show while you twitched and mumbled in your sleep. More of those memories?" Mark just nodded, not wanting to discuss it. "I poked around the berg a bit," Alec said, thankfully moving on. "But the engine smoke drove me out. Once you're steady on your feet, we're going back in for a proper look. I'm going to find out who these jokers are and why they did this. Come hell or high water." "Okay," Mark replied. Then a jolt of fear hit him. "What about that virus we saw? What if the containers broke open in the crash? It could be everywhere." Alec reached out and gave Mark's shoulder a pat. "I know, I thought of that. Had to pass through that hatch room to escape. The boxes were still sealed tight. But how do viruses even work?" Mark pressed, the uncertainty gnawing at him. "Could we have it already? Would we know what kind of virus do you think it is anyway?" Alec let out a short, dry laugh. "Kid, those are all excellent questions I don't have the answers to. We'll have to ask our resident expert when we make it back. Maybe Lana's run across something like it before. But unless you start sneezing your lungs out, I wouldn't lose sleep over it. Remember, it dropped those other folks instantly, and you're still vertical." The warning label from the container flashed in Mark's mind. "Highly contagious." "I'll try to remember that," he said cautiously. "Any guess how far we flew from the settlement?" "Your guess is as good as mine. Might be a nice little hike back. But we'll manage." Mark lay back down, draping an arm over his eyes. "Just give me a few more minutes, then we should search the ship. Who knows what's left in there?" "You got it." 30 minutes later, Mark was inside the berg again, sifting through wreckage. The disorientation was profound. The craft was on its side, so he was walking on what used to be a wall. The grated floor, now a vertical surface. It messed with his balance and aggravated his headache and nausea, but his determination matched Alec's. They needed answers. Their mountain home clearly wasn't safe anymore. The real prize would have been the computer systems, but Alec had already checked. They were completely dead, offering no clues. The chances were good that he and Alec might stumble upon a portable phone or work pad somewhere in the wreckage, and with a bit of luck, it wouldn't be smashed to pieces. It felt like a lifetime since Mark had laid eyes on that kind of technology. After the solar flares hit, they'd been stuck with whatever gear hadn't been fried, and batteries never lasted forever. But if you owned a berg, odds were you had spare power sources too. A berg. He was actually inside one. The sheer scale of how much his world had shifted in just over a year was finally sinking in. There was a time when spotting a berg had been as ordinary as noticing a tree, and only yesterday he would have bet everything that he'd never see one again. Now here he was, digging through the very vessel he'd helped bring down, hunting for clues. It was thrilling, even though so far all he'd turned up was junk, scattered clothes, broken ship parts, and yet more junk. Then he hit the jackpot. A fully functional work pad. It was still on. The glow of the screen caught his eye. It was wedged between a thin mattress and the frame of a bunk in one of the cramped cabins. He powered it down the moment he pulled it free. If the battery died on this thing, there'd be no bringing it back. He found Alec in another cabin, bent over a personal storage trunk and muttering curses as he tried to pry it open. "Hey, check this out," Mark announced, holding up the work pad like a trophy.
What have you found?
Alec straightened up, his eyes widening at the sight.
I haven't found a single useful thing, and I'm just about done wrestling with this lock. Let's go take a proper look at that. I'm worried the battery's gonna die, Mark said. Yeah, well, that's all the more reason to dig into it now, don't you think? Let's do it outside then. I've had enough of this metal tomb.
They settled under the shade of a pine tree as the sun dragged itself across the sky. Mark could have sworn time actually slowed when that fiery ball was overhead, hammering them with its unnaturally intense rays. He kept having to wipe sweat from his palms as he navigated the workpad screen. Workpad. The name was almost a joke. It was packed with games, digital books, old news broadcasts from before the flares, even a personal journal that could be a goldmine if it had recent entries. But there wasn't much that seemed well work-related, until they finally discovered the mapping feature. It clearly wasn't pulling data from the old GPS satellites. Those had been wiped out in the radiation storm of the flares. But it appeared linked to a tracer on the berg itself, maybe running on old-school radar or some other shortwave tech. And there was a full log of every trip the wrecked ship had ever made. "Look at this," Alex said, tapping a spot on the display. Every flight path eventually led back to the same location. That's got to be their headquarters or base or whatever they call it, judging by the coordinates. And what I know about these hills we call home, it can't be more than 50 or 60 miles from here. Could be an old military installation, Mark suggested. Alec considered it. A bunker, maybe. That'd make sense, tucked away in the mountains. And we're going there, kids, sooner rather than later. Right now? Mark's head was still fuzzy from being knocked around in the crash. But surely the old man didn't plan to hike all that way before checking on their people. No, not right now. We need to get back to the settlement and figure out what went down there. See if Darnell's all right, and the others. Mark's stomach dropped at the mention of Darnell. You saw what was on that berg, those boxes of darts? There's no way those people went through all that trouble just for a fly-by-flu attack.
You're right. I hate it, but you're right. I'm not expecting a warm welcome when we get back. But we've got to go anyway, so come on.
Alec got to his feet, and Mark followed, tucking the workpad securely into the back waistband of his pants. Mark would have chosen the village over a bunker hunt without a second thought. They started back, his head throbbing and dizzy, but with each step and every quickening heartbeat, his strength seemed to return. The forest was alive with trees and sunlight, thickets and tangled roots, the scurry of squirrels and the rustle of insects. The air was warm yet clean, carrying scents of pine resin and something faintly charred, like distant campfire smoke. It filled his lungs deeply. The berg had carried them much farther than they realized, forcing them to spend 2 nights camping in the woods, resting just enough to regain their stamina. Their only meals came from small game Alec managed to snare with his knife. By the late afternoon of the 3rd day since the attack, they finally neared home. They were still about a mile out when the smell hit them, a wall of decay so thick it felt like a physical blow, a wave of suffocating heat. The sun was dipping low in the sky as they reached the base of the hill below the first scattered shacks. Mark had torn a long strip from the hem of his shirt, wrapping it tightly over his nose and mouth. He pressed his hand against the cloth as they climbed the final rise. The stench was horrific. He could taste it, a dank, rotten foulness that seemed to coat his tongue and settle sourly in his gut, as if he'd swallowed something spoiled. Fighting back nausea, he forced himself forward, step by step, dreading what they would find. Darnell. He'd already accepted with a heavy heart that his friend was likely gone. But Trina? Lana? What about Misty and the Toad? Were they alive, or had they fallen to some bizarre sickness? He halted when Alec's hand shot out, pressing firmly against his chest. "All right, listen up," the old man said, his voice muffled by his own makeshift mask. "We need to get a few things straight before we go any further. We can't let our feelings run the show. No matter what's up there, our first job is to save as many people as we can." Mark nodded and moved to walk on, but Alec held him back. "Mark, I need to know we're thinking the same way." Alec's stern, scowling expression reminded Mark of a displeased teacher. "If we get up there and start hugging people and weeping and trying hopeless things on folks who are too far gone just because we're upset, we'll only end up hurting more people. You follow? We have to think ahead. And as selfish as it sounds, we protect ourselves first. You hear me? Ourselves. We can't save anyone if we're dead." Mark met his gaze and saw an unyielding resolve. He knew Alec was right. Between the work pad, the map, and what they'd learned about the people on the Berg, it was obvious something much larger was happening. "Mark!" Alec snapped his fingers. "Talk to me, kid." "So what are you saying?" Mark asked. "If people look sick, if those darts really did spread something, we just avoid them." Alec took a slight step back, his face tightening with a look Mark couldn't quite decipher. "Put it that way, and it doesn't sound very noble, but you've got the right idea. We can't risk catching it, Mark. We have no idea what we're walking into."
I'm just saying we need to be ready, and if there's any doubt about someone, leave them behind for the animals.
Mark finished, his voice deliberately cold, hoping to sting the older man. Alec merely shook his head. "We don't even know what we'll find, boy. Let's just get up there and see, find our friends. But don't be reckless, that's all I'm saying. Don't get close to anyone. Don't touch anyone. Keep that rag over your face, do you understand?" Mark did. At the very least, it made sense to keep away from anyone hit by the darts. Highly contagious, the words echoed in his mind. And he knew Alec was right. "I understand. I won't do anything stupid, I promise." "I'll follow your lead," Mark said. A rare flicker of compassion softened Alec's features. "We've walked through fire, kid. I know it, but it's made us strong enough to face whatever comes next." He looked toward the village, his voice dropping. "Let's hope the others are still standing." "Let's hope," Mark echoed, adjusting the cloth over his face. Alec gave a curt, professional nod and began the climb. Mark steeled himself, pushing his emotions down, and followed as they reached the hill's crest. The source of the stench became horrifyingly clear. Dozens of bodies. On the village outskirts stood a simple three-walled shelter with a mud-reinforced thatched roof, originally built for storage. Everyone called it the Leaner because it seemed to tilt perpetually down the mountainside. Now it was a tomb. Mark's stomach turned. He'd witnessed more death in a year than most would in a lifetime. Yet the sight was no less shocking. At least 20 bodies lay side by side, faces stained with dried blood. Their discolored skin and the overwhelming odor spoke of deaths a day or two old. A quick scan showed Darnell wasn't among them, but Mark refused to feel relief. He pressed the cloth tighter to his face and looked away, his appetite gone for the foreseeable future. Alec, however, stared with a look of grim frustration rather than disgust. He probably wanted to investigate, to find answers in that grim tableau, but knew the recklessness of it. "Let's get into town," Mark urged, his voice tight. "Find our friends." "Okay," Alec replied. The village was unnervingly still, nothing but dust, parched wood, and stifling heat. No one walked the paths, but Mark sensed eyes watching from behind shutters and cracked walls. He was sure they'd been recognized by now. "Hey!" Alec's sudden shout cut the silence. "It's Alec! Someone come out and tell us what happened!" A muffled voice answered from ahead. "Everyone's been hiding since that berg came. Most who helped the wounded, they got sick and died too, just took a little longer." "It was the darts!" Alec yelled back, ensuring he was heard. "Might be a virus." "We crashed that berg 2 days from here. Found a crate of the darts they shot. They could have infected anyone they hit." Whispers rustled through the shelters, but no one emerged. Alec turned to Mark. At least they had the sense to stay inside. If it is a virus, maybe that contained it. If no one else is sick, maybe it died with those poor souls in the leaner. Mark shot him a skeptical glance. "I really hope you're right." Before Alec could respond, the sound of running footsteps echoed from the village center. They both turned as Trina came sprinting around a corner, her face streaked with dirt and sweat, etched with panic. Then her eyes found Mark, and they brightened instantly, a mirror of the relief flooding his own heart. Trina appeared well, a sight that eased the tension in his chest. She was running full tilt toward them, not slowing until Alec moved to intercept her. He placed himself in her path, arms extended, and she came to a sudden halt. "Easy now," Alec cautioned. "We can't be too careful these days. Let's keep our distance until we're sure it's safe." Mark thought she might protest, but Trina simply nodded, catching her breath. "All right, I'm so relieved you're here, but we have to hurry. I need to show you something. Follow me." She gestured urgently before spinning around and dashing back down the alley. Mark and Alec exchanged a glance, then took off after her, their footsteps echoing in the deserted main street. As they ran, Mark noticed faces peering from behind shuttered windows, heard the low murmur of frightened voices. After a few minutes, Trina stopped before a small, ramshackle hut. Its door was sealed shut with 3 heavy planks of wood nailed from the outside. Clearly, someone was trapped inside, and that person was screaming. The cries were barely recognizable as human. Trina flinched backward as they reached the shack, then turned to face them. Tears streaked her cheeks, and her expression held a depth of sorrow that struck Mark deeply even after everything they had endured.
"I know it's awful,"
she said, raising her voice over the wails. Mark could tell it was a male voice, but couldn't place it. The sounds were chilling. "But he insisted. He threatened to harm himself if we didn't lock him away. It's only gotten worse. We don't understand why he didn't. Why he's still here when others didn't make it." Lana was cautious from the start. She was worried it might be something that could spread. As soon as more people showed symptoms, she had him isolated. It all happened so fast. Mark was speechless. He started to speak, then stopped, a dreadful suspicion forming in his mind. Alec voiced it for him. "That's Darnell in there, isn't it?" Trina nodded, fresh tears spilling over. All Mark wanted was to pull her into an embrace and promise everything would be all right. But for now, words were all he had. "You did what you had to do, Trina." Lana was right. Darnell knew the risks, we all did. We have to be smart until we know this sickness has run its course. Another agonized scream tore from the hut, so raw it seemed to claw at the air. Mark fought the urge to clamp his hands over his ears. Then a broken phrase cut through. "My head." Mark's attention snapped to the shack. Those were the first coherent words. Almost without thinking, he moved toward a boarded-up window where a narrow gap ran between the planks. "Mark!" Alec shouted. "Get away from there! I'll be careful!" Mark called back. "I won't touch anything. You catch some plague, and I won't be amused. Not one bit." Mark shot him what he hoped was a confident look. "He's my friend. I just need to see him." He adjusted the cloth covering his nose and mouth, raising his eyebrows pointedly. Alec grumbled and looked away, but Trina watched him, conflict clear on her face. "Stay right there," Mark told her before she could decide. His voice was muffled, but she understood. She gave a small nod, her eyes dropping to the dirt. Mark turned back to the gap, The screaming had subsided into ragged whimpers, the same two words repeated like a mantra. My head, my head. He took a slow step closer, then another. The slit was now just inches from his face. He tightened the cloth behind his head, ensuring it was secure. Then, he leaned in and looked through the opening, the last slivers of daylight cut through the gloom of the shack, painting faint stripes on the packed earth. In one of those narrow bands, Mark could see Darnell's legs curled tight against his chest, but his face was lost in shadow, buried in his arms. The low, constant sound of whimpers and mumbled words filled the space, and Darnell's whole body trembled violently, as though he were stranded in a frozen wasteland.
Darnell!
Mark's voice was soft.
It's me, Mark. I know they put you through hell, man. I'm so sorry. Listen, we got the ones who did this, took down their transport, everything.
There was no answer, only that shuddering form and the ceaseless, broken mantra.
My head, my head, my head.
A cold, hollow dread settled in Mark's gut. He'd witnessed plenty of fear and death, but seeing his friend like this, isolated in his agony, felt uniquely devastating. It was so senseless after everything the world had endured. Why would anyone choose to add more pain? Wasn't there already enough? A hot, sudden fury washed over him. Mark drove his fist into the rough wall of the shack, splitting the skin over his knuckles. Someone would have to answer for this. Darnell? He tried again, desperate to offer some comfort. Maybe you're holding on because you're tougher than the rest. Just hang in there, okay? Ride it out. You'll... The words tasted like ash in his mouth, a pathetic lie. Anyway, the sergeant and I, Trina, Lana, we're gonna fix this, somehow. You just... Darnell's body went board stiff, his legs snapping straight and his arms locking at his sides. A scream, raw and guttural, tore from his throat. Less human, more like the roar of a wounded beast. Mark flinched back, then immediately pressed forward, peering through the gap. Darnell had thrashed into the center of the floor, his face now fully exposed in a beam of dusty light as he convulsed. Blood smeared his forehead, cheeks and chin, matting his hair. It trickled from his eyes and ears, beaded on his lips. With a jerky, frantic motion, he clawed his hands against the sides of his skull, twisting back and forth as if trying to wrench his own head free. The screams continued, punctuated by those two terrible words. My head, my head, my head, Darnell. Mark whispered, knowing any attempt to reach him was futile, and though it filled him with a nauseating guilt, he also knew going inside would be a death wish. My head. Darnell's final cry was a prolonged shriek of pure torment that forced Mark to retreat another step. He wasn't sure he could watch any longer. There was a scrape of movement from within, the shuffle of feet, then a heavy, wet impact against the door, and another, and another. Thunk, thunk, thunk. Mark squeezed his eyes shut. He knew exactly what that sound was. Trina was suddenly beside him, pulling him into a fierce embrace, her own body shaking with silent tears. Alec muttered something, but his heart wasn't in it. It was far too late. A few more sickening thuds followed, then one last sharp scream that dissolved into a wet, choking rattle. Afterward, Mark heard the heavy slump of Darnell's body hitting the floor, a final sigh of air. He was disgusted with himself. But in the sudden, awful quiet, all Mark felt was a profound, shameful relief that the suffering was over and that it hadn't been Trina. Mark had never considered Alec a gentle man. Not even close. But when the soldier came over and gently pulled Mark from Trina's arms, his expression was uncharacteristically soft. We've seen our share of ugly, Alec said, his gaze drifting toward the silent shack. But what we just heard, that might top the list. He paused, letting the weight of it sit between them. We can't quit now, though, from the very start. This has been about surviving. Mark gave a slow nod and looked over at Trina, drawing a shaky breath. The memory of a brief, desperate conversation they'd shared weeks ago, Huddled under a makeshift shelter during a rainstorm, flashed in his mind a moment of quiet hope that now felt galaxies away. Trina wiped a tear from her cheek, her eyes icy as she stared at Alec. "I'm so tired of just surviving. At least Darnell is finally free of all this." Mark was taken aback. In all their years of friendship, he had never heard such raw bitterness in her voice. "You don't mean that?" he insisted softly. "I know you don't." Her gaze shifted to him, the hard edge softening for just a moment. "When does it stop? We endure months of that brutal sun scorching the earth. We finally find a spot to build a shelter and scrounge for food. We were actually laughing a few days ago. Then men drop from the sky in a berg, shoot people with darts, and just like that, they're gone? What is this? Is it all some cruel game to amuse whoever's watching?" Her voice broke, and she sank to the hard ground, burying her face in her hands as quiet sobs shook her shoulders. Mark glanced at Alec, who gave him a pointed look that clearly said, "She's your friend, do something." "Trina?" Mark said gently. He moved to kneel behind her, placing a tentative hand on her shoulder. "I know. Just when we think we've hit bottom, it gets worse. I'm sorry." He had long since given up on empty reassurances. They'd all sworn off that pointless habit. "We stick together, no matter what," he continued, "and we'll do everything possible to avoid catching whatever took Darnell." "But to do that?" He rubbed her back and looked up, silently pleading for Alec to step in. "Then we have to be sharp," Alec stated firmly. "We have to be cautious, smart, and ready to be ruthless if it comes to it." Mark knew touching her might be reckless, but he didn't care. The thought of losing Trina made his own will to continue feel fragile. Trina lowered her hands and looked directly at Alec. "Mark, get up! Move away from me! Trina, do it! Now, go! Stand by Alec where I can see you both!" Mark complied, walking the 10 feet to join Alec before turning back. The crying, defeated version of Trina was gone, replaced by the determined woman he knew so well. She stood up, crossing her arms. "I've been extremely careful since you two were taken on that berg. Those suits, the darts, how fast the victims went down. It was obvious something was terribly wrong, even before Lana explained. Darnell was the only one I had any contact with, and he knew to keep his distance. He was the one who locked himself away and made me seal him in." She took a steadying breath, her eyes locking on each of them in turn. "My point is, I don't think I'm infected, not when it acted so fast on everyone else." "I can see that, but," Alex started. "I'm not done," Trina interrupted, her glare sharp.
"I know we have to be careful. I could be sick. We've already touched, but let's not do it again. Not until we're certain. All 3 of us need to make new masks and scrub our hands and faces constantly." Mark felt a surge of relief seeing her take control. "Makes perfect sense to me." "Absolutely," Alec agreed. "Now where are the others? Lana, Misty, the Toad?" Trina gestured vaguely toward the scattered shelters. "Everyone's isolated themselves, keeping apart just to be safe."
"Probably for another day or two until we're sure no one shows symptoms." The idea of sitting idle for days filled Mark with dread. "I'll lose my mind if we just wait. We found a work pad with a map showing where that berg originated. Let's gather what we need and leave. Maybe we can find some answers." "I'm with you," Alex said. "We need to put distance between us and this place." "Wait," Mark said, though he already knew the answer. "What about Darnell? Should we bury him?" The looks on Trina's and Alex's faces said everything. They couldn't risk going near the body. "Take us to Lana and the others," Alex said to Trina. They set off. While combing the settlement for the others, Mark half expected desperate faces to appear at windows, begging to join them. But a profound fear had taken root. No one dared step outside. The village was unnervingly still, yet he felt the weight of hidden stares from behind every curtain as they moved through the narrow lanes. In a way, it made sense. The world had doled out enough punishment. Why invite more? They retrieved Misty and the Toad from a second-story loft in a pine cabin on the town's far edge, as far from the gruesome scene at the Leaner as they could get. Trina wasn't certain where Lana might be. They discovered her almost an hour into their search, curled in a fitful sleep behind a thicket of riverside brush. She was embarrassed to be found napping, but exhaustion had finally won. The moment Mark and Alec had boarded the Berg and vanished into the tree line, Lana had taken command. She organized quarantines, oversaw the grim task of centralizing the bodies. Gloves and masks were used, she assured them, and coordinated food distribution to those sheltering in place. No one understood the catastrophe, but Lana had been adamant from the first hour, treat it as highly contagious. "I'm not infected," she stated firmly as they prepared to leave the stream bank. It was brutally fast. Those who fell ill later are already gone. I'd have signs by now if I were sick. Define fast, Mark pressed. Everyone except Darnell was gone within 12 hours, Lana answered. Symptoms appeared 2 or 3 hours after waking. Honestly, if you're standing here without any signs now, you're probably in the clear. Mark surveyed their little band. The toad shifted his weight, anxious. Misty studied the dirt. Alec and Lana locked eyes, having a whole silent argument. And Trina. Trina was looking right at him. Her expression said everything. They'd survive this, just like they'd survived everything before. It was their stubborn, unspoken pact. Back at the shack an hour later, they stuffed backpacks with every supply they could manage, moving with a new, instinctual caution, keeping space between them. Mark scrubbed his hands raw onto the pump 3 separate times during the frantic packing. They had just shouldered the heavy loads when Misty let out a low groan. Mark almost joked about the weight, but the words died when he saw her. She was ghostly pale, bracing herself against the table with both hands. A moment ago she'd been fine. Then her legs buckled and she dropped to one knee. Her hand rose, trembling, to touch her temple as if afraid of what she might find. "My head," she whispered, the words thin and strained. "Everyone out!" Lana shouted, her voice slicing through the room. "Now, get outside!" Mark froze, every instinct screaming to rush to Misty's side. "Outside, then we figure this out." Lana insisted, jabbing a finger toward the door. "Go," Misty murmured, her voice faint. "Listen to her." After a shared, desperate glance with Mark, Trina moved, striding out the door. Alec followed, then Lana. Mark turned to leave, but saw the toad rooted to the spot. "Come on, we'll talk it through out there." "Misty, tell him." "He's right, Toady," she said, having slid her pack off and sunk to the floor beside it. The speed of her collapse was terrifying. "Go, let me see what this is. Maybe it's just something I ate." But the hollow fear in her eyes betrayed her. She didn't believe it for a second. "We can't just keep leaving people behind." The toad shot back, his glare fixed on Mark. "Who cares what you do if it gets you killed?" Misty fired back, the outburst costing her. She slumped further, barely propped up. "If our places were swapped, you'd want me to leave, so go!" The command seemed to sap the last of her strength. "Come on," Mark said, his voice tight. "We're not abandoning her." "We're just stepping outside to talk," Mark said, trying to keep his voice steady. Toad stormed out of the shack, his boots thudding against the wooden planks as he grumbled, "This is completely insane. Everything is falling apart." Mark glanced at Misty, but she was focused on the floorboards, her breaths slow and deliberate. "I'm sorry," he managed to whisper before following the others. They agreed to wait 1 hour, a torturous stretch of time where every second felt like a lifetime. Mark couldn't sit still. He paced the dusty ground outside, his mind racing with fears about the virus possibly lurking in his own veins and in Trina's. The need for answers was a physical ache, so intense it almost made him forget that Misty could be dying just a few feet away. As the hour neared its end, Lana broke the heavy silence. "I think we need to shift our perspective here." Misty hadn't changed. She still lay on the floor inside, breathing steadily, but unmoving and silent. "What are you getting at?" Mark asked, relieved someone had finally spoken.
Darnell and Misty show us this sickness doesn't always hit right away, Lana explained. Alec's voice was firm. We should use the time we have. We need to hike to that location on the map, and we need to do it soon. He lowered his tone, adding, Look, I'm sorry, but we have to get out of this place. Where better to go than the source of those darts? Maybe there's something there. Medicine? Answers? Who knows? It sounded blunt, even cruel, but Mark couldn't argue.
He felt a desperate urge to put distance between himself and the shack, if for no other reason than to keep from screaming. "We can't just abandon Misty," Trina said, though her words lacked conviction. "We don't have a choice," Alec countered. Lana stood up from where she'd been leaning against the wall and brushed the dirt from her jeans. "We don't have to carry this guilt alone," she said quietly. "Let's ask Misty. She deserves that much. We'll do whatever she decides." Mark looked around at the others, their uncertain expressions mirroring his own. Taking their silence as agreement, Lana walked to the shack's open doorway. Without entering, she knocked on the frame and called out, "Misty, how are you holding up in there?" From his spot on the ground, Mark could see inside. Misty was on her back, but slowly turned her head toward them. "You all need to leave," she said, her voice thin and strained. "There's something really wrong inside my head. It feels like insects are crawling around, chewing at my thoughts." She took several ragged breaths, as if the effort of speaking had drained her. "But sweetie, how can we just go?" Lana asked. "Don't make me talk anymore, just go." Another labored breath. Mark could see the raw agony in her eyes. Lana turned back to the group. "Misty says we need to go." Mark knew they'd grown tough. They'd had to survive in the world since the solar flares. But this was different. This was leaving someone who was still breathing, still speaking. Misty's choice or not, he felt a cold guilt settling in his stomach. When he looked at Trina, his resolve solidified. Still, he let Alec take on the role of the pragmatist. The former soldier shouldered his pack. The best way to respect Misty right now is to move. We might find something that could actually help. Mark nodded, tightening the straps of his own backpack. Trina hesitated, then approached the doorway, facing Misty.
Misty?
She started, but her voice failed her.
Go!
Misty shouted, the force of it making Trina step back.
Go before whatever's in my head leaps out and gets you. Go! Just go!
She had pushed herself up on her elbows, screaming with a fury that made Mark wince, fearing she might hurt herself. In that moment, he saw the dawning horror in her eyes. The same terror Darnell must have felt.
"Okay,"
Trina whispered, her voice thick with sorrow. The toad was Misty's closest friend, and he hadn't spoken a word. He simply stood there, his gaze fixed on the dirt, eyes glistening with unshed tears. As Mark and the others gathered themselves to move on, the stout man remained rooted in place. It was Alec who finally broke the silence, asking him what he was doing. "I'm not going," the toad stated flatly. The moment the words left his mouth, Mark realized he'd been anticipating this very thing. It came as no shock at all. He also knew, with a sinking certainty, that arguing would be pointless. They were now saying goodbye to a second friend. Alec tried to reason with him, and Lana joined in, her voice edged with frustration. Trina stayed quiet, having clearly reached the same grim conclusion as Mark. Just as predicted, the toad didn't waver. "She's my best friend. I'm not leaving her." "But that's exactly what she wants for you," Lana countered, her tone softening for a brief moment. "She doesn't want you to stay here and risk dying beside her. She wants you to live." "I'm not leaving her," he repeated, his voice hardening as he shot Lana a look that could freeze water. From inside the shelter, Misty remained silent, either too weak to respond or unable to hear them. "Fine," Lana snapped, not bothering to mask her irritation any longer. "Catch up with us if you come to your senses." Mark just wanted to get away. The whole scene had become suffocating. He stole one last glance through the doorway at Misty, before turning to follow the others. She was curled tightly into herself, murmuring in a strange, sing-song voice too faint to decipher. but as they walked away, he felt a cold certainty settle in his gut. The girl had been singing. She'd finally broken, he thought. The strain had shattered her completely. They managed only about 3 miles before the deepening twilight made it impossible to go further. Mark was more than ready to stop, utterly drained from the relentless chaos of the day. Alec had to have known their progress would be limited, but staying anywhere near that village was unthinkable. Being finally away from it all, surrounded by the dense trees and the clean, pine-scented air of the forest, helped leach away some of the coiled tension and emotional whiplash of the last few hours. No one spoke much as they set up a rudimentary camp and shared a meager dinner of factory-sealed rations from Asheville. Lana insisted they maintain a safe distance from one another, so Mark lay on his side, several feet from Trina. The two of them just stared at each other, a silent ache for the simple comfort of a touch hanging between them. Mark fought the urge to close that gap a dozen times, knowing she wouldn't allow it anyway. They didn't need words. Their locked gaze said everything. Mark was sure she was cycling through the same dark thoughts, how their world had shattered yet again, and how they'd just lost 3 more companions who had survived the horrific journey from the ruins of New York City to these Appalachian foothills. And of course, the ever-present worry about the virus lingered. It wasn't a night for cheerful thinking. Alec, ignoring everyone, was hunched over the work pad they'd salvaged from the Berg. He'd already sketched a rough copy of the map they'd found, but he was scouring the device for any other useful data, his compass and notepad beside him. Lana sat nearby, occasionally offering a quiet suggestion. Mark felt his eyelids growing heavy. Across the space, Trina offered him a faint, weary smile. He managed to return it. Pathetic as it was still a smile. He drifted into sleep, and then, as always, the memories came flooding back, refusing to let him forget. They are being followed. It has only been a couple of hours since the world exploded in the city above them. Mark doesn't know what caused it. A terrorist bomb, a massive gas leak eruption, only that it involved fire. The heat is a physical weight. So are the screams. He and Trina have fled through the labyrinthine subtrans tunnels, ducking into abandoned maintenance shafts, descending deeper into the earth. But they are not alone. People are everywhere, most stripped down to raw, panicked instinct. Terrible things unfold in the shadows. Theft, threats, worse. It feels as though the only ones who escape the inferno above are the already desperate and the dangerous. In the chaos, Trina discovered a discarded crate of Instafood. Mark carries it now. Both of them operating on a kind of primal automatic survival setting, all other thoughts pushed aside. Others have clearly noticed them as well, and every face they pass in their frantic dash seems to recognize that Mark and Trina are carrying something valuable. Maybe more than just the food. No matter how many turns they take through the suffocating, grimy maze of tunnels, the man following them refuses to fall behind. He's large, surprisingly quick, and clings to them like a persistent shadow. Each time Mark glances back, the figure melts into some recess or crevice, only to reappear moments later. They're sprinting now through a corridor flooded with ankle-deep water, their steps echoing with loud, messy splashes. The glow from Mark's phone is their only guide, and he feels a cold dread at the thought of the battery dying. Being trapped down here, lost and utterly blind, is a fear that claws at his mind. Trina suddenly yanks his arm, pulling him through an opening on the right he'd completely missed. They stumble into what looks like an old storage closet, a relic from the days when this section was part of the active subway. "Turn it off," she hisses, dragging him further inside and positioning herself behind him. Mark kills the light, plunging them into the absolute darkness he'd just been fearing. For a heartbeat, panic threatens to take over. The urge to scream and thrash blindly is almost overwhelming. But the moment passes. He steadies his breath, grateful for the solid, reassuring pressure of Trina's hand against his back. "He wasn't close enough to see where we went," she whispers, her voice close to his ear, "and he can't move quietly through all that water. We wait." Mark nods, then whispers, "Okay." He adds more firmly, "But if he does find us, I'm done running." We stand together and take him down. Then we fight, Trina agrees. She tightens her grip on his arms and leans into him. Against all reason, given their terrifying circumstances, a wave of warmth floods through Mark, leaving him flushed and covered in goosebumps. If only she knew how he truly felt. A guilty pang follows somewhere deep down. He's almost grateful for the catastrophe that threw them together. Distant splashes interrupt his thoughts, then more, forming a rhythm of footsteps sloshing through the tunnel outside. The sound grows steadily louder as whoever it is, surely their pursuer, draws near. Mark presses back against Trina and the cold brick wall, wishing they could simply vanish into it. A light snaps onto Mark's right, so abruptly he almost cries out. The approaching footsteps halt, squinting, his eyes now adjusted to the dark. Mark tries to locate the source. The beam sweeps the room before settling directly on his face, blinding him. He looks away. It has to be a flashlight. "Who are you?" Trina demands. Though she's whispering, her voice seems deafening to Mark's strained nerves. The light shifts as a figure crawls from a hole in the wall and rises. Mark can barely make out details, but it's clearly a man filthy, with matted hair and torn clothing. A second man emerges behind him, then a third. All share the same desperate, dangerous look.
"I reckon we'll be the ones asking questions," the first stranger says, his voice rough. "We were here long before you two, and we ain't fond of visitors. What's got everyone scurrying around like rats? You don't look like our usual company."
Terror roots Mark to the spot. Nothing in his life has prepared him for this. He struggles to form words, but Trina speaks first. "Think about it," she says, her tone cutting through the fear. "We wouldn't be down here if things weren't completely wrong up there. In the city." Mark finds his voice. "Haven't you felt the heat? We think it was an explosion, a bomb, or a gas line." The man shrugs, utterly indifferent. "Why would we care? All I care about is my next meal. And maybe we got lucky today, a little gift for me and my crew." His gaze travels over Trina.
"You won't lay a finger on her," Mark says.
The man's predatory stare igniting a courage that had deserted him moments before.
"We have supplies. You can take them if you just go. We are not handing over our food."
Trina hisses. Mark turns to her, his voice a low, urgent whisper. "It's better than ending up dead." A sharp, metallic clicking cuts the air, once then again. When he looks back, the dim light catches the edges of knives. "Here's a lesson about us," one man drawls. "We don't negotiate in these parts. We'll take the food and anything else that catches our eye." They begin to advance, and then a shape explodes into the room from the left doorway. Mark's breath catches as a whirlwind of violence unfolds before him, a blur of spinning bodies, flying fists, knives clattering to the floor, and the sickening thuds of impacts. It's as if some avenging force has descended, dismantling the three attackers with terrifying efficiency. In under a minute, they are sprawled on the ground, moaning and cursing. The fallen flashlight illuminates the heavy boots of a massive man, the one who had been trailing them.
"You can thank me later,"
he grates out in a voice like grinding stone. "Name's Alec, and we've got a problem a whole lot bigger than these punks." Chapter 15. Mark awoke with a deep, throbbing pain in his ribs. He felt as though he'd been sleeping on a boulder for days. Groaning, he rolled onto his back and stared up at the pale sky through the tangled branches, the memory of that distant day rushing back with the clarity of a film reel. Alec had saved them then, and many times after. But Mark took some solid comfort in knowing he'd repaid that debt more than once. Their fuses were braided together as tightly as the roots in the mountain soil beneath them. The others stirred within the hour. Alec whipped up a quick breakfast using a few eggs he'd scavenged from the shack. Hunting would soon be necessary. Mark was quietly grateful he wasn't the designated expert, though he'd held his own often enough. As they ate in a tense, careful silence, avoiding contact with each other and anything potentially contaminated, Mark simmered with a quiet rage. It was infuriating. Just as they'd begun to grasp a shred of normalcy, someone had torn it all away. "Everyone ready to move?" Alec asked once the meal was done. "Yeah," Mark replied. Trina and Lana gave silent nods. "That work pad was a miracle," Alex said, tapping the device. "With this map and a good compass, I'm confident we'll get there. Who knows what we'll find waiting." They set out, picking their way through scorched timber and new, stubborn undergrowth. The day was a long march, descending one slope and laboring up the next. Mark's mind wandered, wondering if they'd stumble upon another encampment. Rumors persisted of small settlements scattered through the Appalachians, the only region left remotely habitable after the sun flares, the floods and the wholesale ruin of cities and forests. He clung to a fragile hope that things might one day be restored, maybe even in his lifetime. They paused by a narrow stream in the afternoon. Trina snapped her fingers, pulling Mark from his thoughts. When he looked, she tilted her head toward the woods, then stood and announced she needed a bathroom break. After she left, Mark waited a tense 2 minutes before making the same excuse. They met near a massive oak about 100 yards away. The air here was surprisingly fresh, carrying a clean, almost living scent. "What is it?" he asked. They maintained the mandated 5 feet of distance, a habit now ingrained even with no observers. "I can't stand this anymore," she said, her voice tight. "Just look at us. We hadn't really embraced since that attack on the village. We both seem perfectly fine, so keeping our distance feels pretty ridiculous now." Her words washed over him with a wave of relief. The situation was terrible, but hearing she still wanted that closeness meant everything. A smile touched Mark's lips. "All right then, let's ditch this whole quarantine nonsense." Saying it out loud made it sound even more absurd. "We'll just keep it between us so Lana doesn't freak out." She stepped into him, wrapped her arms around his waist, and kissed him. "Exactly. It's a pointless rule. No symptoms means we're probably safe." For a moment, Mark was speechless. He leaned in and returned her kiss, this one deeper and lasting much longer. They walked hand in hand until the camp was in sight, then reluctantly let go. With the emotions surging through him, Mark wasn't sure how long he could keep up the act, but facing Lana's or Alec's anger wasn't on his agenda just yet. "I figure we can reach the place day after tomorrow," Alec declared when they got back. "Might take us till sundown, but we'll make it. We'll rest up and decide our next move in the morning." "Sounds like a plan," Mark replied, his mind elsewhere as he rearranged his pack. He was still riding that quiet high, a temporary escape from all the chaos. "Then let's stop jawing and start pawing the ground," Alex said. The phrase was odd, but Mark just shrugged and caught Trina's eye. She was smiling. He desperately hoped the other two would turn in early tonight. As they followed Alec and Lana, they had to fight the temptation to reach for each other's hands again. That night the camp was still and dark, broken only by Alec's snores and the soft sound of Trina breathing against Mark's chest. They'd waited until the others were sound asleep before moving together. Mark lay there, gazing up through a gap in the tree branches at a spectacular spread of stars. His mother had taught him the constellations when he was little, and he'd shared that knowledge with his younger sister, Madison. The myths behind the star patterns were his favorite part. Growing up in a place like New York City, a clear night sky was a rare gift, making every trip to the countryside special. They'd spend hours tracing those ancient stories in the heavens. He found Orion, its belt shining more vividly than he could ever remember. Orion had been Madison's favorite, easy to spot, with a great story about a hunter, his loyal dogs, and an epic battle. Mark had always added a little more flair to the tale each time he told it. The memory tightened his throat and made his eyes sting. He missed her terribly. The pain was so sharp that a dark, cowardly part of him wished he could just forget. A sharp crack of a branch snapping in the woods shattered his thoughts. He jerked upright, unintentionally dislodging. Trina, who mumbled and rolled over, sinking back into sleep. Another crack echoed from the trees. He placed a hand on her shoulder, rising to his knees, his eyes straining against the deep darkness between the trunks. Without the constant hum of electricity and artificial lights, his hearing had grown keen. He forced himself to be still and listen. It could be anything, a deer, a raccoon, but he'd lasted this long in a broken world by never assuming. More sounds followed, the snap of twigs, the crack of heavier branches. Something was moving out there on 2 feet. He was just drawing breath to yell for Alec when a shadow detached itself from behind a tree and stepped into the faint moonlight. The flare of a match cut through the darkness, its sudden light illuminating the gaunt, trembling face of the man holding it. Mark's breath caught, then released in a rush of relief. "Toad, man, you just about scared the life out of me." Toad sank to his knees, bringing the flickering match closer. His eyes were hollow, glistening with a haunted, desperate moisture. "Are you all right?" Mark asked, the hope that this was mere exhaustion dying in his throat. "I'm not," Toad whispered, his entire face contorting as if fighting back a sob. "I'm not okay, Mark. Not at all. There are things living inside my skull." Chapter 16. Mark was moving before he fully processed the words, shaking Trina awake and hauling her upright. Toad was clearly sick, and he was standing far too close to their camp. The terrifying unknown of his condition made every instinct scream. Trina stumbled, bleary-eyed, but Mark pulled her along, putting the cold ashes of their night's fire between them and their friend. "Alec! Lana! Now!" he shouted. True to their soldierly reflexes, both were on their feet in an instant, though their confused gazes hadn't yet landed on the visitor. Mark didn't bother with preamble. "Toad, I'm glad you're here, that you're safe, but are you sick? Why?" Toad's voice was a raw scrape from the shadows where he knelt. "After everything, why did you just leave me there?" The question was a knife twist. We tried to get you to come?" Mark stammered, the excuse feeling pathetic even to his own ears. Toad ignored him, lost in his own torment. "There are things in my skull. I need help getting them out, before they eat through my brain and start crawling toward my heart." A low whimper escaped him, a sound so utterly broken it seemed inhuman. "What are your symptoms?" Lana asked, her voice carefully steady. "What happened after we left Misty?" Mark watched as Toad's silhouette raised trembling hands and pressed them hard against his temples. The gesture was unnerving, a pantomime of agony. "There are things in my head," he repeated, each word dripping with a simmering rage. "Of all the people left in this cursed world, I thought my friends would help me." He surged to his feet, his voice cracking into a shout. "Get them out!" "Easy there, Toad," Alec growled, the warning in his tone unmistakable. Mark felt the fragile moment straining toward violence. "Toad, listen, we will help you, but you need to sit down and stop yelling. Screaming won't fix this." Toad stood rigid, a statue of tension, his fists clenched at his sides. "Toad," Mark tried again, forcing calm into his voice. "Sit down. Then tell us everything that happened since the village." For a long moment, nothing. "Come on," Mark urged. "We want to help. Just sit and breathe." Finally, Toad crumpled, collapsing to the ground in a heap as if his strings had been cut. He lay there, emitting soft, pained moans as he rocked on his side. Mark drew a shaky breath, grasping for a sense of control. He realized he and Trina were standing shoulder to shoulder, a united front Alec and Lana hadn't yet registered. Moving carefully, Mark stepped around the fire pit and sat down. "That poor messed-up kid," he heard Alec mutter behind him, low enough for only their group to hear. Sometimes the old soldier's bluntness was a relief. Thankfully, Lana's practical compassion took over. "All right," she began, her tone softening into a professional cadence. "Toad, I can see you're in terrible pain. I'm so sorry. But to help, we need information. Can you talk to us about it?" The rocking and soft moaning continued, but Toad managed to reply. "I'll try. I don't know how long the things in my head will let me, though, so hurry."
"Okay,"
Lana said.
Okay, start from the moment we left you at the village.
What did you do? Mark asked. I stayed at the door and spoke with Misty, the toad replied, his voice drained. What else was I supposed to do? She's my closest friend, the truest friend I've ever known. Nothing else matters to me. How could anyone just leave their best friend behind? I get it. I'm glad she wasn't alone. She needed me. I could sense when it got really bad, so I went in and held her. I held her tight against me, hugged her, kissed her forehead, like she was a little child, like she was my own. I've never felt such a deep, strange happiness as I did holding her, feeling her life slip away in my arms. Mark shifted uncomfortably, a chill running down his spine at the toad's confession. He desperately hoped Lana was getting somewhere with her questions. How did it end? Lana pressed gently. Was it painful, like it was for Darnell? Yes, Lana, it was agony. She screamed and screamed until those things left her mind and burrowed into mine. Then we ended her suffering. The woods fell into an eerie, absolute quiet after that statement, and Mark felt the air catch in his throat. He heard Alex stir behind him, but Lana quickly hushed him. We, she echoed.
What do you mean, we, Toad?
And what things are you talking about crawling into your head? Their friend clutched his temples.
How can you not understand? How many times do I have to say it? We, me and the voices in my head. I don't know what they are. Do you hear me? I have no idea, you foolish, foolish children.
An unearthly, piercing shriek tore from his throat, growing louder and higher until it felt like the very trees trembled. Mark scrambled to his feet, stumbling back. It seemed every living creature for a mile had fled from that terrible sound. "Toad!" Lana shouted, but her voice was swallowed by the noise. The toad was rocking wildly, hands clawing at his head as he screamed. Mark glanced at his friends, their faces pale blurs in the dark. None of them knew what to do. That's enough. Mark barely heard Alec mutter as the older man pushed past him, striding purposefully toward the toad. Alec seized him by the collar, hauled him upright, and dragged him, struggling and shrieking, deeper into the forest. The screams grew ragged, broken by gasps for air, until both figures disappeared into the shadows. The awful sound gradually faded, replaced by the rustle of undergrowth. "What is he doing?" Lana whispered tensely. "Alec!" Mark called out. "Alec!" No answer came, only the distant, choked cries. Then, suddenly, silence, a complete jarring quiet as if a switch had been flipped. What in the world? Trina breathed behind Mark. Soon, steady footsteps crunched back toward them. For a heart-stopping moment, Mark feared the toad had overpowered Alec and was returning, unhinged and dangerous. But it was Alec who emerged from the gloom, his expression hidden in darkness. Mark could only imagine the grim resolve etched on his face. "I couldn't let him hurt anyone," Alec said, his voice unsteady. "Not if this is some kind of sickness. I need to go wash up in the creek." He held his hands out, staring at them for a long moment, before turning and marching toward the nearby stream. Mark thought he heard a stifled sob just before Alec vanished back into the trees. Chapter 17. After all that, they were supposed to just go back to sleep. Dawn was still far off. No one spoke a word after Alec had done, whatever he'd done, to the toad. The heavy silence was broken only by the distant murmur of the water, a sound that now felt cold and accusing. Mark felt like he might burst, his mind reeling from the chaos of the last 30 minutes. He desperately needed to talk, but when he turned to Trina, she only turned her back. She sank to the earth, pulling a blanket around herself as muffled sobs shook her shoulders. It shattered something in him. They'd had months without tears, and here they were, drowning in them again. She remained a mystery. From the start, she'd shown a strength and courage he'd never possessed, something that once shamed him, but now he cherished. Yet she also wore her heart openly, never afraid to let everything out in a storm of crying. Nearby, Lana moved through the camp without a word, finally settling to rest against a tree at its edge. Mark tried to find a comfortable spot himself, but sleep felt miles away. When Alec finally returned, no one spoke. Slowly, the sounds of the forest crept back into Mark's awareness, the hum of insects, a gentle wind through the leaves, but his thoughts kept spinning. What had just happened? What had Alec done to the toad? Could it really be what he suspected? Had it been quick or agonizing? How had everything gotten so twisted? Eventually, exhaustion pulled him under into a blank, dreamless sleep. The next morning, they sat like ghosts around a crackling fire.
This virus from the darts?
Lana began, her voice cutting the heavy silence. I think there's something off about it. Mark lifted his gaze from the flames, dragged back from replaying the night's horrors. Alec didn't miss a beat. Most viruses have something wrong with them, in my experience. Lana shot him a sharp look. You know what I mean? Can't any of you see it? See what? Mark asked.
That it's hitting people in different ways?
Trina offered quietly.
Exactly,
Lana said, pointing at her with a hint of pride. The ones struck by the darts died in hours. Then Darnell and the others who helped the wounded took a couple of days. Their main torment was that crushing pressure in their skulls, like their heads were in a vice. Then there's Misty, who went days without any signs. Mark's stomach tightened at the memory.
Yeah,
He murmured. Last we saw her, she was curled up on the ground singing. She said her head hurt. There was just something different, Lana pressed. You didn't see Darnell at the beginning. He went downhill fast, acting strange almost immediately. Misty seemed perfectly fine until the pain hit. But with both of them, she tapped her temple. Something wasn't right up here. And we all saw the toad last night, Alec added. Who knows how long he had it? Whether he carried it as long as Misty or caught it from her when she died, but he was raving, completely out of his mind. Show some respect, Trina snapped. Mark braced for Alec's retort, but the older man only bowed his head. I'm sorry, Trina, truly, but Lana and I are just trying to make sense of this mess. The toad wasn't in his right mind. You saw that. Trina didn't relent. So you killed him. That's not fair, Alec replied, his voice steady. If Misty died that quickly once symptoms showed, the toad was already gone. He was a danger to all of us, but he was also our friend. I showed him mercy, and maybe bought us a little more time. Unless you caught something from him, Lana said flatly. I was careful, washed off everything right after. Seems pointless, Mark muttered, sinking deeper into a numb despair. Maybe we all have it. Maybe it just takes longer depending on how strong you are. Alec rose up onto his knees. We're getting off track. Lana had a point. There's something off about this virus. It doesn't behave the same way every time. I'm no expert, but could it be evolving somehow? Altering itself each time it finds a new host? Lana gave a slow nod. Evolving, adapting, growing stronger. It's impossible to say for sure, but it's definitely changing. Strangely, it seems to take its time killing people the further it spreads, which counterintuitively makes it a more efficient carrier. You and Mark didn't witness the initial outbreak, but those first victims deteriorated unbelievably fast. Nothing like what happened to Misty. It was a violent, horrific spectacle for a brief period. Then it was done. Their seizures and hemorrhaging just turned them into perfect vessels to pass it along. Mark was thankful he'd been spared that sight. Yet after witnessing Darnell's prolonged suffering, he wondered if those early victims had gotten the merciful end. With painful clarity, he could still hear the frantic thudding of the boy's head against the door. It targets the mind, Trina said softly. The group turned to her. She'd put words to the terrifyingly obvious truth.
It absolutely targets the mind, Mark agreed. The agony is overwhelming. Then comes the complete mental break. Darnell was lost to hallucinations, utterly gone. Then Misty, and the toad. Trina voiced a new worry. What if they use different strains? How can we be certain it all began the same way? Mark shook his head. I checked the crates on the Berg. They all had matching serial codes. Alec pushed himself to his feet.
Well, if it is mutating and if any of us are infected, let's just hope it grants us a week or two of clear thinking before the madness sets in. Enough talk, we need to move, Charming thought. Trina muttered, standing up, shortly after they resumed their trek. By mid-afternoon, the outline of another settlement came into view. It wasn't on the route Alec had sketched on his crude map, but Mark could make out several substantial wooden structures through the tree line. The mere idea of encountering a larger community sparked a flicker of hope in his chest. "Should we investigate?" Lana asked. Alec hesitated, visibly weighing their limited options. "I'm not sure. My instinct is to stick to our planned route. We know nothing about who lives there?" "But maybe that's exactly why we should," Mark countered. "They might have information about the bunker, the headquarters, whatever we're calling that place the Berg originated from." Alec met his gaze, clearly torn.
I think we should take a look, Trina added. At the very least, we can warn them about what we've been through.
"All right," Alec conceded. 1 hour, no more. The wind shifted just as they neared the first cluster of small log huts with their thatched roofs, carrying a familiar gut-churning odor. It was the same scent of decay that had greeted Mark and Alec upon returning to their own village after pursuing the Berg, the smell of death. "Hold up," Alec shouted. "That's our signal. We're leaving now." Even as he spoke, the source of the stench became visible. Further along the path, a haphazard pile of bodies was stacked together. Then, movement. A small girl emerged from the direction of the dead, walking toward them. She looked to be about 5 or 6, with tangled dark hair and soiled clothing. "Everyone," Mark said quietly, gesturing toward the child. The others followed his gaze. She halted about 20 feet away, her face smudged with dirt, her eyes empty and deeply sad. She simply stared at them as the foul air clung to everything. "Hello there," Trina called out, her voice gentle. "Are you all right, sweetheart? Where is your family? Where is everyone from your village? Are they—" Her question trailed off, answered by the grim pile. The little girl replied in a whisper, pointing a thin finger toward the dense woods behind the group. "They all ran into the forest. They all ran away." Mark felt a chill at her words, though he couldn't say exactly why. He glanced over his shoulder, following her gaze, but saw only trees and brush, sunlight speckling the forest floor. When he turned back, Trina was already moving toward the girl. Alec's protest was weak, gravelly, more habit than conviction. Leaving adults behind was one thing. Ending a teenager's suffering, as Alec had done with the toad, was another grim reality. But this was a child. Everything felt different now. "Just try not to touch her," Alec muttered. "For all our sakes." The girl flinched, stepping back as Trina approached. "It's okay," Trina said, stopping. She knelt on one knee. "We're friendly, I promise. We came from a place with lots of kids, just like your village. Did you have friends here?" The girl nodded, then her expression clouded. She shook her head sadly. "They're gone now?" Trina asked. Another nod. Trina looked back at Mark, her eyes full of heartbreak, before turning to the girl again. "What's your name?" "Mine is Trina. Can you tell me yours?" After a long silence, the girl whispered, "Dee Dee, that's a really sweet name. My brother's name is Ricky." It was such a simple, childlike statement, yet it sent a memory of Madison crashing into Mark's mind. His heart clenched. He wished fiercely and suddenly that this girl were his little sister. And as always, he fought to keep his thoughts from spiraling into that darkest place, wondering what she must have endured when the flares hit. "Where is Ricky?" Trina asked gently. Dee Dee shrugged. "I don't know. He went with the others, into the woods." "With your mom and dad?" She shook her head, tears welling in her eyes. "No. They got hit by the arrows from the sky. Both of them. It was real nasty." The tears spilled over, tracing clean lines down her dusty cheeks. "I'm so sorry, sweetheart," Trina said, her voice thick with sincerity. Mark realized he'd never admired her more than in that moment. Some of our friends were hurt by the same people. Nasty, just like you said. I'm so sorry, Dee Dee cried quietly, rocking back and forth on her heels, a motion that again painfully reminded Mark of Madison. It's okay, she said, her small voice so forgiving it nearly broke him. I know it wasn't your fault. It was the bad men's fault. The ones in the funny green suits. Mark pictured that day, remembered staring up at figures on a berg. Or others just like them. How many of those ships were out there, armed with dart guns full of heaven, knew what? But why? What was the point? Trina pressed on, her tone soft. Why did the others leave? Why didn't you go with them? Dee Dee held up her right arm, fist clenched. She tugged her tattered sleeve up to reveal a circular wound near her shoulder, scabbed over but clearly neglected. She didn't speak, just held her arm out for them to see. Mark sucked in a sharp breath. She was hit by a dart. Trina shot him a warning look. I'm sorry about your owie, she said to Dee Dee. But do you know why they left? Where they were going? Why didn't you go? The girl thrust her arm out again, pointing insistently at the wound. Mark exchanged a glance with Alec and Lana. The same grim understanding passed between them. If she'd been shot, why was she still okay?
I really am sorry they hurt you,
Trina said gently. Looks like you got lucky. You don't have to answer if you don't want to. Dee Dee let out a frustrated groan and jabbed her finger at the wound once more. This is why. This is why they left me here. They're awful, just like those infected people, the little girl whispered, her voice trembling. Mark felt a surge of anger he couldn't contain. Let me tell you what likely happened, he interjected, though the words tasted bitter. They probably saw her get hit by a dart and assumed she was sick, so they just took off. Even as he said it, the logic felt hollow and cruel. How could anyone abandon a child? Trina knelt, her voice softening. Is that it, sweetheart? They left because they thought you were ill like the others? Dee Dee gave a tiny nod, fresh tears tracing paths through the grime on her cheeks. Trina rose, her gaze locking onto Alec. The weathered soldier raised a hand before she could speak. Don't even start. I might look like I lost a fight with a grizzly, but I'm not made of stone. The kid comes with us. A genuine smile, the first in what felt like ages, touched Trina's lips. Lana, ever practical, voiced the obvious concern. She probably is infected. The symptoms might just be delayed. Odds are we're all ticking time bombs, Alec grumbled, shifting the weight of his pack. We'll be careful with her, Trina insisted. We keep clean, use masks, avoid touching our faces. But I'm not leaving her. Not until... Her voice trailed off, and Mark was grateful she didn't finish the thought. Another mouth to feed. Alex sighed, then offered a rare gruff smile. Suppose she won't eat much. Part of me wants to tear this place apart for supplies. But whatever's killing people is probably coating every surface. We're leaving now. To Mark's surprise, Dee Dee went to Trina without protest. Alec led them back to his meticulously charted path. As they walked, Mark tried to ignore the chilling fact that their direction matched where Dee Dee had pointed earlier. For hours, they encountered no one living or otherwise, and the grim reality of her abandonment began to fade into the rhythm of their march. The girl was a quiet trooper, never complaining as they navigated the relentless rocky slopes. Trina stayed close, a cloth mask over her face. At dinner, Dee Dee ate with a quiet desperation that spoke of recent hunger. They hiked further before making camp, with Alec estimating just one more day of travel. Watching Trina care for Dee Dee, making her a bed, helping her wash in a cold stream, telling a hushed story as dusk enveloped the pines, stirred a deep ache in Mark. He longed for a mundane future where safety was a given, where horror was replaced by mere boredom, and where a child like Dee Dee could laugh freely. He settled beside them, clinging to that fragile hope, until sleep pulled him under and the nightmares arrived, ruthlessly smothering his fleeting optimism. Chapter 19. It took Mark less than 10 minutes to decide. Alec was the person he wanted glued to his side until they were home. Not only had the man disarmed 3 attackers in under 30 seconds, but his military background meant he took charge without apology.
Sometimes you can trust the gossip, Alex said as they slogged through the damp tunnel outside the storage room. Most times it's some fool trying to sound tough, but when every story starts saying the same thing, you'd better wake up and listen. You're probably wondering what my point is. Mark glanced at Trina, her features barely visible in the shaky beam from Alec's flashlight. She shot him a look that clearly said, "Who is this guy?" She clung to the box of food she discovered earlier, holding it close like a child with a favorite toy, refusing to let anyone else take it. "Yeah, we're wondering," Mark finally answered. Alec halted and spun around with startling speed. For a moment, Mark feared his tone had come off as disrespectful and braced for a confrontation. Instead, the weathered man simply raised a single finger. "We have 1 hour tops to get clear of these tunnels. You understand me? 1 hour." He turned and resumed his brisk pace. "Wait, what?" Mark asked, hurrying to keep up. "What are you talking about? Why? Isn't it dangerous to go up there until... I'm not sure, solar flares?" He said the 2 words as if they explained everything, as if the others should immediately grasp the full picture forming in his mind. "Solar flares?" Trina echoed. "That's what you think happened up there?" "Absolutely certain, my dear. Absolutely certain." Mark's sense of dread multiplied instantly. If this wasn't a local event, if it was truly something as vast as solar flares, then the fragile hope he'd held for his family evaporated completely. "How can you be sure?" He heard the tremor in his own voice. Alec's reply was rock steady. "Because before I broke away from the crowds, I heard too many people from too many different areas describing the exact same thing. News outlets supposedly issued warnings right before everything went dark." "It's solar flares, no question. Extreme heat and a wave of radiation. A 1-2 punch. The world thought it was ready for something like that. The world was wrong, in my honest opinion." A heavy silence fell over the 3 of them. Alec kept walking, Mark and Trina trailing behind. They navigated turns, entered new passageways, and avoided others whenever they drew near. With every step, Mark's heart sank deeper into a pit of despair. He didn't know how to process a catastrophe of this scale. He outright refused to accept that his family was lost, vowing silently that he wouldn't stop searching until he found them safe and whole. Alec eventually stopped in a lengthy corridor that looked identical to all the others. "I've got a few other folks waiting," he stated. "I left them to scout for supplies and gather intel. Lana and I have worked together for ages. We were both contractors for the Defense Department. She's ex-military, like me, an Army medic. The others are survivors we've collected along the way. You 2 fill our last spots. We can't take another soul or we'll never succeed." "Succeed at what?" Mark asked. "Getting back to the surface," Alec replied, which was the last thing Mark anticipated hearing. "Back into the city, as horrific as it is now. If we stay indoors for a stretch, we should manage. But we have to get topside before the floodwaters rise and drown everyone down here." Mark jolted awake, rolling onto his side, his eyes wide open and his breaths coming in short gasps. And he hadn't even reached the worst part of the dream. He didn't want to remember any of it. He didn't want to re-experience the sheer panic of that day. "Please," he pleaded inwardly. "Please, no, please. Not tonight. I can't do it." He wasn't even sure who he was addressing. Was he bargaining with his own mind? Perhaps he'd contracted the sickness from the toad and was starting to lose his sanity. He fell onto his back, gazing up at the tangled branches and the cold stars. There was no trace of approaching dawn in the sky. It was utterly, profoundly dark. He desperately wished for morning for a few hours' respite from the menace of his own nightmares.
Maybe he could just stay awake. He pushed himself up, peering into the shadows. He could make out little more than the silhouettes of trees and the still forms of his friends sleeping around him. He thought about waking Trina. She would understand his need for companionship. He wouldn't even have to confess the dream. But she looked so serene in her sleep, her breathing soft, and even with a resigned sigh. He abandoned the idea, knowing he'd feel too guilty robbing her of precious rest. The next day promised miles of walking, made heavier by the responsibility of watching over little Dee Dee. Mark settled back down, shifting until he found a comfortable position, fighting against the pull of sleep. He dreaded what dreams might come. The memory of churning water and distant screams was bad enough while awake. His mind kept returning to that underground room beneath New York, where they first encountered Lana and the others. Alec's grim face was etched in his memory as the man laid out their new reality. Surviving the solar flares was just the beginning. The real, immediate threat was the tsunami racing toward them. The flares had been a global catastrophe, unleashing infernal heat that was rapidly melting the polar ice. Sea levels were rising at a terrifying, world-ending pace. Manhattan would be submerged under feet of water in a matter of hours. Alec explained all this while they were huddled deep below the streets, in the very path the water would take to drown everything. These thoughts circled in Mark's head for another hour, a torturous loop. He was afraid of his own fear. Exhaustion finally won, and sleep took him like a tide of dark, cold waves. The Lincoln Building stood as one of New York's tallest and most modern structures, a rare beacon with direct access to the subtrans system. Alec was adamant it was their destination, claiming to have a full system map on his phone, though his visible anxiety about their timing betrayed his usual hardened demeanor. In the dim light before their departure, Mark saw the doubt in the older man's eyes, a stark contrast to the persona of a guy who seemed like he could stare down a cage of lions and calmly pick which one to fight first. Just get to the Lincoln Building, Mark told himself. Then you can focus on finding your family. They were running now, a single-file line racing through one of the countless seemingly endless tunnels beneath the city. Alec led, followed by Lana, the woman he'd worked with for over a decade. Next came a boy Mark's age named Darnell, then a girl called Misty, older, maybe 18, and a muscular, shorter guy she referred to as the Toad, a nickname he wore with apparent pride. Mark and Trina followed, with the youngest of their group, a 13-year-old named Baxter, insisting on taking the rear guard to watch for surprises. As they ran, Mark found himself hoping for the chance to become proper friends with the tough kid. I hope he knows what he's doing. Trina whispered beside him, their jogging steps falling in sync. For a bizarre, fleeting moment, Mark pictured them on a beach at sunset instead. A ridiculous daydream he was grateful she couldn't hear. He does, Mark insisted, fighting to keep the tremor from his own voice. He'd never realized he could be such a coward until now, with every step shadowed by the fear of what might happen next. A tsunami, Trina said, the word dripping with venom. We're buried in the subtrans under New York City, and that's our biggest worry? A tsunami? We're underground, Mark shot back, a spike of nervous sarcasm sharpening his tone. And our city is, last I checked, right next to the ocean. Water tends to go down. Gravity? Remember? He immediately felt her glare and knew he deserved it. His nerves were fraying, turning him into a jerk. Sorry, he muttered, his breath becoming labored from the run. I'm just completely terrified. I'm sorry, she said quietly. It's fine. I wasn't really asking. I'm just processing, I guess. Trying to wrap my head around it. Solar flares and a tidal wave. This morning, those were just words in a science book. Now they're everything.
It's awful!
Mark managed, the words feeling hollow. He didn't want to discuss it further. Every mention just tightened the knot of dread in his stomach. Alec slowed as they reached the tunnel's end, turning to face the group. Everyone was panting, and Mark's clothes were plastered to his skin with sweat.
We're heading into one of the newer transit corridors now,
Alec announced, his voice low. It'll be crowded. And when people think it's the end of the world, they don't always act like their best selves. Expect the worst. As their breathing steadied, Mark could hear the murmur of a crowd from beyond the door, a chaotic blend of voices, shuffling feet, and chillingly, the distant sounds of sobbing and sharp, pained cries. Their cramped, musty storage room suddenly felt like a sanctuary. Lana picked up the thread. We move quickly. Don't make eye contact, but don't look lost either. We can't be seen with anything valuable. Empty your pockets, leave anything you're carrying. If we look like we have supplies, we're targets. We'll have to scavenge what we need once we reach the Lincoln Building. Several of them had been clutching the food packets Trina had discovered. They dropped them to the floor, and Mark saw the hope drain from Trina's face with each discarded package. We go through here, Alex said, glancing at his phone. The screen was dim, the battery icon flashing a warning. Then we drop onto the train tracks. If we avoid the main platform, we might avoid the worst of the crowd. It's a straight shot for about half a mile. Then we find the stairwell access for the Lincoln Building. That staircase climbs 90 floors. It's our only way up. Mark scanned the faces around him. Nervous energy buzzed in the air. The toad was practically vibrating on the spot, a nervous habit that felt grimly fitting. Let's move, Alec commanded. Stay in a tight group. Watch each other's backs. Trina let out a soft groan at the instruction, and Mark silently wished Alec hadn't phrased it quite so starkly. Go, now! Lana urged, her tone sharp, whether from fear or a need to rally them. Mark couldn't tell. Alec pushed the door open and stepped through. A wall of stifling dry heat hit them immediately. Mark gasped, the air feeling thin and scorched in his lungs, and he had to force himself to take shallow breaths until he adjusted. He followed Trina into a vast, dimly lit tunnel, stepping onto a narrow service walkway several feet above the dormant train tracks. Alec and Lana were already down on the gravel bed, reaching up to help the others. One by one, they took the offered hands, jumped down, and landed with a jarring impact. Mark looked up. Faint, dusty light filtered down from a distant stairwell, a passage to the ruined world above. His eyes were drawn to the crowded platform across the way, where dozens of faces were now turned, staring blankly at the new arrivals. What he saw there made his blood run cold. The space was a swarming mass of desperation. At least half the people bore visible injuries, deep gashes, angry burns. Some lay on the ground, writhing and crying out. There were children everywhere, many hurt and clinging to adults, their small faces streaked with dirt and tears. That sight, more than anything, cracked something inside him. In one corner, two men were locked in a savage, silent brawl, trading brutal blows, while others simply shuffled past, ignoring them. Near the edge, a woman sat slumped, the features of her face horrifically blurred by burns and congealed blood. It was a vision of pure chaos, a pocket of hell carved into the earth. Walk, Alec ordered, his voice cutting through the din once they were all on the tracks. They obeyed, pressing close together. Mark had Trina on his left and the younger boy, Baxter, on his right. Baxter's eyes were wide with terror, and Mark wanted to offer some comfort, but any words he thought of felt meaningless and thin. They would have been a lie. Alec and Lana stood defiantly before Mark, their postures a clear challenge to anyone foolish enough to get in their way. They had just reached the midpoint of the main concourse when two men and a woman dropped onto the tracks, planting themselves directly in the path and bringing the group to an abrupt halt. The strangers were grimy, yet physically unscathed, though their eyes held a deep, unsettling trauma. "Just where do you think you're headed?" the woman demanded. Her companion chimed in. "You all look awfully purposeful? Got some secret destination the rest of us aren't privy to?" The second man edged closer to Alec, his voice tight. "In case you missed the memo, the sun just tried to fry the planet. People are gone. A lot of people. And it really grinds my gears, watching you stroll through here like it's just another Tuesday." More figures began dropping from the platform landing, gathering behind the initial three and effectively sealing off the route. A voice from the crowd yelled, "Check them for supplies!" In a flash, Alex swung his fist, catching the man in front of him squarely. The man's head jerked back, a spray of blood erupting from his nose as he crumpled to the ground. The sudden violence froze everyone for a heartbeat. Then, with a collective roar, several people surged into Mark's group. Pandemonium erupted. Punches were thrown, kicks lashed out, hands clawed, and hair was pulled. Mark took a blow to the jaw just as he saw Trina being dragged away by a stranger. A white-hot fury ignited within him. He fought back blindly, swinging his arms until he landed 2 solid hits, then shoved his assailant aside. His eyes found a man now on top of Trina, wrestling her on the ground as she fought desperately to free her arms. Mark launched himself at the attacker, and the 2 men tumbled away from Trina, rolling across the filthy concrete. They traded wild punches, Mark barely registering the pain of the hits. They grappled, a chaotic mess of flailing limbs, until Mark managed to wrench himself free. He scrambled back, checking for Trina. She was already on her feet. She rushed over and aimed a kick at her attacker's face, but her foot slipped, sending her sprawling onto her back. The man lunged for her, but Mark was there again, driving his shoulder into the man's stomach. With a pained grunt, the stranger doubled over. Mark climbed up, grabbed Trina's hand, and the 2 shoved their way out of the scrum. They turned to assess the brawl. It was still raging, though thankfully no new combatants had joined from above. Mark spotted the Toad decking someone. Alec and Lana were fending off a man and a woman to protect Misty and Baxter. A couple of other people from the mob were already retreating. It seemed the fight was winding down. That was when the deep, growing rumble started. The tunnel floor shuddered faintly, as if by some unspoken command. Every fight ceased instantly. People scrambled to their feet, looking around in confusion. Mark, still clutching Trina's hand, scanned the shadows. "What is that?" Trina shouted over the rising noise. Mark just shook his head, his eyes darting everywhere. The vibration under his feet intensified, and the rumble swelled into a deafening roar. His gaze snapped to the staircase leading up from the subtrans concourse, a moment before the screams began. A tidal wave of sheer terror from the crowd, as a monstrous churning wall of filthy water cascaded down the wide steps. Mark opened his eyes. There was no jolt, no gasp, no dramatic awakening. He simply became aware that he was awake, and that his face was damp with tears. Morning sunlight filtered brightly through the trees. The wall of water. That image was seared into his mind forever. The horrifying living force of it pouring down those stairs. The helpless first victims being swallowed by the torrent. "Are you okay, Trina?" "Perfect." He swiped quickly at his cheeks and turned toward her, clinging to the frail hope that she hadn't noticed he'd been crying in his sleep. But one look at her face extinguished that small hope. She wore the expression of a worried mother. "Hey," he mumbled, the awkwardness thick in his throat. "Morning. How are you holding up?" "Mark, please don't treat me like I'm clueless. Just tell me what's bothering you." He met her eyes, silently pleading not to have this conversation. His gaze drifted past her to Dee Dee, who was propped against a nearby tree, methodically stripping the bark from a small branch. Her expression wasn't joyful, but the crushing despair from before had lifted. It was something. "Mark?" He turned back to Trina. "It was just a nightmare, a bad one. About what happened." "You know exactly what?" She frowned, persistent. "Which part, though? Sometimes saying it out loud takes the power away?" "I doubt it." Mark sighed, immediately regretting his tone. She was only trying to help. It was right there in the concourse just before the flood hit. When we were dealing with those thugs, I woke up right as everything went wrong. Went wrong? As if any of it had ever been right. Trina looked down at the ground. "I wish those dreams would leave you alone. We survived. That's what counts. You've got to find a way to put it behind you." She winced, softening her words. "Sorry. I know it's not that simple. I just hate seeing you trapped back there. I know. I hate it too. He reached out and gave her knee an awkward pat, feeling foolish, especially as Alec and Lana returned from the stream with their refilled canteens. How's she doing? Mark asked Trina, nodding toward Dee Dee. Better, I think. She's still quiet, but she seems to trust me now. I can't even fathom the sheer terror she must have felt, being abandoned like that. A fresh wave of anger boiled up in Mark's chest. What kind of person does that? Seriously, what absolute? Trina nodded grimly. Desperate people do desperate things. It's the oldest story. Yeah, but she's barely 4 years old. His voice was a strained mix of a whisper and a shout, torn between not alarming Dee Dee and containing his fury. I know, Trina replied, her voice gentle. I know. Lana approached, her eyes full of a quiet understanding. We should get moving, she said. We'll work it out as we go. The day stretched on, monotonous and exhausting. Initially, Mark was on high alert, his mind fixated on the people from Dee Dee's village and the ominous direction she had indicated. If she was correct, they were out here somewhere, a shadowy presence doing who knew what. Logically, he knew they were probably just scared survivors like anyone else, fleeing violence and sickness. But the haunted way Dee Dee had spoken of them, and the vivid memory of her pointing accusingly at her own injury, left a deep unease in his gut. After several hours with no sign of anyone, his vigilance gave way to the sheer drudgery of the hike, endless walking through dense woods, scrambling over rocks, and forcing paths through tangled underbrush. He found himself questioning, not for the first time, whether their destination was even real or just a fool's hope. By mid-afternoon, they paused to rest by a river, chewing on granola bars. Mark noted, with a sliver of dark humor, that if they had nothing else, they at least had an abundance of fresh water. We're getting close now, Alec announced between bites. Need to stay sharp? A place like that? Probably has lookouts. I'd bet my last bullet it's stocked with enough supplies to make anyone jealous. We've certainly had our share of emergencies, Lana muttered, scanning the tree line. Whoever's there better have one heck of a welcome speech ready. Alec shoved another piece of his bar into his cheek. Now you're talking. Did the Army skip the chapter on basic manners? Trina asked, her tone shifting from concern to lightly sarcastic. It's possible to finish a sentence before you start chewing, you know. The food isn't going to stage a mutiny. Alec just grinned and took another deliberate, loud chomp. Is that so? Alec's laugh came out as a rough croak, sending a few bits of granola flying. That only made him roar louder, dissolving into a coughing fit before he could catch his breath, only to start laughing all over again. It was so unusual to see the hardened man so unguarded that Mark was momentarily stunned. Then the warmth of the moment washed over him, and he found himself chuckling along. The original joke long forgotten, but the shared joy infectious. Trina wore a soft smile, and little Dee Dee's delighted giggles bubbled through the air, lifting the heavy mood that had clung to them. Honestly, with all this carrying on, you'd think someone cut the cheese, Lana remarked, her expression utterly flat. That set everyone off on an even bigger, breathless laughing spree that lasted for minutes, repeatedly reignited whenever Alec mimed a low, rumbling fart sound. Mark laughed until his cheeks ached, his attempts to stifle his grin only making him snort harder. Eventually, the fit subsided, ending with one long, contented sigh from the former soldier. He pushed himself to his feet. Feel like I could sprint a marathon right now, he declared. Let's hit the trail. As they set off, Mark noticed the haunting dream from the previous night had faded back into a distant, blurry memory. Chapter 22. Alec and Lana adopted a far more vigilant pace for the next leg of the journey, pausing every quarter hour to listen intently for any sign of patrols or hidden snares, sticking close to the shelter of the tree line. The sun was dipping low, perhaps 2 hours from full sunset, when Alec signaled for a huddle. At some point, the two adults had clearly abandoned any concern about personal space. They gathered in a small clearing, encircled by thick oaks and towering ancient pines that had somehow survived the solar flares. Their feet crunching on dry, brittle leaves, the spot sat in a shallow valley nestled between two rolling hills. Mark, his spirits still high, wondered what the older man had in mind. "I've avoided doing this as much as I could," Alec admitted. "But it's time to check the work pad and see if my hand-drawn mess of a map is still worth the paper it's on. Let's pray my old brain hasn't led us on a wild goose chase." "Absolutely," Lana chimed in dryly. "Let's hope we haven't accidentally wandered into Canada or Mexico by now. Hilarious." Alec switched on the device and navigated to the maps, pulling up the one that charted the berg's flight patterns, all the lines converging on a single point. He retrieved his compass. As the others watched in silence, he spent a full minute scrutinizing the screen, tracing routes with his finger, comparing it to his crumpled paper version, occasionally closing his eyes in deep concentration. Mark figured he was mentally retracing every twist and turn of their path, aligning memory with the digital chart. Finally, Alex stood and slowly turned a full circle, squinting at the sun's position before checking his compass. "Yep," he muttered to himself. "Yep, all right." He crouched again, studying the maps for another long minute and making a few small corrections on his paper. A knot of impatience and worry tightened in Mark's stomach. Had they veered hopelessly off course? But Alec's next words dissolved the anxiety. "Well, seriously, after all this time you'd think I'd stop impressing myself. But here we are." "Oh, good grief," Lana groaned. Alec tapped a spot just to the west of the central hub on the workpad screen. "Unless some virus is chewing through my gray matter and I'm talking nonsense, we are standing right about here. No more than 5 miles from where that berg docks every night." "You're certain?" Trina asked. "I know how to read a map, and I know how to read the land. I know my compass and I know the sun. All these mountains and valleys might look identical to your untrained eye. But take it from me, they're not, and look here," he pointed to a marked dot. "That's Asheville, just a few miles east. We're practically on its doorstep." Mark had a feeling his optimism was about to run out. They trekked another mile, pushing into a dense patch of forest far thicker than any they'd seen. Alec insisted on the heavy cover, worried the group they were tracking might send scouts after dark. Once they'd made camp and eaten a cold dinner, they gathered in a tight circle where a fire would have been too risky this close to the berg's base. As daylight bled into evening and crickets started their nightly chorus, they just sat there looking at one another. Mark pressed for a plan, but Alec shut it down. He needed to think, then run ideas by Lana before bringing the others in.
"So, our opinions don't matter?"
Trina challenged.
"In time," he grunted. "End of discussion." Trina blew out a long, dramatic breath. "And here I was, starting to like you again." "Yeah, well," Alec muttered, leaning back against a tree and shutting his eyes. "Let me use my head for a minute." Trina shot Mark a look, but he only smiled back. He'd grown accustomed to the old man's rough edges years ago. Besides, he agreed Mark had no clue what they should do come morning.
"How do you scout a place and people you know nothing about?" "You holding up okay, Dee Dee?" he asked. The girl was sitting cross-legged, staring blankly at the dirt. "What's on your mind?" She shrugged and offered a weak smile. It hit him then. She was probably scared about tomorrow. "Listen, you've got nothing to be afraid of. We won't let anything happen to you. Got it? Promise? I promise." Trina scooted over and wrapped an arm around the girl. If there had ever been any question about Alec and Lana disapproving of closeness or touch, it vanished then. Neither adult said a word. "All this is grown-up business," Trina told Dee Dee softly. "Don't you worry, we'll keep you somewhere safe, and all we're doing tomorrow is talking. That's it. Everything's going to be just fine." Mark was about to add his own reassurance when a sound drifted from the woods, a voice singing. "You hear that?" he whispered. The others stilled, Alec most of all. His eyes flew open, and he straightened up. "Hear what?" Trina asked. "Just listen." Mark raised a finger to his lips, and turned his ear toward the noise. It was faint, but unmistakable. A woman's voice chanting something, and closer than he first thought. A cold shiver traced his spine, throwing him back to Misty singing softly as the sickness took her. "What in God's name is that?" Alec whispered. No one answered. They just listened. The melody was high and drifting, almost beautiful if it weren't so utterly out of place here. Then a man's voice joined, then several others, until it swelled into a full chorus. "Are you kidding me?" Trina murmured. "Is there some kind of church out here?" Alec leaned forward, his expression grim. "Hate to say it, but we need to look into this. I'll go, the rest of you stay put and stay quiet. For all we know, it's a trap." "I'm coming with you," Mark said, the words tumbling out. He couldn't just sit there, and his curiosity was burning. Alec hesitated, glancing at Lana and then Trina. "What?" Trina said, catching his look. "You don't think we can handle ourselves? Go. We'll be fine, right, Dee-Dee?" The little girl had gone pale. The singing clearly rattled her, but she managed a small nod and a brave smile for Trina. "All right then," Alec said. "Let's go, Mark. We should see what's happening." Dee-Dee cleared her throat, her hands trembling slightly, as if she were trying to find the words.
"What is it?"
Trina asked gently. "Do you know something about this?" The girl nodded quickly, her face still etched with fear. Then the words came tumbling out in a rush, more than she'd spoken since they'd found her.
"The people I was with, it has to be them."
They changed, started acting strange. They talked about the trees and the animals having spirits, like it was all magic. They left me behind because they said I was wrong. Her voice broke into a soft cry on the last word. "Because I got shot and never got sick like they did." Mark exchanged a look with the others. The situation had just taken a turn for the bizarre. "We'd better go take a look then," Lana said firmly. "You need to know if they're a threat, if they're coming this way, but be careful out there." Alec nodded, a restless energy about him as he moved to leave. He gave Mark's shoulder a light tap and was turning to go when Dee-Dee added one last chilling warning. "Be careful of the man with no ears. He's not right." She buried her face in Trina's shoulder, her body shaking with sobs. Mark glanced at Alec, who shook his head slightly, a silent message not to push her further. With a gesture, Alec led the way, and the two of them slipped into the shadowy woods. The eerie singing continued as they moved through the forest. They did their best to move quietly, but Mark seemed to have a talent for finding every dry twig and brittle branch underfoot, each snap echoing like a small explosion in the hushed woods. Every time it happened, Alec shot him a look that could curdle milk, as if such clumsiness was a personal insult to stealth itself. Mark could only mutter, "Sorry," each time, trying to watch his step yet somehow always drawn to the noisiest patch of ground. The last traces of daylight had vanished, leaving the trees as towering dark sentinels that seemed to lean in no matter which way he turned. The creepy chanting grew steadily louder, and with it, Mark's struggle to stay quiet, earning him more of Alec's disapproving glares. At least the deepening dark hid the worst of those expressions. He kept moving, sticking close to Alec as they navigated another few hundred yards through the dense growth. Ahead, an orange, flickering light became visible. A fire, and a large one. The volume of the singing had swelled along with its fervor. These people were deeply invested in whatever ritual they were performing. Alec moved up to a thick ancient tree and crouched behind it, with Mark close on his heels, doing his absolute best to make no sound. They knelt side by side in the shadows. "What do you make of what Dee-Dee told us?" Mark whispered. He must have spoken too loudly, because Alec fixed him with that familiar shut-up look, just visible in the faint glow. Then, in a voice barely above a breath, Alec replied, "This is probably the group that abandoned her, and they sound like they've got a few screws loose now. For the love of peace and quiet, try not to announce us to the whole forest, okay?" Mark sighed inwardly, but Alec had already turned away, leaning cautiously to peer around the tree trunk. After a moment, he looked back at Mark. "I can't see them all clearly," he murmured. But there are at least 4 or 5 fools dancing around that fire like they're trying to summon ghosts. Maybe that's literally what they're doing, Mark suggested. Sounds like some kind of cult to me. Alec gave a slow, grim nod. Could be. They were always like this, Dee Dee said. They called her evil. Maybe whatever sickness is out there has pushed them over the edge. A cult made even crazier by disease. What a delightful thought. Gives me the chills, and I haven't even laid eyes on them yet. Yeah, Alec agreed quietly. We need to get closer. Alec and Mark crouched low, easing from their cover, and moving from one tree to the next, Alec pausing each time to scan the path ahead. Mark felt a quiet satisfaction. He'd managed to stay silent for a good stretch. They crept closer until they were about 100 yards out. The chanting was now distinct, and the wild shadows from the firelight danced across the canopy of leaves above. Mark ducked behind a thick oak, separate from Alec, and peered down the long, sloping hill. The bonfire was a roaring beast, easily 10 feet across, its flames leaping high enough to singe the lower branches of the surrounding pines. Mark shook his head, thinking how reckless it was to risk setting the whole forest ablaze, especially with everything still so parched from the sun flares. 5 or 6 figures danced and swayed around the fire, arms thrusting skyward, then sweeping down, bowing toward the ground before shuffling sideways to begin the pattern anew. He'd half expected robes or outright nudity, but they wore ordinary stuff, t-shirts, tanks, jeans, sneakers. On the fire's far side, a dozen others stood in 2 ragged rows, singing that same eerie, incomprehensible chant. Alec's tap on his shoulder made him jolt. Mark turned, keeping his voice to a strained whisper. "You nearly made me jump out of my skin." "My bad," Alec murmured, "but I've got a bad vibe here. Threat or not, you can bet the folks at that bunker we're heading for have spotted this circus. They'll be on high alert now." Mark considered that. "Could work in our favor, though. If this is a distraction, sneaking up might be easier." Alec seemed to weigh the idea. "Maybe we should probably. Who's up there?" Both men froze, staring at each other with wide eyes. Mark could see the flicker of firelight reflected in Alec's pupils. I said, "Who's up there?" It was a woman's voice calling from the direction of the fire. "We mean no harm. We only wish to invite you to join our praises to nature and the spirits." "Oh, brother," Alec whispered, "not a chance."
"Definitely not," Mark echoed under his breath.
There was a crunch of underbrush, and suddenly 2 figures stood over them, backlit by the fire, so their faces were hidden in shadow. A man and a woman.
"You are welcome to dance and sing with us,"
the woman said. Her tone was disturbingly serene, given the world they lived in where strangers usually warranted suspicion. Alec straightened up, no use crouching like caught schoolboys, and Mark followed suit. Alec crossed his arms, puffing his chest out like a grizzly marking its ground. "Look," he began, his voice gruff. "We appreciate the invitation, but we'll have to pass. No offense intended." Mark winced, thinking sarcasm was a gamble with people this unpredictable. He wished he could see their expressions. "Why are you here?" the man asked, ignoring Alec's remark. "Why spy on us? You should be honored by our offer." Alec drew a sharp breath, his body tensing. "We were curious," he stated flatly. Then, from somewhere deep and sudden, Mark heard his own voice cut through the tension. "Why did you leave Dee Dee behind?" He hadn't planned to say it. He wasn't even certain these were the same people. "She's just a little girl. Why abandon her like some stray dog?" The woman offered no reply. "I don't trust either of you," she stated flatly. "We can't afford any risks. Take them." Before Mark could even comprehend the command, a coarse rope was looped around his throat and pulled taut, jerking him violently off his feet. He gagged, his hands flying up to claw at the constricting line as his back slammed into the hard ground, driving the air from his chest. Nearby, he heard Alec's choked curses as the same was done to him. Mark thrashed, twisting his body in a futile attempt to see his assailant, but strong hands seized him under the arms and hauled him upright. They began pulling him roughly down the rocky slope, directly toward the glow of the distant fire. Mark finally ceased his resistance after a fist connected solidly with his jaw, sending a sharp jolt of agony through his face. The fight was useless, he understood with a sinking dread. He went limp, allowing himself to be dragged. He saw Alec, still wrestling against two burly men who only tightened the noose further. The old man's strangled gurgles felt like a physical blow to Mark's heart.
Enough!
He screamed, his voice raw. Alec, stop fighting! They'll kill you! True to form, the stubborn old soldier ignored him, continuing to struggle. They were hauled into a clearing dominated by a roaring bonfire. A woman stepped forward casually and tossed 2 fresh logs onto the pyre, causing it to flare and spew embers like angry fireflies. His captor hauled him around the perimeter and threw him down before a silent, watching crowd. Their chanting ceased, every eye fixed on the 2 captives. Coughing, his neck on fire, Mark tried to rise. A tall man, likely the one who dragged him, planted a heavy boot on his chest, shoving him back down. "Stay," the man ordered, his tone eerily conversational, as if disobedience was an absurd notion. It had taken 2 men to subdue Alec, and Mark was almost impressed they'd managed. They dumped the old soldier beside him. Alec grunted, going into a racking cough before spitting a dark clot of blood onto the dirt. "Why are you doing this?" Mark demanded, staring past the boot to the flickering shadows the fire cast on the leaves above. "We mean you no harm. We just wanted to know who you are. Is that why you inquired about the girl?" He turned his head to see the woman standing a few paces away. He recognized her silhouette as the one from the mountainside. Her calm detachment was infuriating. "So, you abandoned her. Why? And why make us prisoners for asking questions?" Suddenly, Alec erupted into motion. He snatched the slack of his own rope, yanking it free from his startled guards, and launched himself forward like a human missile. Shoulder lowered, he crashed into one man, taking them both to the earth with a heavy thud. Alec landed 2 quick punches before 3 others were on him, peeling him off and pinning him flat on his back. The man he'd tackled scrambled up and delivered 3 brutal consecutive kicks to Alec's ribs. "Stop," Mark roared, "stop it." He jerked against his own bindings, trying to rise, but the boot returned, crushing him back into the dirt. "Do not move again," his captor repeated in that same chilling monotone. The others continued to beat Alec, but the old man, in a display of sheer ridiculous defiance, kept trying to swing back. "Alec, please," Mark begged, desperation clawing at his throat. "Stop. They will kill you. What use are you to anyone dead?" The question finally pierced the man's stubborn resistance. He went still, then slowly curled in on himself, his face contorted with pain. Mark, trembling with fury, turned back to the woman, who simply stood there observing with an infuriating calm. "Just who are you people?" he demanded, forcing every ounce of anger he could muster into the words. She studied him for a long moment before replying. "You are trespassers.
Now you will tell me about Dee Dee. Is the girl with you? Is she at your camp? Why does it matter to you?" Mark shot back. "You abandoned her. Are you afraid she'll wander into your camp and spread some illness? She's perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong with her. We have our directives," the woman stated flatly. "The spirits command, and we obey. Ever since the demons fell from the sky, we left our village to seek sacred ground. Many of our own refused to join us."
"They are out there now, likely conspiring with those very demons. Perhaps you are one of their spies." Mark was stunned by the sheer absurdity of her words. You'd leave a helpless little girl to die on a suspicion. No wonder the others from your village wanted nothing to do with you. The woman seemed genuinely perplexed by his outrage. "You misunderstand, boy. Those who left are far more dangerous than we are. They attack without mercy, kill without remorse."
Evil wears many faces in this world. We cannot afford risks, especially now that you have spoken Dee Dee's name. You are prisoners, and you will be judged. Letting you go could alert those who wish us harm. As she spoke, a cold dread settled in Mark's gut. The more she talked, the more certain he felt that something was terribly wrong. Dee Dee told us the darts fell from the sky. We saw the bodies in your settlement. The same thing happened to us. We're only trying to understand why. That girl drew the evil to us, the woman insisted, her voice dropping to a harsh whisper. Her corruption summoned it. Do you not see why we left her? If you have taken her in and brought her near, you have done something far worse than you can imagine. What kind of nonsense is this? Alec finally spat out, struggling against his bonds. We've got real problems, lady, bigger than your superstitions. Please, just let us go. Mark cut in quickly before Alec could escalate things. For all his toughness, Alec was the last person you wanted handling diplomacy. We're only looking for a safe place to live. I swear we'll leave and never speak of you. We'll keep Dee Dee far away if that's what you want. We can look after her. It grieves me how little you comprehend, the woman said almost sadly. Truly, it does. Mark fought the urge to shout. Then let's talk this through. Would that be fair? I want to understand you, and I need you to understand us. Can we just talk, instead of you treating us like animals? When she remained silent, he scrambled to keep the dialogue alive. Okay, start from the beginning, how we even ended up in these mountains. Her eyes took on a distant, hollow look. I always thought the demons would try to be kind when they finally came for us. You tricked us into bringing you here, into tying you up so you could be kind and trick us again. Demons, all of you. With a stiff nod to one of the men guarding them, she gave a silent command. The man drew back his foot and drove it hard into Mark's ribs. Agony erupted through his side and a sharp cry escaped him. Another kick landed in the small of his back, sending a deep, sickening ache through his kidneys. Tears blurred Mark's vision as he yelled out again. Alec roared in protest, "Stop it, you cowardly!" But his words were cut short by a brutal punch to the face from another captor. "Why are you doing this?" Mark screamed, gasping for air. "We're not demons! You've all gone completely insane!" Another brutal kick slammed into his ribs, the agony so intense it stole his breath. Mark curled into a defensive ball, arms wrapped tight around his torso, bracing for the next blow with the grim certainty that there was no way out. Enough! That single word, a low, thunderous command, cut through the night air from across the campfire. Instantly, the men assaulting Mark and Alec scrambled back and dropped to their knees, heads bowed. The woman followed suit, her gaze fixed on the dirt. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Mark straightened his legs and peered through the dancing flames. A figure moved, stepping into the firelight and closing the distance. The man halted a few feet away, and Mark's eyes traveled upward from scuffed work boots over faded denim, past a snug flannel shirt, to a face so terribly scarred it seemed almost alien. The skin was a twisted, melted landscape, devoid of hair or ears. The sight was so shocking it made Mark's stomach lurch, but he forced himself to hold the stranger's gaze, meeting the intense, haunted eyes that stared back. Chapter 25. My name is Jedediah, the man stated. His lips were a sickly yellow, pulled into a permanent, lopsided sneer, giving his voice a wet lisp and a hollow, emotionless quality. My followers call me Jed. You will call me Jed, because I see you've been wronged, and that makes you my friends now. Is that clear? Mark gave a quick nod. Alec merely let out a pained, guttural sound. The old soldier had stubbornly sat up when ordered to lie flat, defiance etched in every line of his battered body. Yet their attackers now knelt as if in devout prayer. Mark cautiously sat up as well, half expecting retaliation, but Jed only seemed amused. Very good, Jed said, a twisted smile playing on his ruined mouth. It appears we're reaching an understanding. He moved to sit between them and the fire, his back to the flames. The flickering light made the contours of his scarred scalp look slick and wet, as if the horrific melting were happening all over again. That was Mark's grim conclusion. This man had been melted. Did the solar flares do that to you? Mark ventured. Jed emitted a short, rasping chuckle that held no warmth. only a disturbing, grating noise. It always amuses me when someone calls it that solar flares. When it happened, yes, I too thought it was just a freak astronomical event. A coincidence. A terrible stroke of bad luck. That's what I told myself. And now you believe it was demons falling from the sky? Alec interjected, his tone dripping with contemptuous disbelief. Mark shot him a worried glance, his heart aching at the sight of the old man's bloodied face, the welts and bruises already darkening from the beating. It has happened twice, Jed replied, utterly unfazed by the sarcasm. Both times, the punishment descended from the heavens, once from the sun, once from the ships. We believe they may return every year, to chastise us for our complacency and remind us of what we must become. Twice? The sun and the ships, Mark echoed, trying to piece it together. You mean the initial flares, and then the darts launched from the bergs? Jed's head jerked sharply to the left, then to the right, before his unsettling focus returned to Mark. What was that about? Yes, twice, he said, as if the odd gesture were perfectly ordinary, and it both grieves and entertains me that you fail to grasp the significance.
It means your mind hasn't yet awakened to perceive the truth of what they are?
Demons, Mark said flatly, barely stopping himself from an eye roll. He noticed then for the first time a crude wooden pendant hanging from Jed's neck, carved into a shape that resembled a screaming face. Demons. Jed confirmed, his hand drifting to touch the pendant. They scorched my face, melted it into this testament, you see, so I may never forget my purpose. Then came the tiny arrows from the ships, vessels of pure hatred. It has been 2 months, and we still mourn those we lost that day. This is why we light the fires, sing the hymns, and perform the rituals of remembrance. Alec's voice cut through the tension. 2 months? What are you talking about? Jed's reply was slow, deliberate, as if explaining something painfully obvious. We mark each day with reverence. It has been 2 months and 3 days since the sky fell upon us. That can't be right, Mark interjected, a cold knot forming in his stomach. Our village was attacked only days ago. The air in the clearing seemed to grow heavier. Jed's posture stiffened, and his tone shifted from weary to dangerously sharp. I dislike having my word questioned, he said, each syllable clipped. Why would I invent such a horror? I offered you shelter, a new beginning, and you repay me with accusations? His voice climbed, raw and trembling, until he was nearly shouting. It makes the pain return. Mark felt Alec tense beside him and quickly placed a restraining hand on his arm. Easy, he murmured, turning back to Jed. He kept his voice as level as he could. We're not calling you a liar. We're trying to piece this together. Our homes were struck less than a week past. We saw the fallen, and some appeared to have died recently. Help us make sense of this. Mark sensed a crucial truth buried here. Jed wasn't lying about the time. He was trapped in it. The man had raised his hands, pressing them hard against the sides of his head, where his ears should be, and began to sway. The dying began at once, he chanted, his voice taking on a rhythmic, mournful quality. Then it came again and again. Our people turned on one another, all the work of demons. A low moan escaped him. We believe you, Mark insisted, frustration bleeding into his words despite his efforts. Just walk us through it, step by step. How was he supposed to reach someone so broken? You've stirred the agony, Jed hissed through clenched teeth, still swaying. His arms were locked, elbows jutting out as he pressed his palms against his skull, as if trying to hold his thoughts inside. It burns. You must be their servants. It is the only answer. Time was slipping away. We are not, Mark swore, a desperate idea forming. We are here to learn. Perhaps the pain comes from a truth you need to share. Alec let his head drop, a silent signal of his own fraying control. Jed's voice suddenly grew hollow, distant. They arrived 2 months ago. The death comes in waves now, each longer than the last. 2 days, 5, 2 weeks, a month. He paused, a flicker of profound confusion crossing his twisted features. And our own neighbors, friends, we broke bread with, now hunt us. We do not understand the demon's purpose. We dance, we sing, we give offerings, and still we do not understand. His legs buckled, and he crumpled to the forest floor, hands still clamped to his head, releasing a long, tortured wail. Mark's patience shattered. This was madness, and reason had left this clearing long ago. He glanced at Alec and saw the same grim resolve reflected back, a readiness to seize any chance. Their guards were now prostrate, murmuring in a twisted reverence for their suffering leader. This was the moment. But as Mark steeled himself, a new cacophony erupted from the woods behind them, shrill laughter, wild shrieks, and a chorus of mimicking bird calls and animal cries. The sound of many feet crushing dry leaves and twigs grew louder, closer, swallowing Jed's moans in a wave of approaching chaos. The cacophony of the forest swelled, a tightening ring of caws, roars, and maniacal laughter encircling the firelight. It sounded like a small army was out there. What fresh nightmare is this? Alex spat, his voice thick with contempt. The kneeling woman spoke again, her tone hollow. "We tried to warn you. Those were once our kin. Now they are hollowed out. Puppets for the demons. Their only joy is our torment." Suddenly Jed convulsed. He wrenched himself upright, a raw scream tearing from his throat. His head snapped violently, left and right, as if he were trying to shake a beast loose from his own mind. Mark instinctively scrambled backward, the rope biting into his neck until it went taut in the grip of one of the men. Jed's next cry was a shriek so piercing it momentarily drowned out the forest's madness. "They've finished me!" he roared, the words a ragged gasp. "The demons have won!" His body locked into a rigid line, arms pinned to his sides, before he toppled over like a felled tree. A final, wet exhale escaped him. Then, stillness, broken only by a dark trickle of blood from his nose and mouth. Mark was paralyzed, his eyes fixed on Jed's unnaturally twisted form. The entire surreal ordeal since stumbling into this camp felt like a waking fever dream, and now, as if to cap the insanity, they were surrounded by lunatics mimicking a deranged zoo. He glanced at Alec, who stood in stunned silence, staring at the body. The woods continued their chaotic symphony, whistles, hoots, the crunch of underbrush. The men who had been their captors rose uncertainly, staring at the ropes in their hands as if they'd forgotten their purpose. They looked from their prisoners to each other, utterly lost. The singers behind them milled about in similar confusion, adrift without their anchor. Jed had been their tether, and with it severed, they were simply broken. Alec moved first, seizing the moment. His fingers worked frantically at the noose around his neck, finally prying it loose. Mark feared the movement would snap the men back to violence, but instead they simply dropped their ends of the ropes. Heart hammering, Mark mimicked Alec, tugging the coarse fiber over his head, just as Alec hurled his to the dirt. "We're leaving this asylum," Alec growled. "But the woods are full of them," Mark argued, his voice tight. Alec let out a weary, exasperated sigh. "Then we go through them. Let these fools deal with their own mess." The woman hurried over, her face a mask of anguish and accusation. "We were holding the darkness back. That was all. And you led it right to our fire. How could you?" She clutched her temple, stumbling back a step as a wave of pain visibly hit her. "How?" she whispered again, more to herself. "Sorry for the inconvenience," Alec muttered, not sounding sorry at all. He moved past her toward the bonfire, seizing a long, half-burnt branch from the edge of the flames. He hefted it like a torch, the end blazing to life. "This should encourage some personal space. Move, kid." Mark hesitated, watching the woman grapple with her sudden migraine. A terrible, clarifying suspicion began to crystallize in his mind about the true nature of their demons. "I said move." Alec barked, and the command shattered his daze. In an instant the quiet woods erupted as dozens of people charged from the trees, fists pumping the air with wild shouts. Men, women, and children alike wore expressions of furious glee, a sight so bizarre it froze Mark for a heartbeat. Snapping into motion, he mimicked Alec, snatching a burning log from the bonfire. Flames licked from its end as he brandished it like a blade. The chaotic wave of bodies collided with the chanting villagers, a tangle of limbs and savage cries. To Mark's utter horror, two men hurled themselves directly into the fire. Their clothing and hair burst into flames instantly, and their agonized screams cut through the night as they staggered out, now living torches destined to set the woods ablaze. Turning back, Mark saw pure bedlam, villagers being beaten, the air thick with chaos. "Mark!" Alec's voice sliced through the noise from nearby. "In case it wasn't obvious, we have company." A plea came from behind him. "Please, take me with you." He spun to face the very woman who had ordered their beating, now looking strangely subdued, and nearly scorched her with his torch before he could process her change. They were engulfed in a massive brawl. He was jostled violently, and to his confusion he realized the attackers weren't just targeting the villagers, they were turning on each other. A woman was shoved into the fire, her shrieks piercing the air. Suddenly, a hand gripped his shirt and yanked him sideways. Mark almost swung his weapon before recognizing Alec. "You have a real talent for finding trouble?" Alec shouted over the din. "I was overwhelmed," Mark yelled back. "You don't think you move?" Released, they bolted up the slope away from the fire, but bodies were everywhere. Mark swung his torch as he ran until a tackle from behind sent him sprawling, the log tumbling from his grasp. A thud and a cry followed as the weight vanished from his back. Alec had kicked the assailant away. "Get up!" Alec commanded. But the words were barely out when a man and a woman slammed him to the ground. Scrambling up, Mark seized his dropped torch and rushed to Alec's aid. He drove the burning end into the back of the man's neck. The attacker screamed, clutching his throat as he rolled away. Mark then hauled the log back and swung with all his might, striking the woman squarely on the side of the head with a sickening thud. As she collapsed, the only sound he registered was the crackle of flames. He grabbed Alec's hand and pulled him up, just as another group surged toward them. Adrenaline took over. Mark whirled the log, acting on pure instinct. He struck a man across the shoulders, then swung back to hit a woman in the face, feeling the impact shudder up his arms. He thrust the flaming tip into the stomach of an oncoming attacker, watching as the fabric caught fire. Beside him, Alec fought like a machine, punches, kicks, elbows heaving people aside with brutal efficiency, having long abandoned his own torch to use both hands. The soldier in him was fully unleashed. An arm locked around Mark's throat from behind, lifting him and squeezing the air from his lungs. Gasping, he gripped the log in both hands and hammered it backward in desperation. He missed, pulled back, and swung again with every ounce of his fading strength. The connection was solid, accompanied by a crunch and a sharp cry as the grip around his neck finally loosened. Cool air flooded his lungs as the arm released its hold. Mark collapsed onto the earth, gasping to fill his chest. Alec was hunched nearby, fighting for his own breath. They'd bought a few seconds, but a glance confirmed more figures were closing in. Alec hauled Mark upright. Together they scrambled uphill, clawing their way into the denser tree line. Shouts echoed behind them, a clear message that no one was allowed to leave. Reaching a slightly level patch, Mark and Alec broke into a desperate sprint. That's when Mark saw it. Maybe a football field ahead. A massive stretch of forest was swallowed by fire, directly between them and their camp, where Trina, Lana, and Dee Dee were waiting. The woods were a bone-dry tinderbox, weeks removed from the last heavy rain. Everything that had struggled back after the solar flares was brittle and thirsty. Wisps of smoke snaked along the ground at their shoes. The scent of charred wood hung thick. "It's gonna spread like wildfire," Alec yelled. Mark almost laughed at the obvious line, but the older man's face was deadly serious. "It is a wildfire," Mark shouted back. But Alec was already charging straight toward the distant blaze, which seemed to have swelled in the brief moments they'd paused. Mark raced after him, driven by one thought. Get through the fire before it grew any wider. Get to Trina and the others. They plunged through the underbrush, shoving past thorny thickets and ducking low branches. The sounds of pursuit had faded somewhat, as if even their crazed hunters recognized the insanity of following someone into a burning forest. Still faint, whoops and whistles ghosted through the trees behind them. Mark pushed harder, every thought narrowed to Trina. The fire roared closer. A living wall of crackling heat. A gusting wind fanned the flames. A massive limb shattered through the canopy overhead, spraying embers like fireworks before it smashed into the earth. Alec kept driving straight for the fire's heart, not slowing, as if his grand plan was a final dramatic sprint into a funeral pyre. "Shouldn't we go around?" Mark screamed over the noise. "Where are you headed?" Alec didn't turn. "I want to get close." "We follow the edge so we don't get lost, and maybe shake those maniacs for good." "Do you even know where we are?" Mark panted, struggling to keep pace. "Yes," Alec snapped. Yet Mark saw him fumble for his compass mid-stride. The smoke had grown dense, scraping their throats with each breath. Now the fire filled Mark's whole view, flames towering and painting the night in violent oranges. Waves of heat rolled over him, pushed and pulled by erratic winds. As they closed to within yards, the heat wasn't just waves, it was a solid, suffocating force. Sweat soaked Mark's clothes, yet his skin prickled as if it might blister and peel. For a wild second, he was sure Alec had finally cracked. Then the soldier jagged sharply right, sprinting alongside the fire's advancing flank. Mark stuck to him like a shadow, trusting the ex-soldier's instincts yet again, just as he had back in the subtrans tunnels. As he ran, a brutal heat pulsed from his left, while slightly cooler air washed from the right. His shirt and jeans were scorching against his skin, damp with sweat, yet feeling ready to smolder. His hair, though, was parched and stiff, each strand brittle as straw in the oven-like air. He could almost picture it crumbling away like dried pine needles. And his eyes, they stung, raw and watering, struggling to see through the heat, haze, and smoke. The heat was unbearable, a dry, suffocating pressure that felt like his eyes were cooking in their skull. Mark squeezed them shut, rubbed at the lids, desperate for any moisture but found none. He pushed forward, matching Alec's pace stride for stride, praying they'd curve around the fire's edge before the thirst and heat claimed him. The world had narrowed to a constant, deafening roar, like a fleet of bergs igniting their engines all at once. Out of the smoke-choked woods to their right, a woman erupted into view, the reflection of the flames dancing wildly in her eyes. Mark braced for an assault, but she never even glanced their way. She cut directly across their path, so close that Alec nearly collided with her. Her flight silent and desperate, she stumbled over a root, scrambled back up, and then vanished into the curtain of fire. Her final cry swallowed instantly. Without a word, Alec and Mark ran on. They finally broke past the fire's advancing front, the boundary between hell and the forest startlingly sharp. Keeping a parallel course, they veered left, and the simple act of turning back toward Trina and the others sent a jolt of desperate hope through Mark's veins. He poured on a final burst of speed, nearly clipping Alec's heels as he caught up. Running side by side now, every breath was a searing agony, the air a scalding poison of heat and smoke.
We have to get away from this.
Mark gasped.
I know.
Alec yelled back, the words dissolving into a wrenching cough. He glanced at the compass clutched in his hand.
Almost there.
Soon they skirted another protruding tongue of the main fire, and this time Alec swung sharply to the right, leading them away. Mark followed, his sense of direction utterly scrambled, but his trust in the older man was absolute. They crashed through the underbrush with a frantic, renewed energy, and Mark could taste the cleaner air, could hear the crunch of his own footsteps again as the fire's roar faded to a menacing rumble. Alec stopped so abruptly that Mark overshot him by several paces. He turned back. "You okay?" Alec was slumped against a tree trunk, chest heaving. He gave a curt nod, then dropped his head into the crook of his arm, with a pained groan. Mark bent over, hands on his knees, savoring the respite. The wind had stilled, and the fire now seemed a safer distance away. "You had me worried," Mark managed between breaths. "Running a sightseeing tour that close to a wildfire might not go down as your smartest plan." Alec looked up, his face mostly shadowed. "Probably not, but it's easy to get lost out here in the dark. I was just trying to keep our original heading locked in my mind." He checked his compass once more and pointed past Mark's shoulder. "Camp's that way." Mark scanned the indistinguishable wall of trees. "How can you tell? It all looks the same. Let's just say I know." The night was alive with unsettling sounds woven into the fire's steady, growled, distant screams, and what might have been manic laughter, directionless and chilling. "Sounds like those lunatics are still out looking for a party," Alec muttered. "Lunatics is putting it mildly," Mark replied, the words out before he could filter them. Part of me was hoping the fire would take care of them for good. He was immediately ashamed of the thought, but another part of him, hardened by a year of brutal survival, acknowledged it as a cold, practical truth. He was tired of watching his back. "If wishes were fishes, we'd all have a fry-up," Alex said dryly. He drew in a long, steadying breath. "All right, let's move. We should hurry and catch up with the three of them." They broke into a jog, their pace only slightly slower than before. The return of those unsettling noises, even if they weren't immediately close, had put them both on high alert. After a few minutes, Alec adjusted their direction, then changed it again. He paused once, getting his bearings, scanning the area before gesturing down a steep incline. "There," he said. "It's just down this way." They made their way down, slipping on the loose earth as the slope grew sharper. A shift in the wind now blew toward the fire, clearing the smoke and offering a temporary relief from that choking fear. Mark had been so focused on the fire's glow that he hadn't noticed the approaching dawn. The sky visible through the branches had softened from black to a deep violet, providing just enough light to see. The terrain became recognizable, and abruptly they were back at their makeshift camp. Their gear was exactly where they'd left it. But Trina and the others were gone. A cold knot of dread tightened in Mark's chest. "Trina!" he shouted, his voice cracking. "Trina!" He and Alex swiftly searched the immediate area, calling out for their friends. Only silence answered them. Mark was struggling to hold himself together. Through everything they'd endured, he and Trina had always stayed close. Now, just 10 minutes of not knowing where she was had plunged him into a paralyzing helplessness. "It doesn't make sense," he said to Alec, as they expanded their search in wider circles. He could hear the raw panic in his own words. They wouldn't just leave, not without leaving some kind of message. He dragged a hand through his hair and let out a furious, wordless yell. Alec, in contrast, was the picture of grim composure. "Get a hold of yourself, kid. Remember 2 things. Lana is every bit as tough as I am, and she's a lot sharper, and you're missing the obvious point." "What point?" Mark shot back. "Yeah, normally they'd wait. But nothing about this is normal. There's a wildfire, and maniacs are running around the woods howling like something out of a nightmare. Would you just sit here waiting?" That logic did nothing to soothe Mark. "So you think they went to look for us? What if we crossed paths without seeing each other?" He clenched his fists and pressed them against his closed eyes. "They could be anywhere out there." Alec strode over and gripped Mark's shoulders firmly. "Mark, snap out of it. Get it together, son." Mark lowered his hands and met Alec's gaze. The older man's eyes were flinty gray in the dim dawn light, but they held a real worry. "I'm sorry, I'm losing it. What do we do?" "We stay sharp, we stay calm, and we think," Alex stated, his voice steady. "Then we go find Lana and the others." "They have a little girl with them," Mark whispered, a new horror dawning. "What if those people from the attack got here first? What if they took them?" "Then we'll get them back. But I need you focused, or that won't happen, understand?" Mark closed his eyes, nodded, and fought to steady his breathing and quell the rising tide of fear. Alec would know what to do. He always did. Mark finally looked at the soldier again. "Okay, I'm okay, sorry." "Good, that's more like it." Alec took a step back and scrutinized the ground. "It's light enough now. We look for any sign of which way they went. Footprints, disturbed brush, broken twigs, anything, start looking." Mark obeyed, desperate for a task to crowd out the terrifying images his mind was conjuring. The sounds of the distant fire and the occasional eerie cry still drifted on the air, but they felt far away. For now, Mark scanned the area with a methodical intensity, his gaze sweeping across every inch of ground before he allowed himself to move. His head turned in a steady, mechanical rhythm, like a search drone programmed for a meticulous sweep. They were desperate for a single, solid clue that would make tracking their friends possible. A competitive edge sharpened Mark's focus. He needed to be the one to find it first. It wasn't just about the search, it was about quieting the frantic noise in his own head, about proving they were on the right path. Losing Trina was not an option. Not now. Not ever. About 20 feet away, Alec was on all fours, his nose practically skimming the dirt as he sniffed along like a bloodhound. The sight was almost laughable, yet it struck a deep chord in Mark. The gruff veteran was a man of few words and raw action. His emotions usually only surfaced as a roar or a fist slammed against a wall. But his loyalty was never in question. Mark knew with absolute certainty that Alec would lay down his life in a heartbeat for any one of their 3 missing companions. The question that haunted Mark was whether he could honestly claim the same courage for himself. Both of them kept finding hints of movement, a snapped twig here, a faint print in the soft earth there, a branch that seemed recently disturbed. But each time they had to admit the evidence was likely their own from the previous day's chaos. After nearly 30 minutes of this frustrating cycle, a realization dawned on Mark. They were meticulously searching the exact stretch of land between their camp and the direction they themselves had fled the night before. He straightened up, his muscles tight. "Alec!" he called out. The man was half buried in a thicket, his face pressed into the foliage. A muffled grunt was his only reply. "Why are we wasting so much time on this side of camp? They weren't here with us when we ran." Alec extracted himself from the bushes and looked back, wiping dirt from his cheek. Seemed the logical place to start. Figured they either tried to follow our trail, got snatched by the same lunatics who ambushed us, or maybe they went to check out the source of that fire. Mark couldn't help but feel they were completely off track. Or get this, they ran away from the fire. Not everyone has your particular brand of crazy, my friend. Most sane people see a wall of flame heading their way. They choose the run very fast in the opposite direction strategy. Just a thought.
"No, that doesn't fit," Alec countered, shifting his weight to his knees to stretch his aching back. "Lana's no coward. She wouldn't save her own skin and leave us for dead." Mark was already shaking his head. "You're not thinking it through? Lana trusts you implicitly, the same way you rely on her. She'd assume you were perfectly capable of handling yourself. She'd assess the entire situation, weigh every option, and then choose the smartest play. Am I right? Or am I absolutely right?"
Alec gave a non-committal shrug, then fixed him with a hard stare. "So, after all that brilliant assessment, you think Lana would just abandon us to a bunch of maniacs and sprint for safety? She didn't know we were dealing with maniacs. We told her we were just going to scout around, remember? Then she hears more commotion, sees the fire coming. I bet she made the cold, logical choice that the safest bet was to head for the Berg headquarters, assuming we'd have the same idea and meet her there. You're the one who pointed us in that general direction yesterday?" Alec nodded slowly, a low grumble in his throat, his expression unreadable. "Don't forget she's got a civilian," he made sarcastic air quotes around the word, "and a scared little girl with her. I seriously doubt Lana would drag them toward danger or leave them unprotected to come find us." Pushing himself to his feet, Alec brushed the dirt from his pants. "All right, kid, you can stop selling it. I'm convinced, but what's your actual point?" A ghost of a smile touched his lips, and Mark understood why. The old bear was secretly pleased, watching his protege connect the dots independently. Mark simply turned and pointed away from their camp, toward the distant landmark. Alec had identified the day before, the direction of the Berg headquarters, where Hope and perhaps their friends might be waiting. This was the spot where they'd finally tracked down the people who'd wrecked everything for them. "Told you," Alex said with a theatrical sigh. "You sold me on the idea. All right, let's check over there first." He threw Mark a wink as he moved past, then immediately followed it with a scowl. Mark couldn't help but laugh. "You are a seriously weird little dude?" Alec halted and turned to face him. "That's exactly what my mom would say. Every morning she'd wake me up with a kiss and a hug and tell me, 'My sweet Alec, you are one strange little man. Got me right in the feels every single time.'" He tapped his chest, then rolled his eyes so hard it looked painful. "Enough reminiscing. Let's get to work. See?" Mark said, falling into step behind him. "Do I need more evidence? Strange. Little man. Case officially closed." "You only got one part of that right. I'm definitely a man. All man, baby." He made a choked, gurgling sound that might have been a laugh. They moved more cautiously as they reached the area Mark had pointed out, and soon they were back to the meticulous work of scouring every inch for any sign of a trail. Mark paused, tuning into the sounds that had faded into background noise. The roaring, crackling menace of the forest fire. Still a safe distance, but creeping closer, and the occasional distant shout or laugh from their not-so-friendly pursuers, again, safely far off, though it was impossible to pinpoint the direction. With the sun up, the air had taken on a hazy, smoky glow. "Found something," Alec announced sharply. "Watch your step," he barked as Mark hurried over. "Right, sorry," Mark mumbled, slowing to a careful creep until he stood beside the soldier. Alec was on his knees, balanced back on his heels. He held a stick, using it as a pointer. "See here, 3 bushes in a row trampled through, and by more than one person for sure. Look at the crushed foliage there, the snapped branch, the footprints scattered about." He gestured to one nearby. Mark leaned in and saw it, a small print, just about Dee Dee's size.
"There's just one problem," Alec continued, his tone dropping. "What?" Mark asked quickly. Alec used the stick to nudge a clump of leaves just above the ground where the others had passed. Their vibrant green surfaces were speckled with tiny, dark drops of blood. Mark refused to let panic take hold this time, but he fell utterly silent, a cold dread settling in his gut, his palms growing clammy. He was sure his face had lost all its color.
Forcing himself to stay calm, he watched as Alex stood and began slowly tracing the trail they'd uncovered. With a sinking feeling, Alec pointed out more droplets of blood along the path. It wasn't a lot, but it was unmistakable. Hard to gauge how bad the injury is, Alec mused, his voice low. "I've seen bloody noses spray this much, but I've also seen a guy who lost an arm barely bleed a drop. The blast sealed it right up." "Not helping," Mark muttered through gritted teeth. Alec glanced back at him. "Sorry, kid. Just trying to say it might not be the worst news. Could be a nasty cut. People have survived losing more blood than this. If anything, it might make the trail easier to follow." Alec moved forward again, his head swiveling side to side, taking in every detail. Mark followed close behind, deliberately avoiding looking at the blood spots. He just couldn't. Not until his nerves steadied. He prayed this wasn't a pointless chase, or worse, some kind of setup. "Anything else that confirms it's Trina and the others?" he asked. Alec stopped and bent low, examining the dirt beside a flattened bush. "From the pattern, I'd say it's our group. I can make out their prints well enough, and—" He flicked a tense glance over his shoulder. "And what?" "Well, I haven't seen Dee Dee's prints for a stretch, so my guess is someone started carrying the poor kid a ways back." He jerked a thumb behind them. "Maybe she's the one who got hurt," Mark said, the idea settling like a stone in his gut. "Could be. She just took a fall, scraped up a knee." "Maybe," Alec answered, his voice flat. But there's something else. Mark had never known the man to hesitate like this. Just say it, Alec. What is it? When they came through here, Alec continued softly, ignoring Mark's impatience. They were running hard. The stride lengths, the crushed underbrush, the snapped branches, it all points to a full sprint. He locked eyes with Mark, like something was on their heels. A cold dread tightened Mark's throat until a detail surfaced. You said you only saw 3 sets of prints. Any sign of someone chasing them? Alec glanced upward, then pointed a finger toward the sky. Things fly around here, remember, as if they needed another problem. You think we'd miss the sound of a berg swooping in to chase our friends down a mountain? After the chaos we just lived through? Possibly not, and it might not have been a berg. Mark cast another tired look at the sky. Let's just keep going. They followed the trail, Mark silently, pleading they wouldn't find more blood, or something far worse. The signs left by Trina, Lana, and Dee Dee led them into a long, shallow ravine that sloped toward a canyon, nearly hidden by the terrain. Mark hadn't realized the mountain walls around them had grown so tall. The descent was so gradual, surrounded by dense woods and his own focus on tracking, that he barely noticed the drop. One moment they were pushing through a thick grove of trees. The next they emerged into a broad clearing enclosed by sheer walls of gray granite. The cliffs were so steep only sparse patches of vegetation clung to them. Alec stopped, pulling out his hand-drawn map. This is the place. He motioned for Mark to step back, and they both ducked behind the broad trunk of an oak. You're sure? Pretty sure. This valley matches where that berg kept returning. Mark peered around the tree, studying the imposing walls. Seems a risky place to fly into, don't you think? Risky, but perfect for hiding. There's got to be a landing zone nearby, and an entrance to wherever they're holed up. My guess is still an old government bunker. Especially being this close to Asheville. The city is just on the other side of these cliffs. Right. A nagging thought bothered Mark. So what are the chances Lana and the others got chased all the way here? I'm really starting to think they were captured. Not necessarily. Lana's smart. Wandering the mountains, hoping to bump into us, would be pointless. Better to head straight for the most obvious meeting spot here. Then where are they? Alec didn't answer. Something in the clearing had caught his eye. We might both be right, he whispered, his rough voice turning grim. What is it? Stay down and follow me. Alec dropped to his hands and knees, crawling out from behind the tree and keeping low beneath the brush line. Mark followed, half expecting a berg to roar into the clearing at any second, guns ready. They moved along a faint path where Mark guessed their friends had walked. He'd initially thought the clearing itself might be the landing zone, but the growth was too thick and undisturbed. Alec hacked through the dense foliage for about 30 feet, then suddenly stopped. Mark leaned around him and saw it, a wide area where the bushes had been violently trampled and flattened, the clear marks of a struggle. His heart sank, Alec's head dropped, his shoulders slumping as he crouched lower. You were right, he muttered, voice tight. Someone brought them through here, no question. Look at the other side of these bushes. They're trampled flat, like a whole crowd stampeded through. Mark fought to keep the rising panic in check. So what's the plan? Do we turn back and hide, or follow them? Keep your voice down, Alec hissed, or we'll end up joining them. Let's just go back, Mark whispered, though part of him burned to charge down the trail immediately. His more cautious side won out.
We need to regroup. Figure this out. We don't have the time to.
A deafening metallic clang tore through the air, sharp as a gunshot. Mark dropped flat, half expecting the canyon walls to collapse on top of them. What was that? He gasped. Before Alec could reply, another ear-splitting boom shook the ground beneath them. The vibration lingered, making the surrounding bushes shiver and dance. Their eyes locked, both frozen in confusion. Then the noise roared a third time, and the very land under their feet began to lift toward the sky. Mark scrambled up, yanking Alec's arm. The whole clearing trembled as it rose, and Mark struggled to keep his balance. This couldn't be real. It had to be a trick of his mind. But the ground kept tilting, slowly, steadily. He glanced around wildly, too stunned to move. Alec seemed just as dazed. Shaking himself free of the stupor, Mark's thoughts sharpened. Several details clicked at once. First, this wasn't some earthquake rocking the entire valley. Only the small clearing they stood on was moving. The trees around the edge stood perfectly still, not a branch stirring. Second, the tilting wasn't uniform. One side was actually sinking into the earth, and the moving section was clearly circular. Third, beneath the chaos came a low, grinding, mechanical rumble. "It's man-made," Mark shouted, already breaking into a run alongside Alec. "It's swinging open on a hinge." Alec gave a sharp nod and picked up speed. They ran diagonally across the sloping disk, aiming for the pivot point where they could leap to safety. Strangely, the initial terror began to fade, replaced by a prickling curiosity. They were standing on some kind of giant trapdoor. But why build something like this out here? Reaching the edge, they jumped a few feet onto stable ground and scrambled toward the tree line, ducking behind the same broad oak they'd used for cover earlier. Mark peered out to watch. The upper edge of the circle was now 30 feet in the air, the lower edge swallowed completely by the ground. Gears groaned louder as the disk kept rotating. "Looks like a giant coin flipping," Alec muttered. "A really, really slow one," Mark agreed. Within another minute, the round slab stood perfectly vertical, half-buried, still turning. Then, gradually, the earth and brush descended upside down, revealing the other side, a flat, gray, concrete-like surface etched with neat, straight grooves. Hooks and chains were scattered across it, clearly meant to secure something. A landing pad, Mark realized. A landing pad for a berg, or maybe several. Mark stared, captivated by the impossible sight. How is the soil staying in place? It's like some kind of illusion. More like a cheap prop, the soldier muttered. Can't have them redoing the landscaping every single time they open this thing, right? It seemed completely authentic, at least from a distance. The moving section of earth was massive, easily the size of a city block. They must have surveillance. They have to know we're here. Alec just shrugged. You'd assume so. Our best bet is that nobody's paying close attention right now. The circular platform was now tilted at a sharp angle, mere moments from closing the gaping hole. Mark sensed the same reckless idea forming in Alec's mind. "Do we try it?" Mark whispered. "A transport ship could descend any minute. This might be our only shot." Alec looked at him, startled. Then a slow, grim smile spread across his face. "Might be the only way in, you mean? Exactly. It's now or never. Cameras, sensors, armed patrols. It's a huge gamble. They have our people." Alec gave a slow, approving nod, spoken like someone who gets it. "Then let's move." Mark rose, keeping low behind the tree before darting out. He had to act before fear took over, and he knew Alec would be right behind him. A narrow gap, maybe 15 feet, still separated the edge of the descending disk from the solid ground. Mark took one sharp breath for courage, then sprinted for the left side, half expecting gunfire or guards to materialize from the shadows. Silence. They reached the rim. Mark dropped to his knees a few feet back, then crawled forward to peer over. Alec joined him, both leaning out over the void. A cold dread settled in Mark's stomach. The massive slab of earth was directly above them. One sudden final drop would slice them in half. Below was darkness, but Mark could just make out a silvery metal walkway, a narrow ledge encircling the vast space. No lights, no movement. He looked up, and his heart lurched. The leading edge was terrifyingly close. They had minutes, if that. "We have to lower ourselves down and swing onto that ledge," Mark said, pointing. "Think you can manage it?" he added, trying to sound confident. Alec was already in motion. "Better than you, rookie," he answered, with a quick wink. Mark rolled onto his stomach, shimmying his body over the lip, lowering his legs into the darkness while his hands gripped the rough edge. He began to swing his legs, building momentum. Alec, of course, was ahead of him. The older man let go, launching himself forward to land on the walkway with a heavy thud and a pained groan, but he was up in a flash. Mark pushed away the vivid, unwelcome image of himself missing the ledge, falling endlessly into the black. He counted silently, timing his swing, and let go as his legs arched forward. The momentum threw his head back, and in that split second, through the shrinking crescent of sky, he saw it. The fiery blue glow of thrusters and the metallic hull of a berg descending from above. Then the view vanished, and he crashed awkwardly into Alec. For a moment they were a tangled heap of limbs and muttered curses. Alec was grumbling incessantly. At one point Mark almost slid off the edge, and the older man yanked him back only to resume his stream of complaints. Finally, they untangled and stood brushing themselves off. Then a deafening boom echoed through the chamber as the mechanism above sealed shut. Absolute suffocating darkness swallowed them whole, just perfect. Alec's voice grumbled in the black. "Can't see my own hand in front of my face. Get the work pad out," Mark replied. The battery was nearly gone, but they had no other option. After a muttered acknowledgement and the sound of movement, the work pad screen flared to life, washing the room in a pale glow. For an instant, Mark was transported back to the subtrans tunnels, sprinting beside Trina with only his phone's light to guide them. A wave of memories threatened to pull him under, but he forced them back. Something told him the coming hours would supply plenty of new nightmares anyway. He sighed, doubting he'd ever truly rest again. "Right before I swung down, I spotted a berg making a last-second drop," Mark said, dragging his focus to the present. "So they had at least two before we took one out." Alec swept the work pad's beam around, scanning their surroundings. "Yeah, I heard the thrusters. My guess is the landing pad lowers down here. The berg rolls off, then it rises and rotates back. We should move before we get unwanted visitors." Alec held the light steady, illuminating two gaping openings on opposite sides of the chamber they stood in. Grooves worn into the floor marked where the bergs were towed after landing. Both caverns were pitch black and empty. A narrow walkway about 4 feet wide circled the massive pit at the room's center. It groaned under their weight as they edged along, but it held. Mark's pulse didn't settle until he was safely across. Breathing out in relief, he approached a round, submarine-style door with a wheel at its center. "This place is ancient," Alec remarked, passing the work pad to Mark. "Probably built as a bunker for government bigwigs in case the world went to hell. Pity, none of them made it in time. I'm sure they cook just like everyone else." "Charming," Mark said, raising the light to inspect the door. "Think it's locked?" Alec had already stepped up and gripped the wheel with both hands, bracing as if it would resist. But when he pulled, it spun freely a half-turn, throwing him off balance. He crashed into Mark, and both tumbled onto the walkway with Mark on top. "Kid," Alec grumbled, "I've been in your personal space more today than I ever wanted in my whole life. Now don't roll off the edge. I still need you around here." Mark chuckled as he got up, giving Alec's stomach an extra shove for good measure.
"It's a real tragedy you never had children. Old-timer, you would have made a delightful grandpa."
"Oh, sure," the ex-soldier grunted, pushing himself upright. "It would have been a blast picturing them all burning up when the solar flares hit." The comment sucked the air from the room. Mark's expression fell as thoughts of his parents, and Madison rushed in. He'd never know their fate, but his mind was an expert at painting the grimmest possibilities. Alec seemed to notice immediately. Hell.
I'm sorry.
He reached over and squeezed Mark's shoulder.
Listen, I mean this. With all the sincerity a worn-out old soldier can scrape together, I'm sorry for saying that. I don't envy the losses you suffered that day. Not one bit. The job was my family, and it's not the same. I know that. Mark had never heard anything so raw from the man. It's all right. Really, thank you. He paused,
then added with a faint smile, "Grandpa." Alec gave a tight nod, returned to the wheel, and spun it until a loud clunk echoed in the chamber. He heaved the door open, its metal clanging against the wall. Beyond lay only darkness, but a deep, rumbling hum like far-off machinery grew, steadily louder. "What is that?" Mark whispered. The low hum grew louder as they approached the open doorway. "Sounds industrial, like a factory floor," Mark whispered, angling the workpad to illuminate a corridor stretching into blackness. "Probably a generator," Alec replied, his voice a low rumble. "They'd need power down here. How else would any of this function?" He gestured with the device in his hand. "Makes sense. We've been out in the wilds and the settlements for so long, forgot what civilization even sounded like. Bergs, generators. You think they've got a fuel depot buried here, or are they trucking it in from somewhere?" Alec considered it. It's been a full year. Keeping those bergs airborne burns through a mountain of fuel. My money's on a supply line? "Keep moving?" Mark asked, already knowing the answer. "Yeah." Mark entered the hallway first, Alec close behind. "What's the plan when we run into someone?" Mark's whisper felt unnaturally loud in the tight space. "A weapon would be really useful right about now." "No kidding. Look, our options are slim, and we're running on empty. We keep moving and adapt." They had only taken a few steps when a metallic crash echoed behind them, followed by the shriek of grinding machinery. Mark didn't need to look. The landing pad above, with a berg settled on it, was descending into the earth. Alec, appearing far calmer than Mark felt, leaned in close to be heard over the noise. "We wait, see which bay it docks in, then hide in the other. We can't be caught out here in the open." "Okay," Mark breathed, his pulse hammering. He switched off the workpad. Enough gray light filtered in from the surface. They retreated, pulling the door shut, and crouched in the walkway's shadows as the massive berg sank downward. Fortunately, the cockpit faced away, shielding them from view. With a final shudder, the craft settled, then began rolling on hidden tracks into the right-hand chamber. Alec and Mark sprinted to the opposite bay, melting into the deep gloom at the very back. The wait was torture, but eventually the berg settled into its berth. As it stopped, the great platform began its slow, grinding ascent back to the surface. The pilots had already disembarked. Mark could just make out voices over the din, then the distinct sound of a round hatch being spun open. "Now!" Alec hissed. "We follow!" They slipped from the chamber and moved like ghosts along the walkway. The newcomers had left the exit door slightly ajar. Alec knelt beside it, listening, then risked a glance. Seemingly satisfied, he gave Mark a sharp nod and slid through. Mark followed just as the rotating platform above began turning, carrying its camouflage of dirt and scrub back toward the sky. Muffled voices drifted from the passage ahead, distorted by the echoes. Alec took the workpad and stowed it in his pack. Then he gripped Mark's arm, pulling him forward, keeping close to the wall, his gaze sharp. Full darkness was moments away. They inched down the hallway, each step measured ahead. The voices had paused, growing clearer as Mark and Alec drew nearer. It sounded like just two people. Alec halted, and suddenly the words were distinct. "Just north of here," a woman was saying. "Scorched completely. Has to be connected to those intruders they rounded up last night. We'll get answers soon." A man's voice answered, edged with frustration. "We better like we needed more problems after losing our other berg. Those suits in Alaska have written us off. Now, with everything going sideways, I doubt we'll hear from them again." "No argument there," the woman replied. "Expendable, huh?" Mark muttered under his breath. "Yeah, but that wasn't the plan for us." Alec shot back, his voice low. "The virus changing its game isn't on us." A heavy metallic clang echoed from the landing pad behind them, signaling it had finished its rotation. Darkness swallowed the space once more. The two newcomers began to move away, their footfalls heavy and deliberate, like men in work boots. A flashlight flicked on ahead, its beam cutting a bobbing path through the gloom. Alec's grip tightened on Mark's arm, and they fell into step, maintaining a cautious gap. The strangers remained silent until they reached a heavy door. Mark heard the distinct protesting squeal of its hinges swinging open. As they disappeared into a room he couldn't see, one man's voice carried back. "They've already got a name for it, by the way. They're calling it the flare." The door slammed shut with a sound of finality. They hadn't learned much, but what they did hear settled in Mark's gut like a cold stone. "The flare," he repeated, the word feeling foreign and dangerous on his tongue. He said, "They're calling the virus the flare." "Got that," Alec grunted, powering up the workpad. Its pale light illuminated his face, a landscape of deep creases and weary sags, the face of a man who had forgotten what joy felt like. Nothing good ever gets a catchy nickname. That means it's spreading fast and people are talking. Bad news all around. "We have to know what's happening," Mark insisted, a new thought striking him. "Those people at the settlement, the ones around the fire, they were attacked long before we were. What if their whole camp was just an experiment? A test run?" Alec gave a grim nod. "All right, kid. 2 jobs, then. First, we find Lana, Trina, and that little firecracker of a boy. Second, we piece together this nightmare puzzle." "Let's go," Mark agreed, the urgency coiling in his muscles. Alec killed the workpad's light, plunging the corridor into utter blackness. "Keep your hand on the wall," he whispered, "and watch your feet. Don't trip over an old man." They began their slow advance. Mark moved like a ghost, each step placed with care, his breathing shallow. The distant hum of machinery had grown into a persistent drone, and the wall thrummed under his fingertips as he traced its cool, unyielding surface. Soon a thin rectangle of light outlined a door up ahead, the one the Berg's occupants had used. Alec paused, then with a comical tiptoeing haste that was utterly unlike his usual soldier's bearing, scurried past it. Mark, feeling a sudden spike of reckless curiosity, decided to be bolder. He stopped directly in front of the door and leaned in, pressing his ear to the cold metal. "Not smart," Alec hissed from the darkness. Mark ignored him, straining to listen. Muffled, agitated voices argued on the other side. The words indistinct, but the tone unmistakably tense. "Just come on," Alec urged, his whisper edged with impatience. "I'd rather not get locked in a brig and have the key melted down." Mark nodded into the darkness and pushed away from the door, finding the wall again with his hand. They continued, the sliver of light from the door fading behind them until they were once more enveloped in pitch black. The hallway seemed endless, the world silent save for the ever-present mechanical rumble. Then, subtly, Mark realized he could see. A faint, hazy red glow permeated the air, just enough to turn Alec's creeping form into a shadowy demon ahead of him. Mark held up his own hand, wiggling his fingers. They looked stained, as if dipped in blood. Assuming Alec had seen it too, he said nothing, and they pressed on. They finally reached a large door set into the left wall, standing slightly ajar. Above it, a red bulb encased in a wire cage cast its hellish light. Alec halted, staring into the space beyond as if willing it to reveal its secrets. The noises of humming and cranking machinery had swelled into a deafening roar, making whispered conversation impossible. "Guess that answers the generator question," Mark shouted over the din. A pounding ache was building behind his eyes, and the full weight of their sleepless night and exhausting day crashed down on him. "Maybe they're in there. Just open it." Alec glanced back, his expression unreadable in the red glow. "Patience, kid. Caution. A hasty soldier is a dead soldier." The old adage echoed in Mark's mind. "A slow soldier means Trina and the others could be dead," he countered, the weight of the statement hanging between them. Alec didn't answer. He simply reached out, pushed the door open into the hallway, and was met with a surge of noise and heat. The roar of machinery grew louder, and a wave of stifling air, thick with the acrid stench of burning fuel, washed over them. Alec grimaced, pulling the door shut with a soft click. "I'd forgotten how awful that smells," he muttered, wiping his brow. "Let's hope the next room offers something better than a headache." They moved down the corridor, their footsteps echoing. About 20 yards farther, they found another door, then 3 more, and finally one facing them at the dead end of the hall. Each stood ominously ajar by a few inches, illuminated by feeble yellow bulbs trapped in wire cages, pathetic cousins to the light in the generator room. The dim glow did little to pierce the darkness within the open doorways. "There's something seriously wrong about all these doors being open like this," Mark whispered, his voice barely audible. "And it's pitch black inside. What's your brilliant suggestion?" Alec asked, a dry edge to his voice. "Ready to call it a day and head back?" "Not a chance. I'm just saying you have more experience with creepy open doors. You should lead the way." Alec gave a short, humorless laugh. He extended his boot and nudged the first door inward. It swung open with a prolonged metallic groan, spilling a sickly yellow trapezoid of light onto the floor, but revealing nothing else. The door settled against the wall with a dull thud, followed by utter silence. Alec grunted in dissatisfaction and moved past it to the next room, giving its door a similar dismissive kick. The result was identical: darkness, emptiness, and silence. He repeated the process with the third door and finally the one at the hall's end. Nothing stirred. "Looks like we have to go in," he stated flatly. He turned, jerked his head toward the last doorway, a clear command, and Mark hurried to his side. Alec felt along the inside wall for a light switch, found none, and stepped over the threshold. Mark followed closely. They stood just inside, allowing their eyes to strain against the gloom. The silence felt heavy, a physical presence. Alec finally sighed in exasperation and pulled the work pad from his pocket. "What's the point of all those generators if none of the lights work? This thing's battery won't last forever." He powered it on, and its eerie blue glow fanned out, revealing a room far larger than Mark had anticipated. 2 long rows of simple bunks lined the walls, maybe 10 on each side, all starkly empty, except one. Near the far end, a solitary figure sat hunched on a cot, its back to them, the silhouette suggesting the slumped shoulders of an older man. A cold dread shot down Mark's spine. In the weak light, the vast, vacant room, the oppressive quiet, it felt like they were staring at the back of some spectral judge about to deliver a final verdict. The figure remained motionless. Silent? "Hello!" Alec's voice boomed, shockingly loud in the stillness. Mark flinched, whipping his head toward Alec. "What are you doing?" he hissed. Alec's face was in shadow, the workpad light aimed down the room. "Being polite?" he whispered back sarcastically. "I'm going to ask our friend a few questions." Then, louder again, "Hey there, mind giving us a hand?" A low, raspy mumble answered, a sound Mark imagined coming from a deathbed. The words were slurred and indistinct, a jumble of lost meaning. "Say again?" Alec asked. The man didn't move or reply. He just sat there on his cot, a hunched lump facing away, head bowed, shoulders sagging. A sudden desperate need to understand what the man had said seized Mark. He began walking down the aisle between the cots, ignoring Alec's sharp, whispered objection as he moved. The spaces between the empty beds flashed by in the bobbing workpad light, casting strange leaping shadows on the walls. Alec's hurried footsteps followed close behind. Mark slowed as he neared the slumped form, a chill like ice water trickling over his skin. The stranger was physically broad and solid, but his defeated posture made him seem fragile and utterly broken. Mark kept a few feet of distance as he approached the slumped figure, the man's face hidden in shadow. "What was that?" Mark asked, stopping before him. Alec moved beside him and lifted the workpad, its glow falling across the stranger's deeply despondent features. The man was hunched forward, elbows on his knees, hands tightly clasped as if his whole being might dissolve into a puddle on the floor. Slowly, he lifted his gaze. His head turned with a stiff mechanical creak, revealing a face that was gaunt, etched with far too many wrinkles for his years. His eyes were like bottomless pits, swallowing the light. "I never wanted to hand her over," he whispered, voice rough with emotion. Good Lord, I didn't, not to those monsters. Chapter 33. Questions crowded Mark's mind, tumbling over each other. What are you talking about? He pressed. Who was taken? What is this facility? Do you know anything about a virus? He forced himself to slow down, swallowing against the tightness in his throat. We're looking for our friends, a woman named Trina, about my age, blonde. There was another woman and a young girl with her. Have you seen them? Were they brought here? The man's eyes drifted back to the floor as he released a weary sigh. So many questions, he murmured. Frustration flared in Mark's chest, and he took a deliberate breath to steady himself. Maybe rushing this broken man wasn't the way. He moved to sit on the cot opposite the stranger, and after a brief, surprised glance, Alec joined him, setting the workpad on the floor. Its upward glow cast eerie, elongated shadows across their faces. Can you help us understand? Alec asked, his tone uncharacteristically soft. He'd clearly sensed, as Mark had, that this man was fragile. What happened here? The power's down. The place is empty. Where is everyone? The man only groaned in reply, hiding his face in his hands. Mark and Alec exchanged a look. Let me try, Mark said quietly. He leaned in, resting his forearms on his knees. Hey, what's your name? The stranger lowered his hands. Even in the poor light, Mark could see the sheen of tears in his eyes. My name? You care about my name? Yeah, I do. I'm Mark. This is Alec. Our situation's pretty miserable too, I swear. You can talk to us. The man let out a bitter, choked sound, followed by a fit of coughing. Anton, he said finally. Not that it means anything now. Mark hesitated, afraid to push too hard. This man might hold the very answers they needed. Listen, we came from a settlement. Our friends were captured in the canyon above this place. We think our village was attacked by people from here. We just want to understand what's happening, and we want our friends back. That's all. He caught Alex starting to speak and silenced him with a sharp look. Is there anything you can tell us? What is this place?
What's with the bergs, the darts, the sickness? What went wrong here? Anything helps.
A deep fatigue was settling into Mark's bones, but he kept his attention fixed on Anton. The man drew a shaky breath, a single tear tracing a path down his cheek.
We selected a settlement 2 months back,
he began, voice hollow.
A trial run, not that the catastrophic outcome changed the grand plan in the end. But the girl, she changed it for me.
So many were lost, and it was the one who survived who made me see the horror of what we'd done. Like I said, I fought them today when they decided to return her to her people. That was my breaking point, the moment I was truly finished. Dee, Mark realized, the pieces clicking into place with a cold, dawning clarity. It had to be Dee, but where were Trina and Lana?
Just tell us what happened.
Mark pressed, a fresh wave of guilt washing over him for every moment. They weren't out there looking. But they needed answers first, or they'd be searching blindly forever. Start from the beginning. Anton's voice took on a detached, almost mechanical quality. The Post-Flares coalition up in Alaska was after something quick. A real fast spreader, a fast killer. They dug up some old-world nightmare, a virus cooked up before the flares wiped the slate clean. It's supposed to shut the brain down completely. Instant coma, leaves the body a wreck, causes massive bleeding to infect anyone nearby. Spreads through blood, sure, but it goes airborne under the right conditions. Perfect for wiping out settlements where people are packed in like sardines. The words flowed from him in a steady, unbroken stream. Mark's mind, dulled by exhaustion, struggled to keep up. He knew this was crucial, but the pieces refused to connect. How long had it been since he'd slept? A day, 2. His sense of time had melted into a blur. He caught the tail end of a sentence. Before they finally saw the colossal mistake they'd made. Mark forced himself to focus. What mistake? Alec cut in. How did they screw it up? Anton coughed wetly, wiping his nose with the back of his hand. The virus. It's defective. The trials over the last 2 months were a disaster, but they pushed ahead anyway, ranting about dwindling resources. All they did was increase the dosage in those trank darts. Those monsters are trying to cull half the population. Half. What about the girl? Mark's voice rose sharp with desperation. Was she with 2 women? Anton seemed lost in his own narrative, deaf to their questions. They promised us a fresh start, said once the job was done. They'd bring us all back to Alaska, homes, food, safety. Let half the world die and rebuild from the ashes. But they miscalculated, didn't they? That little girl survived a direct hit. And the virus, it's not behaving. It spreads like wildfire, all right. Too bad it's got a will of its own, pardon the awful joke. He emitted a sound that was part chuckle, part gasp, which quickly devolved into a racking cough. Then, the dam broke. Sobs shook his frame as he curled onto his side on the cot, drawing his knees up in a fetal position. I've got it, he wept, his voice muffled. I'm certain we all do. You've got it too. Make no mistake, my friends, you're infected. I told my team I was done, wanted no more part of it, so they left me up here alone. Fine by me. Mark felt like he was watching the scene through thick, distorting glass. He fought through the mental fog. Do you know where our friends are? He asked, forcing his tone to be level. Where is your team now? They're all down below, Anton whispered, his crying ebbing into quiet despair. I couldn't take it, came up here to die or lose my mind. Got a bit of both, I suppose. I'm just grateful they let me stay. Down below? Alec echoed. Further into the bunker, Anton murmured, his voice fading to a dry rasp. They're down there plotting, planning a revolt in Asheville to show them we're not happy with how this all turned out. They want to take the fight all the way back to Alaska. Mark exchanged a look with Alec, who was simply staring, dumbfounded. Each revelation from the broken man was stranger than the last. A revolt? Mark asked, Why Asheville, and who exactly are these people you work with? Asheville's the last fortified holdout in the east, the man breathed, his words now almost inaudible. Walls and everything, even if they're falling apart. And they were my co-workers, all hired hands of the PFC, the all-powerful post-flares coalition. My esteemed colleagues are determined to take down their superiors before they make their escape, before they retreat to Alaska using the flat trans. Anton, Alec urged. Hear me out. Is there anyone else we can reach? And how do we locate the friends we're searching for? The girl and the 2 women? The man coughed, a flicker of vitality returning to his tone. The people I'm stuck with are losing their grip on reality. Do you get it? They're unhinged. They'll be holed up for hours, plotting and conniving. They're headed for Asheville, and they won't hesitate to recruit a small army on the journey. Sure, there's chatter about some miracle cure waiting there. But that's pure nonsense. In the end, my associates just want to ensure nobody else gets what was stolen from us, a future. And you know what comes next? You can guess, can't you? What? Mark and Alex spoke in unison. Anton propped himself up on an elbow. The light from the workpad cast half his face in the shadow of the cot, the other half bathed in a sickly blue glow. The eye caught in the light seemed to hold a tiny, feverish spark. They'll use that flat trans in Asheville to get to Alaska, the man said, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial rasp. They'll march right to where the remnants of the governments have huddled and ensure the world burns out, even if that's not what they claim to want. They'll rant about finding an antidote and dismantling the provisional authority, but all they'll truly accomplish is unleashing the virus for good, making certain they complete what the solar flares began. They're fools, each and every one. Anton collapsed back onto the cot, a ragged heap, and within moments the room echoed with his ragged snores. Mark and Alex sat in a heavy silence for a long while, listening to Anton's labored, hitched breathing as he slept. I doubt we can put much stock in anything this guy just rambled about, Alec finally said, breaking the quiet. But it's unsettling, to say the least.
Yeah,
Mark replied, his voice devoid of inflection. A brutal headache throbbed behind his eyes, and a deep nausea churned in his gut. He couldn't recall ever feeling this utterly drained. They had to move, to leave this room, to find Trina and the others. Yet his body refused to obey. "Man, you look like you've seen a ghost," Alex said, twisting to look at him. "And I feel like one."
yeah.
Mark repeated, the word a dull echo. "You're not going to like this, but I'm not asking for a debate." Mark managed to raise his eyebrows, an effort that felt monumental. "And what's that?" "We have to sleep." "But Trina, Lana," he faltered, the little girl's name slipping from his exhausted mind. It was maddening. His skull pounded as if a tempest raged inside. Alec pushed himself to his feet. "We're useless to our friends if we're too wiped out to think straight. We'll just grab a short rest, maybe an hour each, while the other keeps watch." Anton said his buddies would be in some marathon meeting. He moved to the room's door, closed it firmly, and turned the lock. Better safe than sorry. Mark slumped onto his side, then slowly drew his knees up onto the cot, folding his arms beneath his head. He wanted to argue, but no words formed. Alex started speaking again. "I'll take the first watch, so." But Mark was asleep before he heard another word. The dreams descended, the memories, more vivid and piercing than ever before, as if the profound depth of his exhaustion had primed a perfect canvas for them to paint their horrors. There's that suspended instant that feels eternal when Mark witnesses the churning wall of water cascading down the subtrans station steps, a stampede of white, foaming fury. A torrent of questions floods him. How did he get here? What catastrophe unfolded in the city above? Is his family gone? What future remains? What does drowning feel like? This mental storm rages in the single second it takes for the deluge to reach the step's base. Then a hand seizes his arm, yanking him backward, wrenching his gaze away from the oncoming ruin. Mark's gaze locks with Trina's, her eyes wide with a terror so raw it jolts him into action. He seizes her arm, pulling her along as they break into a desperate sprint. Ahead, Alec and Lana weave past the same thugs who had confronted them earlier, a memory that now feels absurd and infuriating. Mark pushes the thought aside, his focus narrowing to the tunnel ahead and the frantic rhythm of their footsteps. A glance over his shoulder confirms the others are close. Baxter, Darnell, the Toad, and Misty, each face etched with the same dread coiling in his own chest. A deep, thundering roar fills the air, startlingly familiar. It reminds him of a childhood trip to Niagara Falls, standing awestruck before that colossal wall of water. Now the sound is underscored by screams and the sharp crackle of shattering glass. Alec, moving with an agility that belies his years, darts past the edge of the station platform and vanishes into the deeper blackness of the train tunnel. A cold realization hits Mark. His survival now rests entirely with the two figures ahead. This is the decisive moment. Life or death will be decided in minutes. A shout rings out from behind, followed by a hard shove against his shoulder that sends him stumbling. He regains his balance, losing his grip on Trina as she surges forward. Whirling around, Mark sees Misty sprawled on the ground. Worse, a churning torrent of water is pouring from the station landing, funneling down the tunnel tracks and racing toward them. It's only dozens of feet away. As the flood washes over Misty, already several inches deep, she scrambles to get up. Mark leans to help, but before he can, Misty shrieks and springs to her feet as if scalded. "It's hot," she screams, grabbing his hand in a panic squeeze. They turn and run, but the water is already sloshing over their feet. It soaks through Mark's shoes and socks, the hem of his pants, and he feels a creeping warmth that quickly intensifies into a sharp, burning heat. He jerks his foot up instinctively, like someone stepping into an overly hot bath. The heat is unnerving, painful enough to feel like a burn. The group struggles onward. What was a run, quickly becoming a labored slog. Unbelievably, the water is now 2 feet deep and rising fast. It surges past his knees, the current strengthening, forcing him to plant each foot firmly to avoid being swept away. He catches up to Trina, the others are just ahead. They aren't running anymore. Every movement is a full-body struggle against the current, a careful, exhausting step gained at a time. The scalding water is nearly at his upper thighs, and Mark knows the current is on the verge of overpowering them all. "Over here!" Alec bellows. Fighting the filthy, raging flow, he has battled his way to the left wall. A short flight of steps with an iron railing leads up to a small landing and a door. "We have to get up there!" Mark begins maneuvering toward it, replanting his feet with each painstaking step. Trina does the same beside him. Lana is already at the base of the stairs. Baxter, Misty, Darnell, and the Toad are behind, fighting their way forward. They can't endure this much longer. The roar of the water is overwhelming, broken only by Alec's shouts and the fading, echoic screams from the station sounds that are dwindling fast. Mark knows why. Most of those people are already gone. As if to make the thought concrete, a body bumps against Mark's knee before being snatched away by the current. A woman. Her face a deathly blue. Her hair a floating dark halo. She spins slowly, disappearing into the tunnel's black throat. Then come more. Some thrash weakly. Most are limp and still, carried along in the hot, relentless flood, the living thrashed in the torrent, arms and legs churning uselessly against the current. A split-second impulse to reach for them flashed through Mark's mind, but survival instinct screamed. It was too late. Saving themselves would be miracle enough. Alec had already found the iron railing of the stairs, hauling himself up 2 steps. Mark forced another heavy step forward, the scalding water now at his waist. Alec leaned down, his grip firm as he pulled Lana up. Then Trina, who seized his offered hand. Mark was next, with one last unsteady lurch. He was close enough to clasp forearms with the old man who'd become his unlikely guardian. A powerful yank from Alec sent him stumbling onto the stairs, where Trina caught him in a fierce, grateful hug. The Toad, Darnell, and Misty followed, the group huddling on the small landing before the door. All but Alec were safe. Then Mark saw Baxter. A bolt of shame hit him. The younger boy was still out there, 6 feet beyond Alec's reach, the raging water slamming into his side and splashing over his terrified face. Ignoring Trina's shouted, warning, Mark rushed back down the stairs to stand beside Alec, his mind blank with panic. Bodies and debris shot past Baxter. A stray foot struck the kid's shoulder, and a head surfaced beside him, only to vanish again beneath the filthy flow. "Take a step," Alec roared. Baxter obeyed, shuffling forward once, then again, almost within reach. Mark yelled encouragement. "Just a couple more!" But as Baxter moved, he was suddenly ripped off his feet, plunging face first into the water. Alec launched himself from the stairs, seizing the boy's arm, just as the current snatched at both of them. Mark reacted without thought. Gripping the railing with his left hand, he lunged forward with his right, catching Alec's shirt sleeve a heartbeat before the man was swept beyond reach. The fabric strained and began to tear, but Alec's hand shot up to lock onto Mark's arm. The force of the water jerked Mark's body into the current, slamming him against the concrete wall beside the track, his shoulder screaming in protest as it nearly tore from its socket. He focused only on his white-knuckled grip, on being the anchor. Filthy water rushed into his mouth, tasting of grit and chemicals, burning his throat. He felt other hands grabbing him from the stairs, pulling. From the chaos, he realized Alec was climbing him like a lifeline, which could only mean Baxter was lost. Mark's strength was spent, every muscle shrieking in agony, but he held the link. His head slipped under. In the muffled, roaring darkness of heat and sound and pain, he fought the primal urge to inhale. Then he broke the surface, coughing, as hands dragged him backward up the steps. Alec was right there, having regained the railing. Clasped tightly between the man's legs, like a wrestler's final pin, was Baxter. The boy's face emerged from the river, and he was breathing, spitting, crying out. They'd made it, all of them. On the landing, they stood together, dripping and shaken. The water had climbed to the top of the track and was now lapping onto the landing itself. Alec looked utterly spent, every movement a labor as he breathed in ragged gulps. He staggered to the door and pushed it open. A grim, unspoken thought flickered in Mark's mind. It could have been locked. Their tale might have ended right there, but Alec kept it going, swinging the door wide and ushering everyone forward. "Time to climb," the old man announced. Mark awoke, shivering in the pitch black, his body stiff and sore. He shifted on the creaking cot, trying to find a position where his muscles didn't ache. The loud snores of Alec and Anton filled the room clearly. Alec hadn't managed to stay awake on watch for long. Giving up on sleep, Mark settled onto his back to wait, deciding to let his friend rest as much as possible. They were going to need it. The dream had felt unnervingly real, his heart still pounding from the rush of it. He could almost taste the foul water and feel the stinging burns on his skin. He remembered the exhausting, dizzying climb up that endless staircase afterward, sapped of strength and in pain, never sure how he kept up. But up they went, with the water rising relentlessly below, peering over the railing at that churning dirty liquid inching closer. He'd been certain his life was about to end in its depths. Alec had saved them that day. They spent the next 2 weeks in that skyscraper, quickly realizing the heat, radiation, and rising waters made searching for loved ones impossible. It was there in the Lincoln Building, a place that held its own share of nightmares, that Mark's hope of ever finding his family truly began to fade. They huddled in the center corridors, trying to shield themselves from the sun's ruthless radiation, yet they all fell ill those first few months. A groan from Alec's cot pulled Mark from his thoughts, shoving them to the back of his mind for later torment. But the raw terror from those final moments in the subtrans tunnel lingered, like smoke after a fire. "Oh, crap," Alec muttered. Mark propped himself up on an elbow. "What?" "I didn't mean to fall asleep. Some soldier I am, and I left the stupid work pad on. We can kiss that thing goodbye."
The battery was probably almost dead anyway, Mark said, though he'd have given anything for 5 more minutes of its glow just then.
Alec groaned again, the cot creaking as he stood.
"We need to find this guy's coworkers. He said they were meeting deeper in the bunker. That means finding some stairs."
Alec stated.
"What about him?" Mark asked, pointing toward Anton before remembering Alec couldn't see him in the dark. "Let him sleep it off. Come on."
Mark took a moment to orient himself, then got up and felt his way to the end of the cot toward the room's central aisle. "How long were we out?" he asked. "No clue," Alec replied. "Maybe 2 hours?" They spent the next few minutes inching through the room and into the hallway. The flickering light above the door provided only the faintest illumination. Eventually they found the stairwell Alec had been looking for. Even its dim outline, just lines and edges fading into blackness, flooded Mark with memories of the skyscraper stairs and their frantic escape from the rising water. It had been too close a call that day. If he'd known everything that would follow, would he still have fought so hard to survive? Yes, he told himself. Absolutely, and he was going to find Trina and get out of this mess again. He almost chuckled at his own dark humor. "Let's get moving," Alec whispered, starting down the steps. Mark followed, resolved to leave the past behind. Mark knew he had to keep his mind fixed on what lay ahead, or he'd never make it there. The stairwell only went down 3 flights, and there was no way out until they reached the very bottom. They shoved the heavy door open and stepped into yet another corridor. This was finally the part of the bunker powered by the roaring generators overhead. A string of lights along the ceiling lit their way. Unlike the straight passage they'd left, this one curved gently. Mark exchanged a look with Alec, and they began moving down the hall. Doors lined both walls. But Alec thought it wiser to scout the full length of the hallway before checking any of them. They moved as silently as they could, and it soon became obvious the corridor formed a wide crescent shape. They were about halfway along the visible curve when Mark caught the sound of voices, then spotted where they were coming from. Up ahead on the left stood a pair of double doors, one swung fully open. The noise was spilling out from whatever was happening inside that room, some kind of gathering, with men and women talking over one another in a muddle Mark couldn't decipher. Anton's meeting his people. Alec slowed as they neared the room, then carefully edged forward until his back was flat against the closed door. He glanced at Mark, shrugged as if to say, "Well, here goes nothing," then leaned his head cautiously toward the opening to peek inside. Mark held his breath, acutely aware they were completely unarmed. Alec pulled back and shuffled a couple of feet toward him. "It's an auditorium. Pretty big seats, maybe 200. They're all down at the bottom watching someone on the stage. How many are there?" Mark whispered. "At least 40. Maybe 50. No sign of our friends from what I could tell. They all seemed to be arguing about something, but I couldn't make out the words." "So what do we do?" Mark asked. "Keep moving. This hall can't go on forever. If we get down on our hands and knees, we can crawl in and along the back. We can hide in that shadowed corner on the right." "I think we need to hear what these people are saying," Mark agreed. They had no idea who these people were or what they were planning, but this seemed like the only way, the safest way anyway, to find out. "Okay, let's do it." They dropped to all fours. Alec leaned forward to check around the door's edge once more, then started crawling into the vast room. Mark followed, feeling terribly exposed as they entered the open space of the auditorium. But nobody was near the back. All the voices came from below and sounded distant, and from the way everyone seemed to be talking at once, Mark guessed they weren't exactly on high alert for intruders. Alec crawled along the last row, his side brushing the black plastic seats, until he reached the far right corner, where shadows pooled deeply. He stopped and settled in, crossing his legs and wedging himself into the narrow gap between the last chair and the wall. Mark squeezed in beside him, tucking himself into an uncomfortable crouch to stay hidden. Alex stretched up briefly to peek over the seat in front of them, then sank back down.
"Can't see much. Looks like they're waiting for something to start. Or maybe they're on a break. Hard to tell."
Mark closed his eyes and let his head rest against the cool wall. They sat there for what felt like an eternity. A good 10 agonizing minutes ticked by with no change, just the constant buzz of overlapping conversation. Then, suddenly, a blur of movement made Mark stiffen. A man had entered the auditorium from the hallway, a quick streak of motion as he strode down the aisle toward the front. Mark let out a quiet sigh of relief that they hadn't been spotted. The crowd fell silent, the room dropping into a stillness that felt almost unnerving. Mark could hear the distinct sound of footsteps descending to the floor below, then climbing a set of wooden stairs onto a platform. "I'll take it from here, Stanley," a deep voice stated, its resonance carrying effortlessly through the space despite the low volume. "Good acoustics." "All yours, Bruce," came Stanley's reply, his voice pitched noticeably higher. "Everyone listen up." There was the noise of someone coming back down the steps, followed by the creak of a chair as they settled into a seat. When quiet finally returned, the new speaker began. "Let's begin, people. We're all running out of time before sanity completely leaves the building." Chapter 37. If the man's opening line wasn't strange enough, the audience responded with applause and loud cheers, sending a chill down Mark's spine. Bruce waited for the commotion to fade naturally before continuing. Mark felt a knot of tension, eager and dreading what would come next. Frank and Marla have returned from their reconnaissance flight around the Asheville perimeter. Just as we suspected, they've fortified those walls impressively tight. Remember humanity? Remember charity?
Those concepts are ancient history, my friends. The PFC has engineered an army of monsters out of folks who once would have given you the shirt off their back. Not anymore. Those cowards up in Alaska and right here in our backyard, our very own Asheville, have abandoned the outposts for good. More than that, they've abandoned us.
This declaration triggered a wave of furious shouts, stomping feet, and the violent banging of chair armrests. The cacophony reverberated through the room until Bruce's voice cut through it. "They sent us here," he roared, his volume rising. "They assigned us to this nightmare, the most disgraceful civil rights disaster since the 2020 war, a genocide, and they insisted it was for the survival of the species. They said it was to conserve our dwindling resources, to feed only those they judged worthy of life. But who gave them the right to judge?" He let the question hang for a beat.
"Well, ladies and gentlemen, apparently we didn't make the cut. They sent us here to do their filthy work, and now they've severed the line. Who do they think they are?"
He practically spat the last sentence, whipping the crowd into another frenzy of screams and stomping. The roar was so intense, it made Mark's head pound, a sharp ache forming behind his eyes. Just when he thought it would never cease, it stopped dead. He pictured Bruce raising a hand to command silence.
"Here's our reality," the man said, his tone now measured and cold. "The test subjects are descending deeper into their fanatical little religion every single day. We've struck a bargain with them. They demanded the child back. It seems they intend to offer her to their new gods. I believe they've crossed a line from which there's no return. They're beyond any help we could offer."
They can't even make it a full day without internal fighting, splintering into new factions, only to collapse and start the cycle again. But we negotiated with the handful who still seem vaguely rational. I'm exhausted from wondering when someone will leap from the trees to attack me every time I step outside. He paused, allowing a heavy, drawn-out silence to fill the room. We handed over the little girl and the two women we found with her. I know it's brutal, but it purchases us a brief period where we don't have to constantly watch our backs. I refuse to waste our remaining ammunition defending ourselves from a deranged cult. A sudden roaring static filled Mark's ears. The little girl, the two women, handed over. Anton's ominous words in the bunk room came crashing back. The pieces slammed together in his mind, making his hands shake. He recalled the madness of the people around the bonfire, and a situation he'd believed was rock bottom somehow plunged even deeper. They had wasted all this time hiding in a bunker, and their friends were already gone. Bruce was still speaking, but the words blurred into noise. Mark leaned close to Alec's ear, his voice a strained whisper. How could they just hand them over to those monsters? "We have to leave now." Alec raised a hand, a silent plea for patience. "I understand. We will go. But remember why we came. Let's hear this out, then we move. I promise you, Lana is just as important to me as Trina is to you." Mark gave a tight nod, his shoulders pressing back into the rough wall. He forced himself to listen to the man on the stage below. Bruce was explaining that the wildfire was finally out, doused by a heavy storm that had swept through a few hours prior. The sky remained choked with smoke, but the immediate danger was gone, replaced by the threat of mudslides across the scarred terrain. The test subjects, he reported, had scattered into the partially burned mountain cabins. With any luck, they'd hole up there for a while before hunger drove them toward Asheville. "I believe we have a window," Bruce concluded. "We move on the city in the next day or two. We go on foot, use the chaos to our advantage, and force them to listen. We demand what's owed to us." A ripple of anxious whispers moved through the crowd before Bruce continued, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial growl. "Let's be honest, we've got our own outbreak right here. We've all seen the signs, but our superiors would never have released this thing without an antidote ready. I say we make them hand it over, or they share our fate. We go all the way to their headquarters if we have to. We know they have a flat trans there. We use it, and we take what we deserve." The room erupted again in a frenzy of stomping feet and ragged cheers. Mark shook his head, a cold dread settling in his gut. These people were unhinged. The air crackled with a volatile energy like a coiled snake about to strike. The virus, whatever its original purpose, was clearly unspooling minds, and it seemed the madness was taking longer to manifest as it spread. If Asheville, the last major bastion for miles, had truly walled itself off, then the situation was far worse than he'd imagined. The last thing that Crumbling City needed was a horde of infected, desperate soldiers storming its gates, and a flat transit. Mark's head throbbed, a dull ache that made clear thought difficult. He had to focus on Trina. That was the only mission. He nudged Alec, his expression making his dwindling patience painfully clear.
Soon,
the older man murmured, not taking his eyes off the stage.
Intel is a weapon. We gather it. Then we go. I give you my word.
Mark wasn't buying it. He wouldn't trade Trina's safety for any information, not after everything they'd endured. He couldn't wait much longer. As the room quieted, Bruce's voice cut through the silence, each word dripping with contempt.
The Post-Flares Coalition?
He spat the name. Who do they think they are? Playing God? Deciding the eastern half of the country is expendable. As if their lives are worth more than ours? Another heavy pause followed. Mark had heard enough. He edged past Alec and cautiously peered over the back of a chair for a better look. Bruce was a hulking figure, his bald head gleaming under the weak lights, his face pallid and shadowed by stubble. He stood with his massive hands clasped, shoulders straining against a tight black shirt, staring at the floor as if in deep contemplation. To an outsider, he might have looked like a man in prayer. "Don't blame yourselves," Bruce said softly, finally lifting his gaze to meet the eyes of his followers. "We couldn't refuse them. They used the very supplies we needed to survive as leverage. We had to eat, didn't we? It's not our fault. Their virus evolved. All we can do now is what we've always done since the sun scorched the earth. Fight like hell to live. Darwin talked about survival of the fittest in nature."
Well, the PFC is trying to rewrite the rules. Our time for begging is over. We will.
The room erupted into a wild, deafening celebration that shook the floorboards. Mark slid back into his seat beside Alec, a renewed urgency tightening his chest. They needed to move, now. He opened his mouth to speak, but the noise died as if cut by a knife. Bruce's voice slithered through the sudden silence, cold and amplified. "But first, my friends, a small task. We have 2 spies lurking in the back, likely from the PFC. I want them bound and gagged before I finish counting to 30. Mark was on his feet before the final word faded, Alec a shadow at his side. A savage roar erupted from the crowd, a wave of sound that felt less like anger and more like a rehearsed performance. As Mark hesitated for a split second, he saw them surge forward, a chaotic, stumbling scramble for the aisles. It was almost comical in its desperation, like watching children in a mad dash for candy. Bruce was shrieking and pointing, his face flushed a blotchy red, his gestures oddly theatrical. The whole scene had a bizarre, exaggerated quality, as if everyone was playing a part in a bad play. Men and women snarled and shoved, their eyes wide with a frenzy that seemed artificially sharp, like they were all running on some cheap synthetic adrenaline. Alec reached the double doors first and vanished into the hall. Mark skidded to a halt, his morbid fascination with the spectacle evaporating in a cold rush of dread. The reality hit him like a physical blow. Capture was seconds away. Again, their howls of pursuit filled the air, a sound that chilled his blood. He threw a glance back as he slipped through the door. The first of the pack was already charging up the main aisle, eyes gleaming with a hunger that promised more than mere restraint. Alec yanked the door shut behind him, gaining them a precious heartbeat. The hallway was dim, and Alec stood disoriented. "This way!" Mark shouted, already sprinting. The door crashed open behind them, unleashing the thunder of footsteps and furious cries. Mark ran, forcing his mind blank, refusing to picture the hands that would grab him. Bruce's orders about binding and gagging felt like a polite formality compared to the raw violence he'd seen in those faces. A quick check confirmed Alec was there, the older man grinding forward with grim determination. Mark focused ahead on the hallway's gentle curve, his only plan to go up. His stomach twisted with a sharp pang of hunger. He couldn't recall his last meal, but adrenaline burned through the fatigue. He just had to make it back to the woods. The stairwell entrance appeared ahead, and he pushed for more speed. The shouts of their hunters echoed weirdly in the confined space, a distorted screeching that reminded him, absurdly, of the subtrans trains howling through their tunnels. He hit the stairs, leaping, Alec's labored breaths and the heavy thud of boots right behind him. Mark used the railings at each turn to sling himself upward, his muscles burning. They charged up 3 flights, bursting onto the top landing, just as the echoing clamor from below announced their pursuers had reached the bottom. The frantic shouts of their pursuers echoed through the corridor, a cold dread washing over Mark's sweat-slicked skin. He burst into the upper hallway, grateful for the deep shadows that might offer some cover. A spike of indecision paralyzed him for a heartbeat. "Which way?" he shouted to Alec, his mind racing toward the generator room as a potential hiding spot. Staying out in the open felt like an invitation to be caught, but hiding only postponed the inevitable. Without a word, Alec bolted to the right, back toward the massive, rotating landing platform of the Berg. A wave of relief hit Mark as he followed, thankful his friend was taking the lead again. They tore through the oppressive dark at a breakneck pace. Mark kept one hand skimming the wall to maintain his direction, acutely aware that a single unseen obstacle on the floor would end their flight. They flashed past the generator room, where a single struggling red bulb cast a weak, bloody glow, and the hum of machinery droned like an angry hive. The light and sound faded swiftly behind them. It was then Mark realized the sounds of pursuit had vanished entirely, as if their hunters had never climbed the stairs at all. "Alec!" he whispered, the word almost lost in their ragged breathing and pounding footsteps. He said it again, louder. His friend skidded to a stop, and Mark nearly collided with him. Gasping for air in the utter blackness, Mark turned. "Why did it stop?" he breathed out. "Don't know," Alec grunted. "But we can't stand here." Mark heard the older man's hands patting along the corridor wall. "You take the right side. I've got the left. Maybe there's another way out we missed." Mark began his search, the concrete cool and rough under his fingertips. He thought of that door with the sliver of light he'd seen earlier, but there was no trace of it now. The complete darkness was maddening, and the sudden silence from their pursuers felt deeply wrong, setting his every nerve on edge. They reached the hallway's end, where the round, submarine-style hatch led back into the chamber beneath the Berg's pad. He heard Alec step through the opening and then return. Pitch black in there, too. "Nowhere else to go," Mark replied, a new, desperate idea forming. "Let's get inside and seal it. Maybe we can barricade thee." Alec cut him off with a sharp hiss. "You hear that?" The mere question sent a chill down Mark's spine. He froze, holding his breath. At first, nothing. Then a faint rustling, a sly sound that seemed to dance in the darkness. One moment close, the next impossibly far, a sudden primal certainty seized him. They were not alone. Pure terror electrified his body. He moved to shove Alec through the doorway, to slam and spin the wheel lock shut, their only chance. He'd taken only a single step when a sharp click fractured the silence. A blinding flashlight beam speared the darkness, pinning both him and Alec in its glare. The holder was just a few paces away. A woman's voice, calm and chilling, cut through the air. "We didn't say you could leave yet." Chapter 39. Movement erupted. Other flashlights snapped on, their beams slashing and weaving a chaotic lattice in the air as Bruce's people surged forward, their shouts reigniting. Mark spun toward Alec, who was already reaching out, fingers clawing into Mark's shirt to yank him toward the open hatch. Alec was halfway through, his grip still tight on the fabric, when the storm of light engulfed them. The beams were dazzling, disorienting. A hand clamped onto Mark's ankle and wrenched it upward. He crashed to the floor, the back of his head striking the hard surface with a sickening crack. Mark was yanked across the floor by his ankle, scraping and colliding with bodies as he struggled. He kicked wildly, trying to break the hold. Alec's shout was swallowed by the angry crowd. They closed in. A sharp kick landed in Mark's side, followed by a woman's piercing scream and a punch to his gut. Groaning, he curled inward, wrenching his foot with such force it slipped free. Seizing the opening, he rolled onto his belly and scrambled toward the exit, a frantic tangle of limbs trying to evade grasping hands. A thunderous roar split the chaos, a deep, guttural sound like a bear defending its young. It was Alec. Suddenly bodies were hurled aside as the man plowed into the mob, clearing a path. In the confusion, someone landed on Mark's leg, another on his back. Then, absurdly, someone sat directly on his face. For a split second, the whole scene felt ludicrous, like a slapstick circus act, and a hysterical laugh almost bubbled up. The feeling vanished when a stinging slap snapped his head to the side. Mark swung a fist blindly, missing, then swung again like an amateur in a brawl. On his fourth attempt, his knuckles cracked against a jaw, and a cry rang out. He glimpsed Alec fighting with ferocious intensity, shoving and elbowing, sending people sprawling. A flashlight clattered to the floor, its beam skittering across the tiles until it settled against the wall, casting a pale circle of light on the chamber door, a dozen feet away. That was their only way out. He'd just gotten to his hands and knees when a new weight crashed onto his back, driving him down. An arm hooked around his throat and squeezed. Mark choked, his lungs burning for air. He shoved up from the floor with everything he had, twisting violently to throw the attacker off. He spun and kicked out, connecting with a face, and realized too late it was a woman. Her head snapped back, blood spraying from her nose. Two more figures seized his arms from behind, hauling him upright. Their grips were iron. A man stepped forward, a cruel smile on his lips, and drove a fist into Mark's stomach. The pain was instant and nauseating. He doubled over, dry heaving, as another roar echoed from Alec. The man tackled one of Mark's captors. With one arm free, Mark jerked his elbow back into the other holder's chin, breaking loose. He lunged, taking the smirking man to the floor with a heavy thud. Mark didn't wait. He surged to his feet and dove for the flashlight by the wall. His fingers closed around its cool metal. Rising, he swung it in a wide, desperate arc without looking. It connected with a sickening thud against a man's ear, dropping him. Alec was rising nearby, another flashlight in hand, 2 or 3 opponents motionless at his feet. Mark ran to his side, and they stood back to back, slowly turning to face the remaining crowd. The attackers had regrouped into 2 packs, blocking the hallway on either side, gathering themselves for a final crushing rush. Mark swept his flashlight beam across the chamber, his heart hammering against his ribs. The cluster of bodies blocking their path to the exit was the smaller group, maybe 8 people, a sliver of luck in a sea of chaos. Without a word, he and Alec moved as one, a shared instinct sparking into action. They roared and charged, crashing into the huddled figures with a force that sent bodies sprawling. Mark lost himself in a desperate frenzy, lashing out with kicks and knees, swinging the heavy end of his flashlight at any shadow that lunged. He scrambled, crawled, and shoved, twisting violently away from grasping hands that clawed at his clothes. He was a battering ram plowing through the tangle of limbs until, miraculously, he burst free into open space with the circular door just ahead. Alec fought his way through, right behind him, stumbling once before surging back to his feet. They sprinted for the opening and clambered through. Alec was on the heavy door in an instant, heaving to swing it shut. Several arms shot through the narrowing gap, blocking it. "I need you!" Alec shouted. Mark hammered at the intruding hands with his flashlight. Alec yanked the door back and then slammed it forward, crushing it against the limbs. There were sharp cries, and a few arms withdrew, only for a fresh surge to press in, nearly knocking Alec off balance. Mark dropped his light to add his strength. Together they gripped the outer rim, jerked the door open, and then rammed it shut with brutal force. More screams, fewer arms. They did it again and again. Each swing was quicker, harder, driving the opening narrower. "One last big push!" Alec yelled. Mark braced, pulled the door out, and then threw his entire weight into a final savage slam. The thick metal crunched with a sickening sound, and every obstruction vanished. Alec leaned in, and the door boomed shut with a final resonant clang. Mark spun the locking wheel. The sudden quiet in the vast chamber was profound, broken only by the squealing protest of the wheel as Mark wrenched it tight. Alec joined him, their combined strength fighting against the faint opposite turns from the other side. The tighter they got it, the more secure it became. "Just hang on to that puppy." Alec finally grunted when the wheel would turn no farther. Mark gripped the cold metal with both hands, holding fast. Before him stretched the enormous empty chamber where the landing pad had once rotated down into the earth. Every part of him ached and throbbed from the hallway brawl. Alec retrieved their flashlights, his own and Mark's, which had been dropped nearby. He swept his bluish beam to the right, illuminating the hulking, dormant shape of the berg. Dust swirled in the light as it played over scarred metal plates, rows of bolts and jagged ridges. In the gloom, the vessel looked less like a ship and more like some ancient, slumbering beast hauled up from a deep trench. "Seems a lot bigger standing next to it," Mark remarked, his arms burning as he felt the subtle, persistent tug on the wheel. "Any chance we can actually get out of here in that thing?" Alec was already slowly circling the berg, his light searching its flank, likely for an entry hatch. "Best idea you've had since this whole mess started," he called back, his voice echoing. The low, frustrated thuds from the sealed door were a constant reminder of the madness, just on the other side. "Good thing one of us knows how to fly it," Mark said, the words tinged with a weary sarcasm that barely masked his dread. "Yeah," Alec replied, his voice now distant and thoughtful as he moved around to the far side of the ship. "Let's just hope it has any fuel left." "The hatch is right over here," Mark called out. Their pursuers abruptly ceased their efforts, the silence that followed feeling more ominous than the previous clamor. "They stopped," Mark said, immediately cringing at the youthful hope that had crept into his own voice. "Which means they're planning something else," Alec countered, his tone grim. "We need to board this bird and get her flight ready, and we need to get that landing bay open." Mark glanced up at the massive control wheel, reluctantly releasing his grip and rising to his feet, his gaze fixed on the handle. A sudden deafening clang shattered the quiet, followed by the tortured shriek of metal grinding against metal. He spun around, but the bulk of the berg's hull blocked his view. Alec must have gotten the hatch open. After a final wary look at the stationary wheel, Mark hurried toward the ship. On the opposite side, Alec stood with his hands on his hips, a look of pure satisfaction on his face, as the enormous ramp lowered with a groan. "Ready to board, co-pilot?" Alec asked, a crooked grin on his face. "I'm betting the landing bay controls are inside." Mark could see the eager glint in the older man's eyes, a pilot itching to feel the controls in his hands again, to slice through the open sky. "As long as co-pilot means the guy who gets to sit back and watch you do all the work." Alec let out a booming laugh that seemed to defy their desperate circumstances. For a fleeting moment, the sound lifted Mark's spirits, making him forget the gnawing hunger in his stomach and the constant worry for Trina. The feeling vanished as quickly as it came. Alec hopped onto the now stationary ramp and scrambled up into the shadowy interior. Mark dashed back into the main chamber for one last check. Seeing the control wheel still and silent, he returned and followed Alec's path. Pausing at the top of the ramp, Mark swept his flashlight beam around the interior. The berg was a cavern of dust and shadows, eerily similar to the one they'd commandeered back at their settlement. But stripped bare, Alec was already pacing the space, investigating. Mark stepped inside with a heavy thud that echoed through the darkness, the sound oddly reminiscent of a scene from some old sci-fi film about explorers boarding a derelict alien ship. A movie that, he recalled, ended very badly for the human crew. He pushed the thought aside. "I don't see any of those dart crates we found on the last berg," Alec remarked, his light illuminating a row of vacant shelves. Something caught Mark's eye, tucked into the far corner. "Hey, check this out," he said, walking over. He shone his light and retrieved a stack of 3 work pads, secured with elastic bands. "Look, work pads. Do they, actually work?" Alec replied, sounding unimpressed. Mark tucked his flashlight under his arm and powered one of the devices on. The screen glowed to life, displaying a login prompt demanding a numeric passcode. "It works," Mark confirmed, "but cracking this might require your old soldier genius skills."
"Get back over here."
Alec's command was cut off as the entire burg shuddered violently. Mark fumbled, nearly dropping the work pad as he fought for balance. The flashlight clattered from his grip and skittered across the floor, its beam dying. "What was that?" Mark asked, though a cold dread already told him the answer. Before Alec could respond, the grinding shriek of heavy machinery filled the air, pouring in from the open hatch. Someone from Bruce's group had found a control. The massive landing pad in the central chamber was beginning to rotate open once more. Chapter 41. "Move! Seal the hatch!" Alec shouted. "The controls are right there! I'm getting us off the ground!" Alec vanished into the ship's depths, his shouted promise to crash through the ceiling still hanging in the air. With him went the light, plunging Mark into an oppressive darkness. A thin sliver of illumination was already bleeding through the widening crack of the rotating landing pad, however, and by its faint glow, Mark spotted his fallen flashlight. He snatched it up, then dashed back to secure the work pads he'd found, a fleeting hope that he might survive to learn their secrets crossing his mind. He thumbed the flashlight on, its beam cutting a swift arc through the cavernous cargo room. Over the grinding shriek of the landing pad machinery, he now heard voices, sharp, urgent shouts. The cold truth hit him. They had company, and it was likely preparing to drop down onto the ship just as he and Alec had done. He had to seal the hatch. Mark sprinted to the massive door, his light dancing over a tangle of cabling, mounting hooks, and the utilitarian plates that connected the raw hydraulic machinery to the room's more finished walls. He found the control panel on the left, identified the correct switch, and slammed his palm against it. A motor whirred to life, and with a metallic groan, the ramp began its agonizingly slow pivot upward. The voices grew louder, closer. He was going to have to hold them off. Pressing his back against the wall and out of direct line of sight, he scanned his surroundings for anything he could use as a weapon. But the search was hopeless. Reality was a flashlight and his own 2 hands. The ramp was taking an eternity. Having risen only about halfway, its hinges screamed in protest as the heavy metal square inched shut, like some giant mechanical jaw closing in slow motion. Mark braced himself, certain the intruders would reach him before it sealed. He tightened his grip on the flashlight, holding it like a club. The room beyond was noticeably brighter now, meaning the landing pad was nearly fully rotated. 2 figures, a man and a woman, leaped onto the rising incline and began scrambling aboard. Mark lunged, swinging the flashlight at the man, but he missed. The stranger seized Mark's shirt and hauled him forward with shocking ease. The flashlight was wrenched from Mark's grasp, clattering away outside with a final, glass-shattering crunch. Mark slammed onto the cold metal of the hatch and found himself staring into the man's utterly blank face, which showed no exertion, no emotion, nothing. "You're a spy," the man stated, his tone disturbingly conversational, as if remarking on the weather. "Worse, you're trying to steal our burg and strike 3. You're one ugly son of a gun, aren't you?" "I was just thinking the same about you." Mark shot back, the entire situation feeling utterly surreal. The man ignored him. "I've got him," he called to his partner. "Get inside and stop that door." It clicked then for Mark. These were the pilots. He recognized their voices from earlier. A strange, almost giddy sensation fluttered in his chest, separating him from the panic. "Sorry, man," Mark said, his head throbbing. "I'm afraid I can't let you aboard without proper identification." The man blinked, momentarily thrown by the absurdity. His partner was nearer the edge now, crawling desperately to slip inside before the gap vanished. Something fundamental shifted inside Mark then. He didn't question it. He just knew he would not let them pass. In one fluid motion, he grabbed the front of the man's shirt and drove his left foot hard into the woman's stomach. She cried out, recoiling, her hands flailing for her companion's arm. But her grip found only air, and she was gone. She lost her footing and plunged from the ascending platform, her skull striking the other pilot's leg. Mark heard the heavy thud of her body hitting the chamber floor. The hatch was nearly sealed, leaving a gap of no more than 5 feet. Its movement agonizingly slow. The man had leaned over the edge to check on his companion, but he now spun back to face Mark, his features contorted with fury. A matching tempest ignited within Mark, a primal surge of anger unlike anything he had ever known. It was a hurricane contained within his ribs. He lunged, seizing his opponent's shirt front, the fabric crumpling in his white-knuckled grip. Then, with a low growl that somehow banked the internal fire, he uttered 2 words. "Your turn." "You're a dead man," the pilot spat back, the words ragged with hatred. "Your life ends right here." "Wrong," Mark countered, his voice steady. "It doesn't." He clenched his fist and drove it into the pilot's jaw. A sharp cry escaped the man, who then clawed wildly at Mark's hair, face, and clothing. Finally, getting a firm hold on Mark's shirt and shoulder, he wrenched Mark into a crushing grapple. They slammed against the hatch door, a metal seam gouging into Mark's spine as the pilot pinned him from above, driving a forearm into his throat, choking off his air. "You picked the wrong guy to cross today," the pilot hissed, his voice venomous. "My patience ran out long before you tried stealing my ship. I'm going to work out all my frustrations on you, kid. And I plan to take my sweet, sweet time, you get me?" The pressure on his neck eased just enough for Mark to gulp a desperate breath. Then the pilot hauled him up by the shirt and sat back, driving his full weight onto Mark's abdomen. His fist rose high and plummeted down, connecting squarely with Mark's jaw. Something seemed to splinter in his face. A second blow landed, and the pain exploded. Mark squeezed his eyes shut, fighting to contain the rage detonating inside him like a chain reaction. How much was one person supposed to endure? "Better hope that door doesn't shut for good," the man taunted, oozing confidence. "As entertaining as it would be to watch your head get crushed out there, I'm in the mood for a longer game." He shifted his weight and stood up, striding to the control panel to press a sequence. A jolt vibrated through the deck into Mark's back, followed by a metallic shriek as the hatch door began its slow, grinding reversal. The chamber brightened considerably. The landing pad had completed its rotation and was now descending. Soon it would be fully exposed to Bruce's entire mob, an invitation for them to storm aboard and finish everything. Fighting every instinct to move, Mark lay still, letting the fury within him ferment and expand. The pilot returned, grabbed Mark's ankles with a grunt, and hoisted his legs. "Up, we go! Let's find you a better spot," he began, dragging Mark sideways, deeper into the Berg's cargo hold. "I'll make sure you're nice and settled before." Mark erupted into motion. With a raw scream, he kicked out violently, twisting his body to break the pilot's hold. The man staggered backward until his spine hit the wall beside the widening ramp. Scrambling to his feet, Mark lunged, driving his shoulder into the man's stomach. The pilot folded over, locking his arms around Mark's torso, and they crashed to the floor in a tangled heap. They rolled and thrashed, a whirlwind of wild punches and grappling limbs. Mark tried to knee him in the groin, but the man blocked it and countered with an uppercut to Mark's chin. Mark's head snapped back and he tumbled off, but the pilot was on him again in an instant. Yet Mark never stopped moving, using his own fall to roll and heave the man off him. He surged to his feet and sprinted for the controls, a bolt of horror striking him as he saw the ramp had already lowered several feet. At any moment, a flood of enemies could pour inside. He hit the retract button and the door groaned, beginning its slow slide shut, as he spun back to confront his enemy, The pilot charged, slamming them both onto the cold metal ramp. They skidded several feet, perilously close to the open edge. Mark wrenched his body, seizing the man's shirt with both hands, trying to heave him through the narrowing gap. But the pilot dug in his heels, shoving himself back on top. They grappled, a frantic exchange of blows. Exhausted, starving, running on nothing but raw adrenaline, Mark fought on. His mind flashed to Trina, out there somewhere with those bonfire fanatics, her sanity fraying with each passing day and the chaos of the forest fire. He had to survive. He had to reach her. This man was just an obstacle in his path. That simmering core of fury, the reactor of heat and pain that had been building inside him, finally detonated. With a surge of unknown strength, he heaved the pilot off. He was on the man before he could recover, pinning him down, driving his fist into him again. And again, there was blood. The sickening crack of bone. Mark felt detached, his vision swimming with pinpricks of light, his whole body trembling as if his blood were on fire. Some distant part of him registered the ramp door was nearly shut. Another part heard the shouts from the chamber walls. People preparing to assault the berg, but Mark was past control. He looked down, almost surprised to find himself dragging the struggling man toward the edge, shoving him halfway out so his head and shoulders dangled over open air. The pilot fought his grip, but Mark held fast, landing another punch. The man's violent writhing showed he knew what was coming, perhaps clearer than Mark did himself. Mark kept him there, suspended between the berg and the void. Something had shifted. His world had narrowed to the man in his grasp and the debt he was owed. A thick red fog of rage filled his skull, and he was powerless to stop it. Something inside had broken. The ramp door sealed against the pilot's chest, crushing him as it strained to close fully. The screams that tore from the man were horrific. A sound that pierced Mark's core and violently yanked him from his red haze. It was like waking up. He saw what he was doing, torturing another person. The gruesome sound of splintering ribs, the shriek of stressed metal, a wave of self-loathing crashed over him. He pushed against the wedged body, but it was stuck fast. The screams seemed to vibrate the very frame of the berg. Scrambling onto his back, Mark braced his elbows against the ramp and with every ounce of strength, drove both feet into the man's midsection. The body shifted an inch. He kicked again and again, a desperate, brutal effort to end the agony. With one final savage thrust, he knocked the pilot loose. The man vanished through the gap, and the door slammed shut with a definitive boom. A profound, unsettling silence swallowed the cargo hold, thick in the near-total darkness. Seconds later, the grind of a motor broke the quiet, and the berg jerked into motion on the tracks, returning to the central chamber. As his eyes adjusted, Mark pulled himself up and crawled to a wall, slumping against it. He felt something ugly and foreign coiling inside him. He wrapped his arms around his knees, burying his head against them. He didn't understand what had just happened. He didn't understand himself at all. The memory of those swirling lights and that burning fury, the adrenaline surging through him like a runaway train, was still vivid. He'd been completely overtaken, every fiber of his being focused on obliterating that pilot. There had been a dark, twisted satisfaction seeing the man trapped in the doorway. Then, clarity returned, and he'd shoved him free. It was as if a part of Mark had simply vanished. He lifted his head, the cold truth settling in his gut. He had lost his mind entirely. Just because he felt steady now didn't erase the fact that it had started. Using the wall for support, he rose to his feet, crossing his arms against a sudden chill. He rubbed his sleeves briskly. The virus. The sickness. Exactly what the man named Anton had described back in the barracks, a disease that devoured the brain. That memory triggered another, a bitter irony, a single word he'd overheard from that very pilot earlier. Mark knew it, felt it in his bones. The relentless pounding in his skull made perfect sense now. He had the flair. An odd serenity washed over him. Hadn't he been waiting for this? Hadn't he already accepted that their chances of escaping infection were practically non-existent? Trina likely had it. Lana and Alec, too. The only puzzle was Dee Dee. Her immunity, even after being hit with a dart months ago, was a mystery. But then he recalled Bruce's reasoning. Anyone reckless enough to release a virus would surely have a safeguard for themselves. There had to be a cure, a treatment stashed somewhere. It was the only logical conclusion. For the first time, a faint glimmer of possibility ignited within him. How many brushes with death had he survived in the past year? He was numb to it by now. His only focus was the next step, Trina. He had to find her. If nothing else, he wouldn't face the end alone. A sudden lurch of the berg startled him, followed by the metallic groans of gears and pulleys straining into motion. The landing platform was ascending. The ship hummed to life around him, lights blinking on, engines rumbling with power. A surge of desperate energy propelled Mark toward the cargo room door. If Alec was serious about flying this beast, he needed to witness it firsthand. Alec moved in the cockpit with a practiced, frantic grace, a whirlwind of pressing buttons, throwing switches, and pulling levers. He looked more at home than Mark had ever seen him. "What kept you?" Alec muttered, his eyes never leaving the controls long enough to look over. "Ran into some complications," Mark replied, having zero interest in rehashing it. "You're actually going to get this thing airborne?"
Absolutely.
"Her fuel cells are half charged and she's purring like a kitten," Alec said, nodding toward the windshield where a line of pine trees was now visible.
But we need to move before those lunatics outside figure out how to claw their way in.
Mark hurried closer for a better view. Leaning forward, he saw a disorganized crowd of Bruce's followers milling about the landing pad's edge, gesturing confusedly. A few, however, were right up against the ship's hull, intently working on something he couldn't quite make out. A spike of alarm shot through him. "The hatch door," he blurted. "You disabled the external override, right?" "First thing I did was lock it down." "Stop worrying," Alec assured him, still engrossed in his pre-flight checks. "We launch in 60 seconds. Might want to park that bony rear end in a seat and buckle up, right?" But Mark wanted one last glance. He circled around Alec to the opposite set of windows. This side offered a closer view of the canyon's granite wall, its stark gray surface capturing his attention before he could look down at the commotion below. Mark's gaze was tracing the rough granite walls when a sudden flash in his peripheral vision made him freeze. The massive head of a sledgehammer arced upward and slammed into the cockpit glass with a deafening crack, sending a spiderweb of fractures radiating across the surface. Someone had scaled the side of the berg. Mark stumbled backward as Alec let out a sharp cry of alarm. "Get us airborne now!" Mark shouted. "You think I'm just sitting here?" Alec snapped, his fingers flying over the central control panel, hovering above a glowing green icon on the touchscreen. Mark whipped his head back toward the window just as the hammer descended a second time. It punched through completely with a sickening crunch, spraying a hail of glass fragments across the console. The hammer itself tumbled in, clanging off a panel before clattering to the floor. A man's grimacing face filled the jagged opening, hands gripping the frame as he began to haul himself inside. "Deal with him!" Alec roared. At the same instant, he jabbed the green button. The berg shuddered and lifted from the ground, the thrusters erupting with a sound like furious beasts. Mark fought for balance and dove for the hammer. His fingers had just brushed the wooden handle when a fist seized a clump of his hair and wrenched him backward. A raw, involuntary cry ripped from his throat at the burst of pain, and the hammer slipped from his grasp. He pummeled the arm, holding him, but the attacker held fast, quickly looping his other arm around Mark's neck in a chokehold and pulling back. Mark's skull cracked against the upper edge of the shattered window frame, and then he was being dragged through it, out into the sweltering morning air. Before he knew it, he was dangling from the waist up, his fingers desperately clawing at the frame to keep from falling entirely. The world inverted, a dizzying view of treetops and endless blue sky stretched below him. A fresh wave of terror washed over him as he realized the man was now hanging from him, his weight pulling on Mark's hair and neck. For the second time that day, Mark's breath was stolen away. The berg was climbing, and in a fleeting, upside-down glimpse, Mark saw Alec's horrified face staring back at him through the broken window. Alec then vanished from view, and the berg's ascent halted, hovering mere yards above the canyon floor. Mark felt a new, brutal tug on his legs from the man below, intensifying the agony in his neck and scalp. A choked, gurgling noise, a sound that frightened him more than the pain itself, escaped his own lips. Alec was pulling from above. The attacker dangled from below. His body felt stretched on a rack, tendons and joints screaming in protest. A bizarre, detached thought wondered if his head might just pop off like a stubborn bottle stopper. Realizing Alec had a firm hold, Mark let go of the window frame. He twisted, beating and scratching at the arms locked around his neck. The valley floor swam above him like a brown, rocky sky. He slipped several more perilous inches through the opening, a bolt of pure electric terror searing through him before his descent jarred to a stop again. Something dark blurred past his vision. A black mass followed by a streak of light brown. The hammer. It connected with a sickening thud and a sharp crack, followed immediately by a piercing scream. Alec had hurled the weapon. It struck the attacker squarely in the face. The grip around Mark's neck vanished. The man fell, a silent, shrinking shape, until he disappeared into the trees below. Mark gasped, dragging in huge, sweet gulps of air. Alec hauled him up, hand over hand, back through the jagged window until he collapsed in a heap on the cockpit floor. Chest heaving, Mark gingerly touched his throbbing neck. The old soldier gave him a long, assessing look. Seemingly satisfied Mark would survive, Alec simply nodded, stood up, returned to the controls, and sent the berg soaring into the open sky. Chapter 45, Mark's stomach revolted at the berg's violent maneuvers. Alec took them straight up in a near-vertical rush until they cleared the canyon walls, then threw the craft forward as if shot from a colossal slingshot, the horizon tilting wildly. Mark's stomach twisted violently, a wave of nausea forcing him to crawl on all fours until he located a restroom. He barely made it inside before he was retching, bringing up nothing but burning acid that seared his throat like industrial solvent. He slumped against the wall, waiting for the world to stop spinning before he could stumble back toward the cockpit. "Food," he rasped, his voice raw. "Please tell me there's any food left." Alec's voice answered from the controls. "What about water? Sound like a plan?" Mark gave a weak nod, a useless gesture since the older man wasn't looking. "Let me set this bird down somewhere stable first. Hovering's a luxury we can't afford with our fuel reserves."
But I'd bet my last bullet this rust bucket's got some rations stuffed in a locker somewhere. Then we go find the folks who started that bonfire.
"Please," Mark whispered, his eyelids growing impossibly heavy. It wasn't fatigue. He could feel his consciousness fraying from sheer hunger, his mouth as dry as a desert gulch. It felt like a lifetime since he'd last eaten. "You've been through the ringer, kid," Alec said, his tone uncharacteristically soft. "Just hang on a few more minutes." Slumping back to the floor, Mark shut his eyes. He didn't fully black out, but reality seemed to detach, as if he were watching a distant, muffled performance from under a pile of old blankets. Every sound was dulled, and a hollow ache pulsed from his empty stomach. Finally, the berg's engines whined down, followed by a jarring thump as it settled, then silence. For a long moment, Mark teetered on the edge of sleep, and with it, the nightmares he knew were waiting. He fought it, terrified of what his own mind would show him. Distant footsteps grew closer, and then Alec was there. "Here you go, son. Standard issue military grub, not winning any culinary awards, but it's packed with what you need. Should put some pep back in your step. I set us down in a deserted suburb between the bunker and downtown Asheville. Looks like all the local lunatics ran from the fire, headed south." Mark forced his eyes open, his lids so heavy he almost had to pry them up with his fingers. Alec was a blurry shape, that slowly sharpened into focus, holding out a silvery packet topped with unidentifiable brown chunks. It didn't matter what it was. Mark snatched 3 of them and shoved the glorious, salty, meaty bites into his mouth. But when he tried to swallow, his parched throat rebelled.
Whoa!
He started, before a violent coughing fit sent half-chewed food spraying toward Alec, who wiped it from his cheek with a sigh.
Charming, really classy. Water,
Mark choked out. Yeah, I figured, Alec said, handing over a canteen. Mark could hear the beautiful slosh inside. He pushed himself up, a groan escaping as pain lanced through his body.
Easy now,
Alec cautioned. Small sips, gulp it down, and you'll regret it.
Okay?
Mark took the canteen, steadied his trembling hands, and let the cool, glorious water flow into his mouth. He concentrated on swallowing, savoring every drop before taking another careful drink. That's plenty, Alec warned. Now try a few more bites of this gourmet feast I dug up. Mark obeyed, and this time the food tasted even richer. With his mouth and throat finally moistened, it went down easier, though his throat still felt brutally raw. A trickle of strength began to seep into his limbs, and the pounding in his head dulled to a tolerable throb. Best of all, the nausea had vanished, leaving him just coherent enough to crave real sleep. Looks like a few lights came back on upstairs, Alec observed, sinking down against the wall and shoveling food into his own mouth. This slop isn't half bad when you think about it. You shouldn't talk with your mouth full? Mark managed a faint smile. It's rude.
I'm aware,
Alec said, then dramatically crammed in another huge bite, chewing with exaggerated vigor.
What kind of uncivilized animal even needs that reminder?
Mark let out a genuine laugh, a raw sound that scraped his throat and made him cough. Once he caught his breath, he asked, So, remind me where we ended up? He went back to eating his meal. The Berg's bunker was west of Asheville. I headed a bit east. This mountainside used to be dotted with upscale neighborhoods. I saw a lot of movement, a couple miles south, probably where the crowd from our delightful bonfire party ran after they torched the woods. This spot seems quiet for now. He took another bite before continuing. We're tucked into a cul-de-sac in what was once a seriously fancy area before the world got cooked. That is, plenty of wealthy folks lived around Asheville. Most of these houses are just hollow shells now. But what about... Mark started. Alec raised a hand to cut him off. I know. As soon as we've got our strength back, and a few more hours of sleep, we'll go find them. Mark hated the delay, but he knew Alec was right. They needed the rest. See anything unusual out there? When we flew over that area to the south, I thought I recognized some faces. I'm pretty sure it's the group from Dee Dee's settlement. We'll have to check if Lana and the others are there too, like that guy Bruce hinted. Mark closed his eyes briefly, unsure if that was a hope he should even entertain. They ate and drank in silence for a moment. Mark was curious about the view outside, but he was too drained to get up and look. Besides, he'd seen enough burnt-out homes to last a lifetime. You're sure we're safe parked here, in case it slipped your mind, a lunatic with a hammer already redecorated one of our windows. No one's bothered us yet. We'll stay alert. And when we go looking, we'll just have to pray nobody notices our new makeshift door. The memory of the hammer-wielding man sent a cold dread through Mark's gut, instantly dragging up the image of the pilot he'd killed on the hatch. Alec noticed the shift in his mood. I know you weren't exactly hosting a garden party back in that cargo room after I left. You ready to tell me what went down? Mark shot his friend an uneasy, almost sheepish look. For a few minutes, it was like I wasn't in control. I started acting strange, cruel even. Listen, kid, that doesn't mean a thing. I've watched plenty of good soldiers snap in the heat of battle, and there wasn't any virus to blame back then either. It doesn't mean you're infected. People do insane things to stay alive. Haven't you seen enough of that this past year? It didn't make Mark feel any better. This was different. For a second, watching that guy get crushed, it felt like a gift. Really? Alec studied him for a long, silent moment, his thoughts unreadable. It'll be dark soon. No use stumbling around at night. Let's get some serious sleep. Mark nodded, deeply unsettled. He wondered if he should have just kept quiet. A yawn overtook him as he got comfortable, intending to sort through his tangled thoughts. But a full stomach and a crushing weight of exhaustion pulled him under into a deep sleep. And of course, the dreams followed. Mark finds himself in a conference room in the Lincoln Building, curled into a tight ball beneath an enormous table where he imagines powerful people once debated world-changing decisions. His stomach cramps from a diet of weeks-old junk food and soda looted from the building's vandalized vending machines. It took some effort to break into them, but former soldiers like Alec and Lana were trained to break things, weren't they? Doors, defenses, sometimes even people. The Lincoln Building is a miserable place, stifling and hot as an oven. The air hung thick with the putrid odor of decay, a constant reminder of those who had perished in the initial searing blast. They had cleared the 15th floor, but the cloying stench of death refused to leave, a presence you could never acclimate to. Boredom had become a corrosive force, gnawing at their minds in the stagnant silence, a threat almost as potent as the radiation outside which Alec insisted was finally fading. They still avoided the windows, a habit born of fear, yet, for Mark, one shining thought cut through the gloom. He and Trina had found a new depth in each other, a closeness that made him smile like an idiot in the dark. The scrape of a door and shuffling footsteps broke his reverie. A can clattered, followed by a hushed curse. "Hey!" a voice whispered. "Baxter, Mark Guest, you awake under there?" "I am now," Mark grumbled back, his voice thick with sleep. "Subtlety isn't your strong suit. My bad. Get up. There's a boat cruising right down Broadway, headed this way. Come see. A boat on Broadway." The words felt absurd. Manhattan was now a labyrinth of sun-glazed canals, the water mirroring the fierce sky so perfectly it felt like they were suspended between two heavens. Mark was silent for a long moment, stunned. "You're serious?" Baxter let out a short, dry laugh. "Yeah, I'm staging a dramatic production for fun. Move it." "Guess the radiation's low enough for joyriders," Mark muttered, rubbing his eyes. He slid out from under the table, stretching with deliberate slowness just to annoy Baxter, but curiosity quickly won. Stepping into the hallway, a fresh wall of heat and rot hit him, and he fought down a familiar gag reflex. "Where's the watch party?" "5th floor. The smell down there is next level. Imagine a seafood market closed for a month with a few extra surprises. Hope you're not hungry." Mark just shrugged, his stomach turning at the thought of another candy bar. He'd kill for a simple apple. Together, they started down the central stairwell, a 10-story descent into deepening foulness. The only sounds were their footsteps, but Mark's growing anticipation about the boat's occupants began to overpower the stench. The stairs told grim stories, dark stains, a tangled clump of hair, and something unidentifiable on a railing. He tried not to picture the frantic final moments here when the flares hit. At least the horror was over by the time they'd arrived. On the 5th floor landing, Trina was poised at the door, her eyes wide. "Hurry up," she urged, already turning to jog down a long corridor toward the outer windows. "It's a huge yacht. Must have been gorgeous once. Now it looks ancient. Can't believe it's even floating, let alone moving. Any sign of who's on it?" Mark asked, catching up. "Not yet. They must be inside at the controls or whatever." It was clear her nautical knowledge matched his own, virtually non-existent. They rounded a corner to find Alec and Lana at a shattered window section, the seawater outside sloshing just below the silt. Toad and Misty huddled on the floor, their gazes fixed on the outside world. The sound reached Mark first, a sputtering, labored engine cough that spoke of age and neglect. Then the boat itself emerged from behind a low structure, its stern sitting, heavy in the water as it pushed forward. Roughly 30 feet in length, Its hull was patched with duct tape and plywood over various gashes and splits. A tinted window, webbed with fractures, watched their hiding place like a malevolent eye as it drew nearer. "Do they know we're here?" Mark whispered, forcing himself to believe these strangers might bring aid or at least supplies. "Did anyone signal them?" "No," Alec replied, his tone clipped. Judging by their path, they're methodically searching each structure. Scavengers, most likely. But they've spotted us now. "Let's just hope they're decent people," Trina murmured, as though afraid her voice might carry. Alec responded with a flat, utterly humorless chuckle. "Yeah, and I'll sprout wings and fly. Stay sharp, everyone. Do exactly as I do." The vessel was nearly upon them, its mechanical growls, and the pungent scent of diesel now filling the space. Through the dark glass, Mark could make out the vague outlines of two figures, both appearing male, or at least sporting short hair. The engines died with a final shudder, and the boat swung its side to bump against the building. Alec and Lana retreated a step, while Mark realized Toad and Misty had already scrambled to the farthest wall. He, Trina, and Baxter stood close together, their anxiety plain. A man emerged from a cabin door onto the deck, hefting a large rifle, its barrel already aimed at the group inside the Lincoln building. He was a grim sight, greasy hair plastered to his scalp, a scraggly beard clinging like moss to his neck, and mirrored sunglasses. His skin was grimy and sun-reddened, his clothes in tatters. A second figure followed, a woman with a shaved head who set about securing lines to the building, while her companion approached the shattered window where Alex stood. "Hands where I can see 'em," the man ordered, sweeping his weapon back and forth, pausing to aim at each person in turn. "Both of 'em up high now." Most complied immediately. Alec did not. Mark held his breath, praying the man's defiance wouldn't get them all killed. "You think this is a game?" the stranger rasped, his voice like gravel. "Do it now, or you're dead." Slowly, Alec raised his hands toward the ceiling. The armed man didn't seem appeased. His breathing was ragged, and he stared intently at Alec through those dark lenses. Then, abruptly, he swung the rifle toward Baxter and fired 3 rapid bursts. The deafening reports shook the air. Mark stumbled backward, colliding with a cubicle partition. The rounds had ripped into Baxter's chest, a crimson spray filling the space as he was thrown onto his back with a sickening finality. He made no sound, life extinguished instantly, his upper body a horrific ruin. The gunman took a long, deliberate breath. "Now you'll listen." Chapter 47. Mark stirred in his sleep, nearly surfacing to consciousness. He'd always appreciated Baxter, the kid's quick wit and defiant shrug at the world. To witness such brutality against him, it was a horror Mark doubted he'd ever move past. Of all the ghosts that visited his dreams, that moment returned most often. He longed to wake, to escape the relentless replay of what he'd seen, and the chaos that erupted afterward. But his exhausted body clung to rest, refusing release. Sleep dragged him back down into its depths, offering no solace for his tormented mind. Time seems to freeze, the mind struggling to process the horror unfolding in real time. Mark is slumped on the floor, propped against the wall at a sharp angle. Trina's hands are clenched over her heart before a raw, piercing scream tears from her throat, a sound like 1,000 panicked birds erupting from a dark passage. Huddled close, the Toad and Misty wear identical masks of pure dread. Lana and Alec remain standing with their hands raised, but Mark can see the rigid tension coiled in their frames. Quiet! The armed man bellows, flecks of spit spraying. Trina's cry cuts off as if severed by a knife. One more wretched noise like that, and I shoot the one who makes it. Clear, trembling violently, Trina now covers her mouth with both hands. She manages a stiff nod, though her gaze remains locked on Baxter's bloody, motionless form. Mark refuses to look at the fallen boy. Instead, he fixes his eyes on the killer, a hot wave of hatred blurring his vision. "All set, boss!" calls the woman from the boat. She rises, wiping her grimy fingers on her stained pants. She's secured the yacht to something outside. Mark spots the coiled end of a rope, either unaware of or indifferent to the murder her partner just committed. Or perhaps she's simply numb to it. What's next? Go get your weapon, you idiot! The man snaps, shooting her a sidelong glance that speaks volumes about their dynamic. Do I need to remind you how to tie your shoes too? What strikes Mark as even more depressing than the man's words is the woman's response. She just nods meekly and mutters an apology before ducking back into the boat. She reappears clutching a similar firearm in both hands, falling into position beside her partner and sweeping the barrel toward each of Mark's friends in turn. Here's the deal, the man announces. You want to stay alive? Then you do exactly as we say. Simple. We're here for supplies, fuel, and food. My guess is you've got both, since you're not a pack of walking skeletons, and a place this size has to have generators. Bring us what we need, and we're gone. You can even keep a little for yourselves. See how kind we are? We just want our fair share. Real big of you, Alec mutters under his breath. Mark lurches forward as the man whips his gun up, aiming it squarely at the older man's face. No, don't! The stranger swings the barrel toward Mark, who throws his hands up and scrambles backward against the cubicle divider. Please, just stop. We'll get you whatever you need. Damn right you will, kid. Now move, all of you. Time for a little treasure hunt. He jerks the gun, herding them into motion. Watch your step around your dead pal, the woman adds quietly. Shut your mouth, her partner snarls. Honestly, you get more useless by the day. Sorry, boss. She shrinks into herself, head bowed like a scolded child. Mark's heart is hammering against his ribs, yet he feels an unexpected pang of pity for her. The man turns his attention back to the group. Show us where everything is. I don't plan on spending my whole day here. Mark half expects Alec to make a reckless move, but the older man simply starts walking toward the stairwell. As he passes Mark, he flashes a quick, almost imperceptible wink. Mark isn't sure whether to feel hopeful or terrified. They file down the corridor, leaving Baxter's body behind, prisoners in the very building that had been their sanctuary for weeks. They reach the stairs and begin to climb. Boss, the only name Mark can assign to the gunman, echoing the woman's pathetic deference, takes turns jabbing the muzzle into someone's back with each step, a blunt reminder of who holds the power. Don't forget what I did to your friend. Boss whispers when it's Mark's turn to feel the cold nudge of the gun. Mark keeps climbing one heavy step after another. For the next 2 hours, they are forced to scour the Lincoln building from top to bottom, gathering every scrap of food and can of fuel they can find. Mark's body was drenched in sweat, every muscle screaming from hauling heavy containers of generator fuel down 30 flights to the waiting boat. They had emptied more than half of what remained in the vending machines, scattered through break rooms and common areas. Inside the yacht's cabin, the heat was stifling, amplifying the stale, unpleasant smell. As he unloaded the supplies, Mark couldn't help but wonder if Boss and his partner had even considered rinsing off in the warm, murky water surrounding them. Living in what was essentially dirty bathwater, yet refusing to bathe, it deepened his disgust with each trip. He also noted Alec's unusual silence. The man had worked tirelessly without a hint of rebellion. They had packed nearly every available space on the vessel when the group gathered on the 12th floor for a final sweep of the building's lower half. Boss, standing by the windows with the setting sun casting an orange glow behind him, still pointed his gun at each of them in turn. His blank-faced subordinate stood nearby. Trina was fishing out the last bags of chips and candy bars from a broken vending machine cover, while the Toad, Misty, Lana, Alec, and Darnell waited. With little left to do, the place was stripped bare like Mark. They were all likely counting the seconds until these intruders were gone, and praying no one else would die. Alec stepped toward Boss, hands raised in a placating gesture. Careful, the armed man warned. Now that your work's done, I wouldn't mind a little more target practice. Close range, even. It's done, all right, Alec replied, his voice a low growl. "We're not fools. We wanted that boat loaded first, you know, before what?" Boss tensed, his finger tightening on the trigger. This. In a flash, Alec's hand shot out, smacking the weapon from Boss's grip. A wild shot rang out as the gun clattered across the floor. Boss's partner immediately bolted down the hallway along the windows, and Lana took off after her, despite the other woman being armed. Mark barely registered this before Alec lunged, tackling Boss. The two crashed into the large window pane with a force that sent icy cracks splintering through the glass. The entire window shattered, just as Alec tried to push himself up. Both men began to topple outward, leaning toward the water below in a terrifying slow-motion tilt. Mark was already diving forward, sliding across the floor to brace his feet against the window frame while grabbing for Alec's arm. He caught it, gripping with all his strength, but his feet slipped into open air. His whole body threatened to follow Alec and Boss into the drop. Just then, someone grabbed him from behind, arms locking around his chest. It was the Toad. Mark held on, his shoulders burning, as Boss fell, flailing and screaming into the river street below. Alec quickly regained his focus, turned and gripped the window's bottom sill, hauling himself back inside while the Toad pulled Mark to safety. They stood there, breathless and shaken. Lana came running back down the hallway. "She got away," she reported. "Probably hiding in a closet somewhere." "Let's move," Alec said, already heading out. Mark and the others followed. Plan worked perfectly. The boat was fully stocked and ready for them to claim. They were finally escaping the city. They located the stairwell and hurried down, taking 2 steps at a time. Mark was drenched in sweat, utterly spent, and filled with a deep unease about their plan. They were abandoning the only shelter they'd known since the solar flares, setting out into a vast and terrifying unknown. A wild mix of thrill and dread churned inside him, impossible to separate. Reaching the 5th floor, they raced down the corridor, climbed through the shattered window, and scrambled onto the yacht. "Get us untied!" Alec shouted to Mark before he and Lana disappeared into the cabin. Darnell, the Toad, Misty, and Trina found spots on the deck, their expressions a blend of confusion and deep uncertainty. Mark worked at the ropes the woman had used to secure the vessel earlier, his fingers fumbling with the knots, just as the engines roared to life and the boat began to pull away from the Lincoln Building. He freed the last line and hauled it in. Mark collapsed onto a seat at the stern, twisting around to gaze up at the monolithic skyscraper. The fading daylight cast an amber glow on its windows, a final, beautiful lie. Then, with a violent splash, Boss erupted from the water like some deranged sea creature. His arms slammed onto the boat's transom as he desperately tried to claw his way aboard. His legs kicked wildly as his hands scrabbled for purchase. He seized a deck hook, muscles straining as he hauled himself upward, river water sheeting off his body. A massive purple bruise covered half his face. The other half flushed a furious red that matched his crazed eyes. "I'm gonna kill you," the man snarled, his voice raw. "Every last one of you." The boat was accelerating. A white-hot fury detonated within Mark. He refused to let this monster destroy their only chance. Gripping the seat back, he drew his foot back and drove it forward, kicking Boss squarely in the shoulder. The man barely flinched. Mark kicked again and again. Each blow landed solidly. Boss's grip was slipping. "Let go!" Mark screamed, slamming his foot into the man's shoulder once more. "Kill!" Boss gasped, but his strength was clearly failing. With a final adrenaline-fueled roar, Mark gathered every ounce of his power, leapt up, and drove both feet forward in a savage thrust. They connected with Boss's nose and throat. The man released a choked, gurgling scream. His hands flew open, and he fell back into the churning white wake of the boat, vanishing beneath the foam. Mark slumped back, gasping for air. He dragged himself to the edge and peered over the side. There was nothing but dark water and the spreading wake. Then movement caught his eye back at the Lincoln Building's gaping window, now shrinking into the distance. The woman, Boss's partner, stood there, her pistol in hand. Mark ducked, bracing for a hail of gunfire. Instead, he watched in frozen horror as she raised the weapon, pressing the muzzle beneath her own chin. He wanted to scream, to stop her, but it was already over. Her finger tightened on the trigger, the boat sped on, leaving the silent tragedy behind. Mark jolted awake, soaked in a cold sweat as if the river from his nightmare had truly doused him. A sharp, throbbing pain pulsed in his skull, like loose stones rattling around with every movement. Alec, mercifully, was quiet, letting them both eat and gather their strength in the cockpit for the day ahead, for the search. The late morning light streamed through the windows, and a warm breeze whistled through the broken pane. "You were dead to the world," Alec finally said, breaking a long silence. "Took her up for a look while you were out? Confirmed what I figured. About 2 miles off. The bonfire group. They've got Lana, Trina, and Dee Dee. Saw 'em being marched around like livestock." The words landed in Mark's gut like a cold, sick weight. What exactly are you saying?" "I saw a group being moved between the houses. I recognized Lana's dark hair and Trina holding the child. I moved in closer to be certain." Alec paused, drawing a slow breath. "At least we know they're alive and where they're being kept. Now we understand what comes next." Mark knew he should feel relief that his friends were still breathing. Instead, a cold, heavy dread settled in his stomach. The certain knowledge that rescuing them meant walking into a fight. 2 of them against how many were there? "You lose your voice back there, kid?" Mark had been staring blankly at the worn leather of the pilot's seat. No, just terrified. He'd stopped pretending to be brave around the old soldier a long time ago. Terrified. Good, a decent soldier always is. Means you're sane. It's what you do with that fear that decides whether you stand or fall. A faint smile touched Mark's lips. "Heard that one before. I think I've got it. Then stop yapping and take a drink. We've got work to do." "Right?" Mark lifted his canteen and drank deeply before standing. The oppressive weight of his earlier nightmare was finally beginning to loosen its grip. "So what's the strategy?" Alec wiped his mouth with the back of his hand and gestured toward the Berg's central corridor. "We go get our people, but first we pay a visit to the ship's armory." Mark was no expert on Bergs, but Alec's experience was extensive. The secure storage room amidships required codes and biometric scans, neither of which they possessed, so they opted for a more traditional approach, brute force. Fortunately, the vessel was ancient and worn its glory days a distant memory. It took them both several swings each and a solid 30 minutes of grunting labor before the hinges and locks gave way. Fragments of metal skittered across the floor as the heavy door toppled inward, crashing against the far wall with a boom that echoed through the ship's hollow frame. Alec had delivered the final axe blow. "Let's pray this old bird still has a few teeth left," he grumbled. The room inside was pitch black and thick with the smell of stale dust. While the Berg had minimal power, most lights were shattered, leaving only a single crimson emergency bulb casting a bloody glow over everything. Alec began rummaging, but Mark could see the shelves were largely barren. Just scattered debris and empty containers tossed about from the ship's various crashes and rolls. With each empty corner, Alec cursed softly, and Mark felt his own hope sinking. How could they possibly confront Trina's captors armed with nothing but their hands?
"Over here,"
Alec muttered, voice tight. He was already wrestling with something in the shadows. Mark moved closer and peered over his shoulder. It was a large, sturdy crate secured with multiple metal latches. "It's jammed!" Alec finally spat, his hands slipping from the clasps again. "Fetch me that axe." Mark retrieved it from the corridor where Alec had dropped it after breaking in. He felt its weight, preparing to strike. "You're going to try?" Alec asked, stepping back and straightening up. "You certain about that? Why wouldn't I be?" Alec pointed at the box. "Son, have you considered what might be in there? Explosives, live electrical gear, toxins, anything." And Mark pressed. "Well, I wouldn't just start hacking at it unless you fancy being vaporized before lunch. We need a careful touch. Precise strikes on the latches only. Mark nearly chuckled. Given that delicate isn't exactly in your vocabulary, I'll take my chances. Fair point, Alec replied, offering an exaggerated bow as he stepped clear. Just take it slow, Alec cautioned. Mark tightened his grip on the axe handle, leaning in to make precise, controlled cuts at the stubborn metal brackets rather than wild swings. Perspiration stung his eyes and the tool nearly flew from his grasp more than once, but he finally cracked the first lock and moved to the next. After what felt like an eternity, a deep ache settled into his shoulders, and his fingers were stiff and tingling from the strain. Yet, he'd managed to break every single seal. Pushing himself upright, he stretched his back with a sharp grimace. Well, that was a bit more of a workout than I signed up for. They shared a laugh, the sound strangely light given the perilous situation they were in. Mark couldn't pinpoint where this sudden ease came from. The road ahead was daunting, yet his mind clung to this small moment of accomplishment. Nothing like a little hard labor to clear your head, right? Alec remarked, wiping his brow. All right, let's see our prize. Get a grip on that corner. Mark slid his fingers beneath the narrow edge of the lid, waiting for Alec's nod. On the count of 3, they heaved. The lid was incredibly weighty, but they managed to pivot it and slam it against the wall with a resonant thud. Inside the crate, rows of sleek, elongated shapes gleamed under the crimson emergency lights, their surfaces appearing almost slick. What are these things? Mark asked, his gaze shifting to Alec, whose face was etched with a wild, disbelieving stare. Judging by that look, you've got a pretty good idea.
Oh, I do.
Alec breathed out, his voice hushed and tense.
I really do.
And? Mark pressed, curiosity burning inside him. Instead of answering, Alec bent down and carefully lifted one of the objects from its resting place. It was roughly the size and shape of a rifle. He turned it over in his hands, studying it. The device was crafted from a silvery metal and reinforced polymer, with slender coiling tubes running along the main barrel. One end featured a stock and trigger assembly, while the other terminated in a bulbous nozzle. A shoulder strap was attached.
What is that?
Mark asked, hearing the wonder in his own voice. Alec simply shook his head slowly, a look of pure astonishment on his face as he examined the weapon. Do you have any clue what one of these costs? They were so astronomically expensive they never hit the commercial market. I can't believe I'm actually holding one. Just tell me. Mark insisted, his impatience mounting. What does it do? Alec finally looked up, meeting his eyes directly. This, my friend, is called a transvice. A transvice? Mark echoed. What's it for? Alec held the strange device aloft as if it were a sacred artifact. It makes people vanish. Poof, gone without a trace. Chapter 49, Vanish? Mark replied, skepticism heavy in his tone. You're going to have to explain that. Well, it's all academic if these relics don't even power up, Alec said, his practical side taking over. He rummaged in the crate for a moment before pulling out a bulky black unit with silver fastenings. Cradling his newfound treasures, he moved past Mark, out of the storage room and down the corridor. Come on! His voice echoed back. Mark took one last look at the ominous, almost enchanting objects glowing in the crate, then hurried after him. He found Alec back in the cockpit, settled in the pilot's seat, and gazing at the weapon with the delight of a child on Christmas morning. The black unit sat on the floor beside him, resembling a charging cradle or some kind of maintenance station.
All right,
Mark said, stepping up behind the chair. Enough suspense. What does it actually do?
give me a second,
Alec said, carefully placing the transvice into the elongated bay of the black unit. He pressed a button on a small side panel. A soft chirp was followed by a low hum, and then a pale gray light began to pulse from the weapon's entire body. We'll get her charged up, and then you'll see for yourself, Alec announced, a note of pride in his voice. He glanced up at Mark. You ever hear of a flat trans? Mark let out a short, exasperated sigh. Obviously, everyone has. I live on Earth, Mark said. All right, smart guy, settle down. You do realize how much those things cost, right? And how they operate? Mark just shrugged and sat on the floor, the exact spot where he'd dozed off what felt like a lifetime ago. It's not like I've ever operated one, or even laid eyes on one, but I know it's a molecular transporter. Alec let out a sharp, humorless laugh. Clearly you haven't, because you don't have $1 billion, or a top-secret clearance. A single unit costs more than you could imagine, but you're right about the principle. It disassembles matter at the molecular level and rebuilds it somewhere else. This nasty piece of hardware, though, it only does the first half of the job. Mark looked at the weapon charging on the table and felt a cold dread. You're saying it takes people apart, reduces them to particles? Pretty much. Scatters them to the wind like confetti at a funeral. For all I know, they drift around forever, silently begging to be whole again. Or maybe it's just lights out, instant and painless. No way to know. Could be a mercy, really? Mark shook his head. Modern tech. The world had invented some incredible things, but none of it mattered much when the sun decided to scorch the planet clean. So that's all we found? Mark asked. Didn't look like there was anything else in there? That's the hall. So let's pray these beauties actually work. Mark made a mental note not to accidentally shoot his own foot off. How much longer until it's charged? Not long. Just enough time for us to pack some gear for our little rescue operation. He sounded like a grizzled sergeant, Mark thought. Then we'll give it a test run while we charge one for you. Maybe grab a spare for the road, too. Mark was still staring at the charging device when Alec hauled him up to help get ready. 30 minutes later, they had backpacks loaded with rations, water, and some surprisingly clean clothes they'd dug out of a storage locker. The first transvice was fully charged, held tightly in Alec's grip with its strap slung over his shoulder as they cranked open the cargo ramp. A quick scan of the area showed no immediate threats, so they decided it was safe to try out their fancy new toy. Mark cringed at the loud squeal of the rusty hinges and glanced at his eager companion. "You're holding that thing like it's your firstborn?" he remarked. The transvice gleamed, emitting a soft, eerie orange glow now that it was powered up. Alec shot him a look that said, "Give me a break. These might seem delicate, but they're built like tanks. We could chuck it off the Empire State, and it'd be fine. Only because it'd land in the East River." Alec spun and raised the transvice, aiming the odd, nozzle-like end directly at Mark, who instinctively flinched. "Not funny," Mark said, his voice tight, "especially if your finger slipped." The ramp clanged down onto the cracked asphalt of the dead-end street where they were parked. A heavy, sudden quiet blanketed everything, pierced only by the far-off call of a lone bird. Thick, humid air washed over them, making each breath feel like an effort. Mark coughed as he tried to inhale deeply. "Come on," Alex said, already marching down the ramp. "Let's find us a squirrel." He swept the weapon side to side as he walked, scanning for any movement. Or better yet, one of those infected lunatics who might have wandered over here. Too bad these things need charging, or we could wipe this plague out in an afternoon. Cleanse these old suburbs nice and proper. Mark joined him on the ground below the burg, his eyes darting toward the shell of a nearby house and the charred tree line beyond. "Your profound respect for human life is truly touching," he muttered. "Think long-term," Alec replied flatly. "Sometimes you have to consider the future, but those are only words, kid. Just words." The quiet of the suburbs unnerved Mark. He had become accustomed to the solitude of the mountains, the rhythm of life in a forest hut. This silent, abandoned neighborhood felt wrong, a hollow stage set that put his nerves on edge. He needed to gather his courage before they tackled their real mission. "Let's just get this test done." Alec moved toward a partially shattered brick mailbox, its damage suggesting a vehicle had rammed it in some panicked flight. "All right," he conceded. "I wanted a living subject. The effect is far more pronounced with organic material. But you're right, Speed is crucial. I'll try it on this pile of bar. A door from the nearest crumbling house burst open. A man sprinted toward them, shrieking incoherently, his eyes wide with a feral madness. His hair was a tangled nest, his face marred by raw sores as if he'd tried to tear his own skin away. He was completely naked. Mark stumbled back, shocked and terrified, his mind scrambling for a response. But Alec was already in motion, raising the transvice and aiming it at the charging figure. "Stop!" Alec shouted. "Stop, or you're—" He abandoned the warning. The wild man was beyond reason, stumbling but not slowing, screaming garbled sounds. He closed the distance. A sharp ping echoed, followed by a deep spinning whir like a jet engine spooling up. Mark saw the orange glow from the weapon intensify, visible even in the daylight. Then Alec jerked back as a bolt of searing white light erupted from the transvice and struck the man squarely in the chest. The screams ceased instantly, as if snuffed into a vacuum. The man's body turned a uniform, ashen gray, losing all detail and dimension, becoming a flat, shimmering silhouette. Then he simply dissolved into a fine mist that vanished on the air, leaving not a single trace behind. Mark turned to Alec, who had lowered the weapon and was breathing heavily, staring at the empty space. The old soldier finally met Mark's horrified gaze. "Guess it works." Mark was speechless. The transvice's horrifying display wasn't even what troubled him most. A completely deranged man had just charged from a house. What had been his intent? Attack? A plea for help? How many others were now that far gone, that utterly insane? The reality of what the disease was doing to people was still doing, settled over him like a cold weight. It was clearly getting worse. That man had been a raving animal, and Mark had already felt the faintest stirrings of something similar within himself. A hidden beast that might soon emerge and turn him into a target just like that. "You all right over there?" Mark shook his head, pulling himself back to the moment. "No, I'm not all right. Did you see that guy? Of course I saw him."
"Why do you think I turned him into thin air?"
Alec rested the weapon on its strap, scanning the area for more threats. None appeared. It finally struck Mark, a delayed blow to his gut, just how desperate Trina's situation was. She was a prisoner of lunatics who could now be as far gone as the man he'd just witnessed. And they had taken time to sleep, to eat, to pack their gear. A wave of self-loathing washed over him. "We have to go get her now." "What's that?" Alec was walking toward him. Mark raised his eyes, his gaze hard and urgent. "We have to go now." The next 60 minutes were a frantic blur of motion followed by stretches of nerve-wracking stillness. They sealed the ramp, Alec standing guard with the transvice, weapon ready in case anyone tried to rush aboard during the slow grinding process of the door's closure. Once secured, they double-checked their gear. Alec gave Mark a crash course on handling and firing the transvice. Point, squeeze, simple enough in theory. Finally, the soldier fired up the Berg's engines, the thrusters humming to life and lifting them into the air. They kept a low altitude, with Mark pressed against the window, his eyes scanning the devastated landscape below. As they neared the shattered suburban ruins where Alec had last spotted Trina and the others, the signs of desperate life multiplied. Small clusters of figures darted between the shells of houses. Cookfires smoldered in overgrown yards, thin trails of smoke snaking from collapsed chimneys. Animal carcasses picked clean lay scattered like discarded rubbish. He even spotted human bodies alone or in grim piles abandoned where they fell. "We're skirting the edge of Asheville," Alec noted. They were approaching the mouth of a broad valley fed by the scorched foothills of the recently burned mountain forests. Upscale developments, now ruins, clung to those slopes. Many of the large homes were nothing more than blackened scars on the earth. Dozens of people moved in loose packs along the broken streets. A few had noticed the Berg. Some pointed skyward, others scrambled for cover, but most moved with a hollow, unseeing detachment, as if the world around them had simply ceased to register. "Look, a big crowd gathered on that road," Mark said, gesturing. Alec gave a grim nod. "That's the street." That's where I saw them force Trina, Lana, and the boy into one of those houses. Alec angled the berg into a sweeping descent for a closer view. He brought them to a hover about 100 feet above the scene, then joined Mark at the window. What lay below was a waking nightmare. It looked like the violent, chaotic end of the world. There was no logic, no order to the scene. A young woman lay on the pavement, shrieking at the empty sky. Nearby, 3 women savagely beat 2 men who were bound back to back. In another cluster, people danced erratically, passing around and drinking a foul-looking black brew from a pot boiling over an open fire. Others spun in mindless circles or staggered as if poisoned. Then Mark saw it. The last shred of hope dissolved inside him. A knot of men and women were in a vicious tug-of-war over something that was horrifyingly, unmistakably human in shape, their hands and faces slick with dark blood. A wave of nausea and cold terror crashed over him.
Could that be Trina?
His entire body began to shake uncontrollably.
Take us down, he snarled, his voice raw. Put this thing down right now. Let me out.
Alec had retreated from the window, his face a mask of stunned pallor.
We can't. Not here.
White-hot fury erupted in Mark's chest.
We didn't come all this way to turn back now. Use your head, kid.
Alec shot back, his own fear sharpening his tone. We land in the middle of that. They'll overrun us in seconds. We need this ship to get home. We'll set down somewhere close, somewhere we can think. Mark realized he was gulping air, his breaths coming in ragged heaves. The rational part of his mind knew Alec was right, but it was drowning in a sea of panic. Fine. Okay. I'm sorry. Just, please, hurry, after that little display down there. Alec muttered, already sliding back into the pilot's seat. Yeah. Hurry sounds like the only plan worth making. Mark stumbled back, bracing himself against the cold metal wall. The burning anger was already cooling, hardening into a crushing, suffocating grief. How could anyone survive in that? What kind of sickness was the flare, and what kind of monster would willingly unleash it? Each unanswerable question was a weight, dragging him deeper into despair. With a low groan, the berg pivoted and began to climb, turning its back on the horror below and heading toward the relative safety of the open sky. Mark scanned the street below, curious how many people had actually looked up to notice the massive ship hanging silently in the sky. After a few minutes of observation, Alec guided the berg down, settling it in a dead-end street encircled by vacant lots, the skeletal remains of a neighborhood expansion that had been abandoned long ago, a project with no future. That entire road was packed with people earlier, Mark remarked as he and Alec moved toward the cargo hold. Each man carried a charged transvice, with backpacks secured tightly on their shoulders. Signs of them were everywhere. They've probably taken over this whole part of the neighborhood. For all we know, they might have moved Lana and the others already, Alec responded. We should check every house in this section. But don't forget, they were alive this morning. I saw them myself. Hold on to that, son. You only call me son when you're worried, Mark pointed out. Alec offered a gentle smile. You're right. Inside the cargo room, Alec moved to the control panel and activated the ramp. Hinges groaned in protest as the hatch began to lower, announcing their presence with an ear-splitting screech. You think the berg will be okay out here? Mark asked, the memory of the shattered window lingering in his mind. I've got the remote right here. We'll lock her up tight. It's the best we can do. The ramp settled onto the pavement, and the mechanical groans fell silent. A wall of stifling heavy air wrapped around them as they descended the metal slope. The moment their boots hit the ground, Alec hit the button to retract the ramp, sealing the berg behind them. In the sudden quiet, Mark and Alec exchanged a look, a silent contest of whose eyes burned with more determination. Let's go get our friends, Mark said firmly. Together they moved away from the ship, weapons held ready, stepping toward the chaos that weighted down the sun-baked street. The air was parched and thick with dust. With every step, it seemed to grow heavier, clinging to their lungs. Sweat plastered Mark's clothes to his skin, and the occasional gust of wind felt like it blew straight from an oven. Offering no relief, he pushed forward, hoping his grip wouldn't grow too slick to hold his weapon steady. Overhead, the sun glared down like a furious eye, bleaching the world beneath it. "Been a while since I've been out in the midday heat like this," Mark said, his tongue feeling thick and dry. "Gonna have one glorious sunburn tomorrow." He knew what he was doing, trying to talk himself into believing things weren't as dire, that his rising anger and pounding head wouldn't cloud his focus. But the pep talk felt hollow. They reached the first intersection, and Alec gestured to the right. "Just a couple turns up this way, stick close to the houses from here." Mark followed, crossing a barren yard, nothing but weeds and rubble now into the shadow of what had once been an impressive stone and wood mansion. Time and abandonment had left it faded and mournful, as though losing its inhabitants had drained its spirit. Alec pressed his back against the wall, and Mark did the same beside him. Both swept their gaze and their weapons back the way they'd come, checking for followers. Not a soul was in sight. Oddly, even the breeze had died, leaving the neighborhood eerily still. Mark adjusted his damp shirt uncomfortably. "We have to keep drinking," Alec said, setting his transvice down. He shrugged off his backpack and pulled out one of his 2 canteens. After a long swallow, he passed it to Mark, who savored each cool drop as it soothed his cracked throat. "Oh, man!" Mark sighed when he was done, handing it back. "That might just be the best drink I've ever had." "That one," Alec said, pointing.
"You're telling me?" Alec grumbled, stashing the canteen and shrugging his backpack into place, "after all the times we've been parched this past year." "I think that lunatic you dealt with got my blood pumping, but I'm good now." He genuinely felt a surge of energy, as if the water had been laced with pure caffeine. Alec hefted his rifle, settling the strap on his shoulder. "Stay on me. From this point, we use the houses as cover from the roads. Works for me." Alec moved from the shadows and cut straight across to the next yard, aiming for the rear. Mark followed closely. They repeated this pattern for the next several homes, a fast dash across the barren, silent lawns, ducking into the shelter of a building's side. Then they'd creep along the back until Alec could risk a glance around the corner, scanning for any movement. On his signal, they'd sprint to the next house and begin again. They reached the junction of another street, a choice of left or right. "All right," Alec whispered. "We follow this road and take the second left. That one feeds right into the main drag where we saw all that." "Celebration? Celebration?" Mark echoed. "Yeah, brought back memories of some tweakers we rounded up back in the 20s, when martial law hit. Those folks were just as unhinged, completely gone. Let's move." Tweakers. Mark had encountered users before, but nothing like what it had become. The stuff had gotten progressively more potent over the years. Now it was a one-way ticket, no return. For some reason, the term lodged in Mark's thoughts. "Hey." Alec was already halfway to the next shelter, glancing back, perfect time for a mental vacation. Mark snapped out of it and sprinted after him. He caught up as they reached the side of a 3-story house. The shade, a brief, cherished respite. It never lasted. They edged along the wall toward the back. Alec took a quick look. They rounded the corner and started for the opposite side. Mark had taken only a few steps when a gurgling, hacking noise sounded above him. He looked up, half expecting some bizarre animal. The sound was so unnatural, but it was a woman, crouched on the roof, as ragged and grimy as any of the infected Mark had seen lately. Her hair was a wild tangle, and her face was streaked with what looked like dried clay in an almost ceremonial pattern. She made that same wet cackle, a cross between laughter and a choking fit. She grinned, showing a shockingly bright set of teeth, then twisted it into a vicious snarl. After another sputter of noise, she rolled backward and vanished behind the edge of the roof's gutter, one of the few houses still largely intact. A chill ran down Mark's spine. He desperately hoped he could forget that woman's face.
He turned and saw Alec standing several feet from the house, his weapon raised toward the roof but with no target. "Where'd she go?" Alec muttered, almost to himself. "Let's just get clear. Maybe she's alone. Not likely." They moved cautiously along until they reached the far corner at the back of the house. Alec leaned out for a swift check. "Clear. We're getting close, so stay sharp and keep your head in the game." Mark gave a tight nod. Alec bolted for the next house. Mark was just stepping out to follow when a piercing, inhuman shriek froze him in place. He looked up just in time to see the woman launch herself from the roof, arms spread wide as if she could fly. Her face was alight with pure derangement as she screamed, diving straight for Mark, who stood stunned, unable to process the sight. He tried to spin and run, but it was hopeless. Her body smashed into his shoulders, and they crashed to the earth together. She went straight for his eyes, as if the brutal impact meant nothing. Howls ripped from her throat like she was some tormented feral thing. The air was gone from his lungs, and a sharp pain throbbed in his knees from where they'd slammed into the packed earth. Rolling onto his side, he sucked in a desperate breath, his hands grappling for hers, trying to pry her fingers from his face. She tore loose and raked her nails across his ears, his nose, his cheeks, a frantic storm of scratches and slaps. He kept struggling, shoving her back. "Alec," he choked out, "get her off me so I can line up a shot," came the distant shout. Mark twisted, catching a glimpse of Alec standing a few yards off, shifting his weight as he tried to find a safe angle with the transvice. "Just command!" Mark's yell was cut short as her fingers jammed into his mouth, yanking at his lips. One hooked deep inside his cheek, pulling with a savage strength that felt like she meant to tear his face clean off before it slipped free. Her fist shot up and then hammered back down into his nose. A flash of pain and raw fury ignited inside him, sharp and sudden. Gasping, he finally got his hands under her torso, locked his elbows, and shoved with everything he had. She sailed off him, landing hard on her back with a heavy thump that silenced her cries for a second. She was already squirming, trying to get back up on all fours. But Mark was quicker. He lurched to his feet, planted his left foot, and drove his right boot hard into the side of her skull. A sharp cry escaped her as she crumpled, curling into a tight ball, arms wrapped over her head, rocking and whimpering. Mark scrambled backward, putting distance between them. "Do it now!" he shouted, but Alec didn't fire. He walked over calmly, the barrel of his weapon aimed loosely at the sobbing figure.
"It's a waste of charge," he said, his voice flat. "We save this for bigger problems. And if she trails us, brings others, blows our chance to catch the next group off guard."
Alec studied her for a long moment, then lifted his gaze to Mark. "If it'll let you sleep tonight, you handle it." He turned and started toward the next dilapidated house, his eyes already scanning the overgrown yards and shattered windows. Mark moved to where his own transvice and pack had fallen during the scuffle. He never looked away from her as he scooped them up, shouldering the pack and tightening the straps before hefting the weapon in both hands. He took a few steps closer until he was just several feet away. She remained curled tight, weeping softly, a pitiful sight. But Mark felt nothing, no pity, no regret. Whatever humanity she'd once possessed was long gone, eroded into this feral state. That wasn't his burden to carry. For all he knew, this was an act, a trick to lure them into carelessness. There was no room for mercy anymore. He took a steadying step back, braced the stock against his chest, took careful aim, and pulled the trigger. A resonant buzz filled the air. The transvice kicked back, and a lance of white light speared into her. There was no final scream. Her body dissolved into a shimmering wave of gray before erupting into a fine vanishing mist. Mark staggered back a couple of steps, but kept his footing. He stared at the now empty patch of ground, then finally looked up. Alec had stopped and was watching him, his face an unreadable mask, though somewhere in those eyes was a flicker of surprise and something like grim approval. Our people, Mark said, the words tasting like ash in his mouth. That's all that's left to think about. He lifted the transvice, settling it into the crook between his neck and shoulder, one hand keeping it steady, the other falling slack at his side. Then, quietly, he walked to where Alec waited. The older man said nothing, only gave a slight nod before they both turned and moved silently toward the next house. Mark had already picked up the sounds of chaos after passing a couple more houses. Screams mixed with wild laughter and the clanging of metal on metal. The screams were the worst, sending a chill down his spine, and he wasn't sure he was ready to see what was causing them. He tried to push away the thought that he might end up just as far gone as the people making those noises. For all he knew, that journey might have already begun. Dodging past several more crumbling homes, he and Alec finally reached the street they'd spotted from the air. Alec threw up a hand, stopping Mark behind the last house on the block. It faced the road, but offered some cover from prying eyes. They stood in the shadow of a partially collapsed porch roof. "All right," Alec said, shrugging off his pack. "This is it. Let's get some food and water in us. Then we're going in hard and fast." Strangely, Mark felt very little fear in that moment. Maybe it was the brief pause, making everything still feel unreal. Or maybe the tension had been building for so long that he was just desperate to get out there and face whatever came next. His head was pounding fiercely again, a deep, insistent throb that he knew would only intensify. Time was a luxury he didn't have. They sat and ate some of the dried, packaged rations they'd scavenged from the Berg. Mark savored every gulp of water from his canteen, a dark part of him wondering if it might be his last. He shook his head, trying to dislodge the grim thought, which was becoming harder to ignore. He shoved the last of his food into his mouth and stood abruptly. "I can't just sit here anymore," he said, grabbing his backpack and swinging it onto his shoulders. "Let's go find our friends." Alec shot him a sharp glance. "I just meant, all this waiting is killing me." His head ached terribly, but he fought to push the pain aside. "Come on, let's move." Alec stood, packed his gear, and got ready. Once set, they both lifted their weapons, gripping them tightly for the fight ahead. "Remember," Alec said, his voice low and serious, "there might be no real defense against these transvices, but that won't matter if some lunatic manages to rip them from our hands. Do not, under any circumstances, let anyone get close enough to grab it. Keep the strap over your shoulder. That's rule number 1. We keep these tools for ourselves." Mark clutched his weapon as if expecting a thief to leap from the shadows, and nodded. "Don't worry, I won't let anyone near me." Alec extended his hand. "We're getting through this, but just in case." Mark took it, giving a firm squeeze. "Thanks for saving my skin about 1 billion times." "Honor's been mine, kid. Maybe today you'll return the favor a time or two." "I'll do my best." They raised their weapons and stepped around the corner of the house. Alec met Mark's eyes, gave a single nod, and then broke into a full sprint. Mark followed right on his heels, charging into the street. The main crowd of the infected was further down the road, but there were plenty of people nearby to put them on edge. One woman sat directly in the middle of the pavement, clapping her hands in a strange rhythmic beat. A few feet away, 2 men were viciously fighting over what looked like a dead rodent. On the corner, another man was bellowing a tuneless song at the top of his lungs. Mark and Alec darted across the street, making for the first house. Like most ruins in this once wealthy neighborhood, it was massive, half consumed by an old fire, the remainder sagging with decay. Mark stayed close to Alec as they stopped beside the house, pressing their backs against the wall to catch their breath. So far, no one seemed to have noticed them. Then again, many hadn't even glanced up when the Berg was right over their heads, its thrusters roaring louder than anything. "Okay," Alec whispered, peering down the road. "When I spotted them, Lana and the others were being taken to a house down that way." He tilted his head toward the street, branching off to the right. Alec gave a firm nod. "We need to check every spot thoroughly. If those items have been relocated, I don't want to overlook them." Steering clear of that main crowd of crazies up the road would be a bonus. Might as well begin now, Mark answered, starting with this place. Let's move, Alec agreed. They left the cover of the wall and approached the front entrance, only to find a man blocking their path. His clothes were ragged, his face smudged with grime, and a deep crimson cut dominated one cheek. Move, Alec commanded sharply. Step off the porch into the yard, or you won't live another 5 seconds. The man stared vacantly for a moment. Then, with a slight lift of his brows, he complied, shuffling calmly off the wooden steps and onto the overgrown stone-littered lawn. He continued walking, never looking back until he reached the sidewalk. He turned right and ambled toward the commotion in the distance. Alec shook his head in disbelief. Stay sharp. Someone could still ambush us. Mark steadied his stance and raised his weapon. Alec gripped his transvice with one hand and used the other to yank the door open, stepping back quickly as it swung inward to give Mark a clean line of fire. The room beyond was empty. You lead, Alec said, gesturing for Mark to enter. That way I can cover you. Or, watch me become lunch first. Just trust me on this, kid. You're better off with me bringing up the rear. Now go. A jolt of adrenaline was coursing through Mark. The earlier fear had evaporated, replaced by a restless need for action. He gave Alec a quick nod, stepped onto the creaking porch, and entered the house, sweeping his weapon across the shadowy space. The air was stifling, thick with dust and heat, with slivers of daylight piercing through gaps in the walls. The upper floor seemed brighter by comparison. Each step made the old floorboards groan. Hold up and listen, Alec whispered from behind him. Mark froze, ears straining. Beyond the faint, chaotic noise from the street, the house was utterly silent. We should clear it top to bottom, Alec suggested. The staircase, however, was too badly damaged. Mark abandoned the attempt after his foot plunged straight through the third step. Alec pointed toward a door that likely led to the basement. Forget the upstairs. I don't hear a thing up there. Let's check downstairs, then move on to the next house. Mark carefully extracted his foot from the broken stair and moved to the basement door. After exchanging a confirming glance with Alec, he grabbed the handle and pulled it open with a jerk. Alec immediately swung his weapon into the opening, but no attack came. Instead, a wave of damp, foul-smelling air billowed up, making Mark gag. He coughed and swallowed hard to keep from vomiting. This time, Alec decided to take point. He stepped through the doorway onto the small landing, pulled a flashlight from his pack, and clicked it on, directing the beam down the steps. Mark leaned in, watching dust particles swirl in the bright light, just as Alec began to descend. A trembling voice echoed from the darkness below. Don't come any closer, or I'll strike the match. It was a man's voice, frail and quivering. Alec shot a questioning look back at Mark. From the corner of his eye, Mark detected movement at the foot of the stairs and gestured with his weapon. Alec directed the flashlight beam downward, illuminating the speaker who had emerged from the shadows. The man was shaking violently and drenched from head to toe, his dark hair plastered to his skull and his clothes dripping steadily, forming small puddles on the concrete floor. His face was a ghostly white, as if he hadn't seen sunlight in months. He squinted against the glare of the flashlight. At first, Mark thought the man was just sweating uncontrollably. Then it occurred to him that there might be a broken pipe or rising groundwater flooding the basement space. The sharp scent of gasoline, or maybe kerosene, cut through the air. The man was clutching something against his body, a small rectangular container in one hand, a single wooden match in the other. Take one more step and I'll light it, he warned, his voice trembling. Mark's instinct was to flee, but Alec remained frozen, his weapon still trained on the figure below. We're not here to hurt anyone, Alec said, his tone measured. We're searching for friends. Is there anyone else down there with you? The man seemed not to hear. He stood there, shivering, the fuel soaking his clothes. Everyone's afraid of fire, he murmured almost to himself. No matter how far gone your mind is, fire is the one thing that still scares them. That's why they leave me alone down here. The matches and the gasoline keep them away? Trina! Lana! Mark shouted into the darkness, his voice echoing. There was no reply, and the man with the match didn't even flinch. "It's your choice," the man said, his gaze distant. "Come closer, and I'll start a blaze that ends everything for me, or you can turn around and let me see another sunrise." Alec began to shake his head slowly. He started backing up, nudging Mark until they were both in the hallway again. Without a word, Alec reached out and gently pushed the door shut until the latch clicked softly into place. He turned to Mark, his expression weary. "What has this world turned into?" "A broken one," Mark replied. The image of that soaked, desperate man seared into his mind. It felt like a perfect, terrible summary of everything, and I don't think we're headed for a happy ending. All we can do now is find our people and make sure we go out on our own terms. Alec gave a grim, approving nod.
"Well said!"
They slipped quietly out of the first house and moved toward the next. The distant noises from the street were growing louder. Staying low, they dashed across to the home opposite, planning a zigzag path through the neighborhood. A few wandering figures spotted them and pointed, but hurried on without further interest. Mark prayed their luck would hold, though he knew their visible weapons would eventually draw unwanted attention. As they stepped onto the porch of the next house, two small children burst out the door. Mark's finger jumped to the trigger, but relief flooded him when he saw they were just kids. Filthy, with that hollow faraway stare, they giggled wildly and scampered off. A moment later, a large woman stormed out, yelling about little brats and promising to tan their hides. It took her several seconds to notice the two armed strangers on her porch. Her face flushed with sudden anger. "We're not crazy in this house," she declared. "Not yet, anyway. You can't have my children. They're the only thing keeping the monsters away." Her eyes held a vacant chill that made Mark's blood run cold. Alec's patience was visibly fraying. "Listen, we don't want your kids. We're not here to take anyone. We just need to look inside for our friends." "Friends?" the woman repeated, her vacant look suddenly replaced by raw terror.
The monsters are your friends? The ones who want to eat my children?
Her voice dropped to a desperate whisper. "Please, please don't hurt me. I can give you one of them. Just one, please." Alec sighed in frustration. "We don't know any monsters. Just step aside and let us pass. We're running out of time." He moved forward, his body tense and ready. But the woman scrambled backward so hastily she nearly fell into the patch of dead weeds in her yard. Mark watched her with a pang of sadness. He had assumed the monsters were the infected people they'd seen earlier, but now he understood her monsters were something else entirely, born from a fear that had twisted reality itself. The woman was just as unhinged as the previous man they'd encountered, and Mark wouldn't have been shocked if she genuinely believed monsters lurked beneath the furniture. Leaving her in the front yard, he trailed Alec indoors and immediately froze. The inside resembled a grimy back alley from the roughest part of Brooklyn, far more than any suburban home. The walls were covered in frantic drawings, scrawled in what appeared to be black crayon and chalk. They depicted dark, horrifying creatures, things with claws, jagged teeth, and malevolent eyes. The images were rushed and messy, yet certain details were unnervingly vivid, enough to raise the hairs on Mark's neck. Exchanging a grim glance with Alec, he followed the older man past the unsettling artwork, down the basement stairs. Weapons raised below. They discovered more children, at least 15, maybe more, living in utter squalor. Most were huddled together in clusters, trembling as if awaiting some terrible punishment from the newcomers. They were filthy, dressed in rags, and clearly starving. For a moment, Mark barely registered that the specific people they were searching for weren't there. We can't leave them here," Mark said, his weapon slack on its shoulder strap. He felt stunned, hollow. "There's just no way." Alec seemed to realize arguing would be pointless. The soldier moved in front of him, his voice low and grave. "I get it, son. I really do. But think, what can we actually do for them? Everyone in this cursed town is sick. We don't have the people or the means to evacuate them. At least they're hell. I don't even know what to say. Surviving, Mark whispered. I used to think that was all that mattered. I was wrong. We can't abandon these kids. Alec let out a heavy sigh. Look at me. When Mark kept his eyes averted, Alec snapped his fingers sharply. Look at me! Mark finally met his gaze. We find our friends first, then we can circle back. But if we try to take them now, we'll have zero chance. You hear me? Absolute zero. Mark gave a slow nod. He knew the old man was right, but the sight of those children had torn something inside him, a wound that felt physical, one he doubted would ever heal. He turned away briefly, steadying himself. All he could cling to was Trina. He had to save Trina. And Dee Dee. Okay, he finally said. Let's move. What followed was a disorienting march from house to house. Each one searched from top to bottom. The scenes blurred together for Mark, a parade of surreal horror that left him increasingly numb. This was a sickness deliberately unleashed upon the world, and every block presented some new spectacle that outdid the last. He witnessed a woman leap from a rooftop, her body crumpling on the front steps. He saw 3 men tracing circles in the dirt, leaping in and out like children at play, except their game spiraled into frantic distress until they erupted into a violent, senseless fight. In one home, a room held 20 or 30 people piled in a silent, motionless heap, clearly alive, but eerily still. A woman eating a cat, a man chewing on a rug in his living room corner. 2 children hurling rocks at each other with brutal force, bloodied and laughing wildly. People stood frozen in their yards, staring blankly at the sky. Others lay face down in the dirt, muttering to themselves. Mark watched a man charge a tree repeatedly, slamming his body against the trunk, as if convinced he could eventually topple it. Yet through it all, they pressed on swiftly, clearing each house as they drew nearer to what Alec had termed the party. The oddest part? No one had attacked them. Most seemed utterly terrified of their presence. They were nearing the next house when a scream suddenly ripped through the air, piercing, raw, and louder than all the other chaos combined. The sound tore through the quiet street, a raw and piercing shriek that felt alive. Alec and Mark both froze, their heads snapping toward the commotion. 5 houses down, 2 figures were hauling a dark-haired woman out a front door by her ankles. Her skull cracked against each concrete step as they dragged her down into the yard.
My God.
Alec breathed, the color draining from his face. That's Lana. Alec was already moving, exploding into a full sprint down the street before Mark could even process the words. Mark took off after him, his backpack slamming against his back, his grip slippery on his weapon. Alec was screaming at the men, his transvice raised high, but the thugs showed no reaction. They just kept pulling Lana's limp form across the rocky yard until they reached the sidewalk and dropped her legs with a sickening thud. The screaming had stopped. Mark's heart hammered against his ribs. Was she even breathing? Alec skidded to a halt about 10 feet away, weapon aimed, shouting for them to freeze. Mark finally caught up, gasping for air as he raised his own weapon. 3 men stood in a loose circle around Lana's body, looking down at her with a chilling detachment, utterly ignoring the weapons pointed at their backs. "Get away from her now!" Alec roared. Moving closer, Mark finally saw their friend clearly, and the sight hit him like a physical blow. She was a mess of blood and brutal bruises. Clumps of her hair had been torn out, revealing raw, bloody patches of scalp. Worst of all, one of her ears was mangled, as if someone had tried to rip it clean off. A familiar boiling rage surged up from Mark's gut, burning away his fear. If they could do this to Lana, what might they have done to Trina? He took a step forward, but Alec's hand shot out, holding him back. "Hold on," Alec muttered, his eyes locked on the captors. "Last warning! Step back or I fire!" Instead of complying, the 3 men knelt as one, their knees pressing against Lana's sides as they encircled her. Mark saw her eyes dart between them, wide with terror. "Just shoot," Mark yelled, his patience gone. What are you waiting for? I don't have a clean shot, you idiot! I might hit her! Alec snapped back. That was it! Mark was done waiting. I'm not watching this, he growled, shrugging off Alec's restraining hand and marching forward. The men didn't even look up. They were too busy fumbling in their pockets, their bodies hunched to block his view. Hey, Mark shouted, advancing with his weapon extended. Back off, or I swear you'll regret it. They gave no sign of hearing him. What happened next was so swift and vicious it stole the air from Mark's lungs. In one fluid motion, a man drew a switchblade and plunged it into Lana. Her agonized scream was a lightning bolt of pure horror straight to Mark's core. Reason vanished. He was moving before he could think, slinging his transvice over his shoulder and launching himself into a dive. He crashed into the nearest man, tackling him hard, and they tumbled together across the rough ground. Behind him, Alec was shouting, but the sound was distant, meaningless. His only goal now was to disarm this monster, to create an opening anything to get these animals away from Lana so Alec could end this. The man Mark tackled was powerful, but surprise gave Mark the upper hand. He drove his knees into the man's back, pinning him, and wrested the switchblade free. In a single desperate motion, Mark plunged the blade into the attacker's chest. It was over. Mark shoved himself away, landing hard on the pavement and scrambling backward, his mind reeling at his own actions. The shock lasted only a heartbeat before survival instinct kicked in and he surged to his feet. Nearby, Alec charged forward and brought the stock of his weapon crashing down on another assailant's skull, with a sickening thud, dropping him instantly. From across the street, a new wave of figures emerged. 7 or 8 men, materializing as if from the shadows, armed with crude weapons and faces twisted in fury. "Alec, look out!" Mark shouted. But the mob ignored them entirely, their focus locked on Lana, who was still grappling with the last of the 3 who had initially dragged her outside. Alec stumbled back, and Mark rushed to his side. As they watched the chaotic scene unfold, a cold realization settled in Mark's gut. Their conventional efforts were useless here. The only way to end this was with the transvices. A wave of grim resignation washed over him. Beside him, Alec underwent a visible transformation. His posture stiffened, his features settling into an expression of stony resolve. Without a glance at Mark, he raised his weapon, sighted the mob descending on Lana, and fired. A lance of white light struck the nearest man, who was mid-swing with a bloodied hammer. The figure dissolved into a shimmering gray veil before erupting into mist, scattered by an unseen breeze. Alec was already shifting aim, firing another burst. Mark's heart ached. Lana had been fearless and steadfast since their first meeting in the gloom of the sub-trans tunnels, a beacon of strength in their darkest hours. Now, that light was being snuffed out by mindless savagery. Hefting his own transvice, Mark joined the grim work. He and Alec fired in tandem, methodically erasing the attackers one after another. Aim, pull the trigger, move on. In moments, the monsters were gone, leaving only their friend's broken form on the ground. Alec didn't pause. He took careful aim and delivered one final merciful burst. Lana's agony ended in a silent puff of gray. Chapter 56. Mark's gaze lifted from the stained pavement to find Alec's face, a canvas of unspoken history and a sorrow so deep it seemed to alter the air around them. Mark had never quite grasped the full bond between the two veterans, but its depth was unmistakable, forged in countless trials. Now it was severed. Alec's expression cleared after a few seconds, though to Mark it felt like an eternity. He had never seen such profound grief in his friend's eyes. Then, as if flipping a switch, Alec became all efficiency. He gestured sharply toward the house ahead. "That's where they took her! That's our entry point! Trina and the boy are in there, I'm certain of it!" Mark turned to look. By any measure, it was a mansion. 3 stories of gabled roofs and grand, now mostly shattered, windows adorned with intricate brickwork. Yet it stood in ruin, its roof charred, walls grimy, and lawn a barren patch of yellowed weeds, a decaying relic. Dread coiled in Mark's stomach at the thought of what lay within, and they were no longer alone. In the minute since they had dispatched Lana and her attackers, the scattered onlookers in the yard and street had multiplied into a crowd. Men, women, children. Many bore bruises and gashes, some with far graver wounds. A man missing a large portion of his shoulder shambled nearer, the injury looking like the work of a frenzied axe attack. A woman cradled a bloody stump where her arm had been. Most haunting were the children with vicious injuries, who wandered dazed, seemingly unaware of their own mutilation. The air grew thick with silent accusation. The crowd began to press in, a slow, inexorable tide of ragged clothing and vacant stares encircling Mark and Alec. Their hollow eyes tracked every cautious step the two men took toward the mansion's imposing front door. Mark mirrored Alec's tense posture, his own senses screaming that the slightest provocation could shatter the fragile calm and unleash the madness simmering in the onlookers. He tightened his grip on his weapon. If anyone made a move, he wouldn't hesitate. The throng condensed around them. A morbid audience drawn to a spectacle, their numbers swelling into the dozens. Then several figures detached from the mass, blocking the path to the door. It was a signal, and the rest swiftly followed, forming a suffocating human barricade. "I don't know if you can comprehend me," Alec roared, his voice cutting through the tense silence. "But this is your only warning. Clear out or we open fire."
"We have people inside,"
Mark added, hefting his transvice for emphasis.
"and we're not leaving without them."
The sea of blank faces began to shift. Indifference melted into something feral, eyes narrowed, lips curled back in silent snarls. A woman let out a guttural hiss, while a child nearby gnashed his teeth with unnerving ferocity.
"Move,"
Alec commanded. Instead of retreating, the crowd surged forward another few inches, the circle tightening like a vice. A familiar cold fury ignited within Mark, burning away his last shred of patience. "Enough of this," he growled. He sighted the man, directly blocking their way, and squeezed the trigger. A lance of brilliant white light struck the man's chest, transforming him instantly into a shimmering wall of gray ash before he dissolved into nothingness. Mark didn't pause. He swung to the next target and fired again, watching another figure vanish into motes of light. A woman stood beside the empty space. 3 seconds later, she was gone too. He half expected Alec to call for restraint, but the veteran was already in motion. Before the woman's particles had fully dissipated, Alec's own weapon was blazing, joining Mark in carving a grim corridor toward the house. They worked in grim tandem, sweeping their transvises in controlled arcs, each flash of light erasing another life without a trace of blood. They had dispatched about a dozen when a single ear-splitting shriek ripped through the air. In that instant, the remaining crowd's eerie stillness shattered into a frenzied, unified charge. Mark switched to sweeping bursts, firing left to right without precise aim. Streaks of white found their marks, several women, and in a sickening moment a stray shot caught a young boy, vaporizing him mid-stride. Yet the tide of bodies kept coming. Whirling, Mark faced the press behind him, fired, then reversed his grip to slam the transvice's stock into a charging man's face. The man crumpled with a cry as Mark staggered back, regaining his footing amidst a whirlwind of hissing, teeth-bared faces and hysterical, dancing figures. Clutching the weapon to his chest, Mark fired wildly, rotating in a desperate circle to vaporize the closest threats, all while keeping a frantic mental tab on Alec's position. The world dissolved into chaos. A spike of raw panic pierced his focus, but his body moved on instinct. Fire, swing, elbow, shove, fire again, a brutal dance pushing him incrementally toward the porch. He lost count of the lives he ended, his world narrowing to the next obstacle, the next flash of light. His boot finally caught on the first wooden step of the porch, and he stumbled forward, the house's doorway suddenly within reach. Mark stumbled backward, firing the transvice into the chest of an attacker who had launched himself through the air. A haze of gray mist swirled before his face and vanished. Just a few feet away, Alec drove the barrel of his weapon against a woman's temple before shoving past and sprinting for the doorway. Mark managed another wild shot as he scrambled up the stairs on his hands and knees. He reached the top just as Alec was slipping through, and they both burst into the house, Alec slamming the door behind them. The lock clicked a second before heavy thuds began to pound against the wood. It wouldn't hold. They took off, racing down one hall, turning right into another. 2 guards appeared from a side door, but Alec dropped them with 2 quick bursts from his weapon. Mark slid past, yanked the door open, and found a stairwell. A man with a wild, scratched face was charging up from below, eyes blazing. Mark fired, and the man dissolved into vapor. Taking the steps 2 at a time, Mark nearly collided with a knife-wielding couple who swung at him before he could aim. He shoved them aside and dove to the floor as Alec appeared and fired twice over his head. Suddenly, the immediate chaos stilled, leaving only the muffled shouts and crashes from outside. They were in a dusty basement. A thin shaft of sunlight cut through a high, narrow window, illuminating dancing particles of dust. In the far corner, 2 figures clung to each other, Trina and Dee Dee, their arms wrapped tightly around bruised shoulders, faces etched with pure terror. Mark rushed over, dropping to his knees and setting his weapon down. Dee Dee was sobbing. "She's sick," the little girl whimpered, her voice trembling as she held Trina closer. Mark reached out and took Trina's hand, giving it a firm squeeze. "It's okay. We're here now. We're getting you out." Trina, who had been staring blankly at the floor, slowly lifted her head. Her eyes were hollow, dark voids. "Who are you?" she asked. The question landed like a physical blow, a rapid drumbeat against his ribs. He scrambled for excuses. The poor light, a head injury, blurred vision. But the truth was right there in her empty gaze. She didn't recognize him at all. "Trina," he stammered. "Trina, it's me, Mark." A violent crash echoed from upstairs, followed by thudding footsteps. "We're leaving now," Alec shouted. Trina kept staring, her head tilted in puzzled suspicion, as if mentally flipping through a catalog of strangers. But beneath the confusion was a raw, unsettling panic. "Maybe there's a treatment," Mark heard himself whisper, almost in a daze. The one person he needed most in the world was right here, yet utterly lost. "Maybe we can," Mark. Alec roared from the base of the stairs, his weapon trained upward. "Get them moving!" More noise erupted overhead, running, shouting, the sound of splintering wood. Outside the window, a blur of movement flashed past, a pair of boots there and then gone. "We'll sort this all out," Mark said, forcing his voice to stay calm as he turned back to the girls. "But we have to go now." The rising din pressed in, threatening to spike his own fear, but he knew he had to tread carefully with Trina. Rushing her might backfire. "Dee Dee?" he said softly. He slung the transvice over his shoulder. "Come here, sweetheart. Take my hand and get up." A sharp crack echoed from the stairwell, the sound of a door being flung violently open and crashing against the wall. The shouting from above had spiraled into pure frenzy. Mark caught the unmistakable hum and snap of Alec's transvice discharging, followed by the stunned collective gasp from upstairs as another attacker vanished in a swirl of ashy vapor. He pictured the chaos vividly, all while keeping his hand extended toward Dee Dee, forcing his expression to stay calm. For several heartbeats, the girl only stared, her eyes wide with a torrent of silent calculations. Mark held perfectly still, his smile fixed, his arm outstretched. At last, her small hand slipped into his, and he gently pulled her to her feet. Without releasing her, he bent and slid his free arm beneath Trina's shoulders, securing a solid hold. Summoning every ounce of his remaining strength, he lifted her upright. She offered no resistance, but her balance seemed precarious, as if she might crumple the moment he let go. "Who are you?" she whispered again, her voice frayed. Did you come to save us? I'm the friend you've been waiting for, he answered, pushing past the ache her uncertainty caused. These people took you from me, and I'm getting you back. We're going home. Please, she breathed, her voice trembling. Don't let them touch me again. A cold, hollow pit opened inside his chest. That's the whole point of me being here. I just need you to walk with me, okay? Stay close. More noise erupted from above, a shriek, the explosive tinkle of breaking glass. Then heavy footsteps thudded on the stairs. Alec fired another shot. Trina steadied herself, shifting her weight fully onto her own feet. All right, I'm all right. I'll do whatever it takes to leave this place, that's the spirit. Mark carefully withdrew his supporting arm from her back and turned to Dee Dee, crouching to meet her gaze. This next part might be really frightening, but it'll be over soon. You need to stay right. I'll be okay, she interrupted, a sudden fierce determination lighting her eyes, making her seem far older than her years. Let's just go. A faint, proud smile touched Mark's lips. Perfect. Let's move. He placed Dee Dee's hand firmly into Trina's and gave them an encouraging squeeze. Then he raised his own transvice, pressing its cool housing against his chest, finger poised near the trigger. Stay directly behind me, he instructed, locking eyes with each of them until he saw their understanding. A flicker of awareness was returning to Trina's gaze, a welcome sharpness. Right behind me. Weapon gripped tight, he turned toward the base of the stairs where Alec held his ground. Mark had taken only 2 steps forward, the girls close at his heels when the window to their left imploded. A brick hurtled through, smashing onto the floor in a cascade of glittering shards. Dee Dee cried out, and Trina stumbled forward, colliding with Mark's back. He staggered but caught his footing. Swiveling, he aimed his transvice at the shattered opening where a man's arm was now thrusting through the gap. Fingers blindly scrabbling at the wall. Mark fired. The first searing bolt went wide, punching a hole into the plaster and kicking up a plume of strange sparkling dust. He adjusted and fired again. This time the beam struck true. The arm disintegrated into a swirling gray mist before vanishing entirely. 2 more figures crowded the broken window, but the opening was clearly too narrow for anyone to climb through. Turning back, Mark advanced again toward the staircase, and Alec, who fired another shot upward without even glancing back. No choice but to go up through them, Alec growled, his focus locked on the doorway above. There's probably a whole new batch of these lunatics pulling up outside every second. We're ready, Mark replied, though he had no real plan for getting their small group past the swarm of flare-crazed attackers waiting above. Maybe we should keep the girls between us. Exactly, I'll lead, you cover our backs. Pushing through this frenzied crowd was going to be a brutal mess. Mark gave a grim nod and shifted back a step. Trina's awareness was sharpening, though she still showed no flicker of recognition toward him. She took Dee Dee's small hand and positioned the girl directly next to Alec. The man offered the child a quick, reassuring wink before starting up the staircase. Trina followed, pulling Dee Dee along, while Mark ascended backward, keeping his eyes on the basement entrance in case anyone else tried to flank them. They climbed slowly toward the bedlam waiting above. Move aside, Alec bellowed. I start firing in 3 seconds. The roar from above swelled into a deafening mix of screams, whistles, and mocking laughter. Mark abandoned his rear guard and glanced up to see 6 faces crammed in the doorway, their eyes wide with a savage hunger for a fight. A cold, expanding dread tightened in his chest, making each breath a struggle. Yet he clung to one desperate hope. If they could just reach the open air, they might have a shot. Time's up! Alec roared, and 3 rapid bursts from his transvice sent 2 women and a man vanishing into thin air. The reaction was instantaneous. A screaming tide of bodies surged through the doorway. Alec managed 2 more shots before he was overwhelmed. A swarm of 10 people descended on him, jumping, clawing, and tearing. He was thrown backward into Trina and Dee Dee, who crashed into Mark, and the whole group tumbled down the stairs in a chaotic heap of limbs. The infected mob charged after them, Mark's world dissolved into a spinning vortex of pain. His head cracked against a step, then a wall, then the concrete floor, all while feet kicked and elbows drove into his ribs. When the motion finally stilled, Trina and Alec were sprawled across his chest, and Dee Dee was squirming on his legs. Alec fumbled to raise his transvice, but a man launched himself from the fourth step, tackling him and sending him flying off Mark. Trina snatched Dee Dee into a fierce, protective hug, rolling clear just as more bodies rained down. Soon Mark was buried under a dozen people, their blows landing in a frenzy, as if they meant to tear him apart. Every plan evaporated. Survival was now pure, raw instinct. He twisted violently, gripping the transvice with both hands to swing it in wide arcs, trying to force some space. Then, cutting through the chaos, Trina's voice rang out sharp and commanding. "Stop it! Everyone stop and listen to me." Her words sliced through the noise. Abruptly, the cries and grunts from the tangled mass of people lining the stairs fell silent. All movement ceased. Stunned by the sudden calm, Mark scrambled out from under a couple of attackers who now stared at Trina, utterly transfixed. He pressed his back against the wall opposite the bottom step. To his left, Trina still held Dee Dee tightly. To his right, Alec had wrestled free. Every eye was locked on Trina, as if she wielded some hypnotic authority. The only sound in the basement was the ragged breathing of the crowd. "You all need to listen to me," she said, her voice lower but intense, a wild gleam in her eyes. "I'm one of you now. These men are here to help us, but you have to let us pass so they can do it." A wave of hushed murmurs rippled through the crowd. Mark watched, a sick fascination gripping him as the bloodied and filthy figures began to rise, whispering frantically to one another in apparent obedience. They moved with a sudden, eerie organization, lining up along both sides of the stairs to create a clear path up the middle. Those at the top seemed to be relaying the message to others in the house, all with a strange, reverent urgency. Trina turned her gaze toward Mark. "Take us upstairs," she said, her eyes still blank and unfamiliar, a fresh pang of disappointment tightening in his chest. He didn't understand how she had gathered this crowd of frenzied people or convinced them to obey, but he wasn't about to question the chance. Rising quickly, he kept his transvice ready, but not openly threatening. He caught Alec's gaze. The man looked more uncertain than Mark had ever seen him. Suspicion plain in his eyes, Alec gave a curt nod, signaling Mark to lead. Mark approached the staircase and turned to Trina and Dee Dee. "We're going up now. Stay close. It'll be all right," he said, the words tasting hollow, even as he spoke them. Trina guided Dee Dee forward, her hands firm on the girl's shoulders, while Alec positioned himself protectively behind them. "Up we go," Alec muttered, his eyes nervously scanning the lines of silent onlookers flanking the stairs. His knuckles were white where he gripped his own transvice, his whole posture screaming that he expected a trap at any moment. Drawing a breath thick with the scent of unwashed bodies and decay, Mark turned back to the steps and took the first one. Every face above was fixed on him. To his right, a woman with matted hair and bruised cheeks watched him with a faint, knowing smirk. To his left, a grimy teenager in torn clothing seemed barely able to contain a laugh. Rows of others waited with the same eerie stillness, their silent scrutiny raising goosebumps along his arms. "Pick up the pace, would you?" Alec hissed from behind. Mark took another step, then another, moving with deliberate care, as if any sudden motion might shatter whatever hold Trina had over these people. A glance back confirmed Trina and Dee Dee were right behind, Alec bringing up the rear with a scowl that clearly criticized their slow progress. Each step deepened the chill along Mark's spine as the stranger's smiles grew wider, more unnerving. They were 2/3 of the way up when a woman's voice cooed from just behind him. Pretty, so very pretty. He turned to see a woman stroking Dee Dee's head as if petting a zoo animal. Dee Dee's face was frozen in terror. "Such a pretty child," the woman crooned. "I could just eat you up, like a holiday feast. Yes, so sweet. Disgust churned in Mark's gut. He faced forward again, a pressure building in his chest as if his heart might burst free. He managed another step before a man reached out to poke his shoulder. "Good, strong young man," the stranger remarked. "Bet your mama's proud, eh?" Mark ignored him, climbing another step. This time hands from both sides brushed his arms, not grabbing, just touching. On the next step, a woman detached herself from the wall and threw her arms around his neck in a brief, crushing hug before slipping back into line. Her features twisted by a grotesque smile, revulsion surged through him. He couldn't stand another second in that place. Abandoning caution, he reached back, seized Dee Dee's hand, and began hurrying up the remaining stairs. Alec's footsteps thudded close behind. The infected seemed momentarily stunned by the sudden movement. Mark reached the top, crossed the landing past the gaunt, staring faces, and burst into the crowded hallway. The house was jammed with people, some clutching makeshift weapons, sticks, bats, knives, but a narrow path down the center led to the front door. Without hesitation, Mark broke into a sprint, pulling Dee Dee along. They were halfway to freedom when the fragile order shattered behind them. The entire house erupted in a single deafening roar as its occupants surged forward, a living tide that swallowed Mark and his friends. Dee Dee's hand was torn from his grasp, her small angelic cry lost in the demonic clamor. Mark threw himself after her, only to have his feet slip out from under him. He crashed to the floor, and instantly a tangle of bodies was upon him, tearing at his clothes and skin. He twisted violently, elbows flying, connecting with solid flesh and drawing sharp screams. Countless hands scrabbled for the weapon at his side. Kicking and squirming, he managed to roll onto his stomach to push himself up, but a sudden, brutal impact to the back of his skull sent him sprawling, his face slamming into the cold tile. A sharp, searing pain yanked at his neck, the strap of his transvice. He fumbled for it, a surge of pure horror flooding him as the strap slid over his chin and was ripped from his head. The room exploded in triumphant howls and cheers. His weapon was gone. For a few precious seconds, all the manic energy in the room shifted toward the stolen prize, giving Mark a chance to scramble to his feet. The thief was holding the transvice aloft in a slow, mocking victory dance, the crowd around him jumping and straining to touch its gleaming surface. As the mob began drifting toward the kitchen, Mark knew recovering it was hopeless. He frantically searched for his friends. Dee Dee was in the clutches of several people, being carried up the stairs as she kicked and screamed, with Trina fighting desperately behind them. Alec was a whirlwind nearby, battling half a dozen attackers, eager for their own trophy. Mark saw him smash the end of his transvice into one man's face and fire a bolt that vaporized another. But then a wave of bodies crashed over the old man, burying him. Mark's choice was made for him. He had to reach Trina and Dee Dee. Shoving past confused stragglers, he leaped onto the narrow ledge running alongside the staircase, his only path upward. Gripping the wooden railing, he inched along. A wild punch whistled past his head. A woman hurled herself at him with reckless abandon, and he ducked, sending her tumbling to the floor below. Hands from the seething mass below grabbed at his legs, trying to pull him down. He fought them off with slaps and kicks, clinging to the railing with a white-knuckled grip. It was a ridiculous, undignified scramble. Here he was, clambering like a squirrel on a fence, while a horde tried to swat him down. Finally, he passed the lead group, and the two figures clutching Dee Dee with a final heave. He swung himself over the railing, landing cleanly on a step near the top, directly in their path. With the crowd still surging toward him, Mark had only one move. He dove forward, wrapping his arms around Dee Dee and wrenching her free with the full momentum of his body. They became a tumbling ball of limbs, crashing down the stairs and scattering people left and right until they landed in a heap on the floor. Groaning, every muscle screaming in protest, Mark looked up from where he lay, shielding the little girl. Trina was plowing toward them, her eyes blazing with singular focus. As she reached them, Mark struggled to his feet. Trina snatched Dee Dee into a fierce, protective embrace. The child was sobbing uncontrollably. Their moment of respite was brutally short. From every corner of the chaotic hall, the enraged crowd closed in on them once more. Mark's eyes swept the room, and the situation felt hopeless. The house was pure bedlam. In the dining room, Alec was still holding his own against a swarm of attackers, squeezing off shots when he found an opening. A handful of them broke away, spotting Mark and charging toward him instead. Another wave of people came rushing from the hallway near the kitchen, moving with a frantic, fleeing energy, not like attackers at all. More of the infected blocked the path to the front door, every face twisted with a desperate, murderous rage. Mark threw his arms out, shielding Trina and Dee Dee as he backed them against the stairwell wall. The first to reach him was a gnarled old man, his scalp a mess of scratches and raw gashes. He launched himself through the air, and then came a heavy thump from the kitchen. The man's body dissolved into a wall of gray before vanishing completely in a mist that washed over Mark, leaving his skin ice cold. That sound hadn't come from Alec's gun. Someone else had gotten hold of the transvice and figured out how to use it. The realization had just formed when a bolt of white light seared past Mark's shoulder and struck a woman in the crowd by the door. "Alec!" Mark shouted, his voice raw. Someone's firing the other transvice. A new kind of fear gripped him, sharper than anything he'd felt since the world went dark in the subtrans. Some lunatic was now armed with a weapon that could erase a person in a heartbeat. His own life could blink out before he even knew it was gone. They had to move. Even in their addled state, the others in the house sensed the shift. Panic erupted, a visible tremor passing through the crowd as everyone turned and stampeded for the exit. The hallway became a churning river of limbs and terrified faces, all shoving toward the front door. More shots rang out. More people disappeared into nothing. Mark felt his own mind beginning to fray. He spun, scooping Dee Dee into his arms, then grabbed Trina's shoulder and yanked her from the wall. He shoved her away from the surging crowd, into the dining room where Alec had been fighting. Alec was now swarmed, too many to shoot. Without pausing, Mark pushed Trina toward the large bay windows, some of the last intact glass in the place. He snatched up a heavy lamp and hurled it. The window exploded outward in a cascade of glittering shards. Clutching Dee Dee tight against his right side, he sprinted forward, caught up to Trina, and seized her elbow with his free hand. He didn't slow down. At the last second, he released Trina, turned his body, and dove backward through the jagged opening, curling himself around the little girl. He hit the hard, sun-baked dirt of what had once been a flower bed with a heavy thud, the impact driving the air from his lungs. Gasping, he stared up at the harsh blue sky and saw Alec's head appear in the broken window. "You've officially lost it," Alec called down, but he was already helping Trina climb out before the words were fully out. He jumped down right after her, and together they hauled Mark to his feet. Trina immediately took Dee Dee back, cradling her close. Some of the infected had seen their escape and were coming their way. Others were still pouring out the front door in a screaming, fighting mob. The chaos had spilled into the yard. "Party's over. I'm clocking out," Alec muttered, already moving. Mark finally dragged in a full breath, and the four of them took off across the dusty yard, cutting toward the street that would lead them back to the burg. Alec reached for Dee Dee, but Trina shook her head sharply, her face strained with the effort of carrying the child as she kept running. The little girl had fallen silent, her earlier cries gone without a trace. Her face was dry, no tears left. Mark glanced back. A man stood on a porch, wildly firing the transvice, cutting down anyone nearby with those ghostly beams. He finally spotted the group fleeing down the street and took a couple of reckless shots. The white bolts struck the pavement far off, kicking up clouds of dust. The shooter shrugged and turned back to easier targets. Mark and the others didn't look back. As they raced past the house crowded with young children, a sharp image of Trina and Dee Dee, and what little future might remain, flashed in his mind. He didn't slow down. Chapter 60. The burg came into view again, rising in the distance. It looked more beautiful than Mark ever thought possible for such a battered old ship. Gasping for air, lungs burning, they pushed harder until the massive scarred hull towered above them. Mark couldn't fathom how Trina had managed it, carrying Dee Dee the whole way without letting anyone help. "You okay?" he panted. Trina sank to the ground, carefully setting the girl beside her. She looked up, her eyes still blank and unfamiliar. "I'm fine. Thanks for getting us out." Mark knelt beside her, the ache in his chest returning now that the frantic escape was over. "Trina, do you honestly not remember me? You feel familiar, but my head's too full of noise. We have to get this girl to people who can help. She's immune, I'm sure of it, before we all lose our minds trying." Her cold, detached tone sent a chill through Mark. He leaned back, putting a little space between them. Something was deeply wrong with her. And wasn't he in the same boat? How much time did he have left before he stopped caring altogether? A day? Maybe two? A heavy thump and metallic squeal cut the air as the berg's large door began to lower. Alex shouted over the grinding machinery. "Let's get them on board, get some food in everyone. Then we figure out our next move. We might end up just like the lunatics we just escaped." "Not the girl," Mark said softly, almost to himself. "What's that?" Alec asked. "The mark on her arm. She was hit with a dart months ago." "Think about it, Trina's right. She's immune. That has to mean something." Trina nodded eagerly at his words, too eagerly. Mark's heart sank further. She wasn't herself. Alec let out one of his trademark grunts. "Well, unless you plan on trading places with her, I don't see how that helps you any. But it could help others, if there's no cure yet." Alec shot him a skeptical look. "Let's just board before those maniacs catch up, and use my transvice on us," Mark thought grimly. He was grateful Alec didn't rub it in. As Alec headed for the nearly lowered ramp, Mark turned to the girls. He reached for Trina's hand. "Come on, it's safe inside. There's food, a place to rest. You can trust me." The words stung as he said them. Before Trina could respond, Dee Dee stood and took Mark's hand instead. Her expression was still solemn, but something in her eyes, a hidden warmth, maybe the ghost of a smile, made him pause. Trina rose slowly. "I just hope the boogeyman doesn't live on that ship," she murmured, her voice distant and hollow. Then she started toward the ramp. With a quiet sigh, Mark followed, holding Dee Dee's small hand. The next few hours passed in heavy silence as the sun dipped below the horizon, draping the world outside in darkness. Alec guided the ship back to the same desolate neighborhood where they'd left it earlier, the streets still hauntingly empty. After a quick meal, they set up bunks so Trina and Dee Dee could rest. Trina tossed and muttered in her sleep, and at one point Mark noticed a thin line of drool tracing her chin. Gently wiping it away, he felt that familiar, heavy sadness settle in his chest. Sleep felt completely out of reach for him. He intended to find Alec and hash out a real plan. But when he reached the cockpit, the old bear was already out, snoring loudly in the pilot's seat, his head tilted awkwardly to the side. Mark had a sudden, ridiculous urge to toss a piece of food into Alec's open mouth and actually giggled at the image. Giggled.
"I'm really losing it,"
he thought, and the brief amusement plunged straight back into a grim, hollow mood. He needed to move, to do anything to break the cycle of dread. Then he remembered the work pads he'd stashed in the cargo room, secured against a shelf with straps. A flicker of hope cut through the gloom. Maybe something on those devices could point a way forward. Maybe there was even a clue about stopping the virus. It was a thin chance, but it was something. In his haste through the shadowy berg, he banged his knee hard against a crate and smacked his head on a low beam. Halfway to the cargo room, he realized he'd need light and doubled back to grab a flashlight from his pack. Finally, he stood before the shelf, quickly freeing the 3 work pads and settling down to investigate. The first was completely dead. The second flickered weakly, locked behind a password and clearly on its last legs. Mark's hope teetered. But the third screen flared to life so bright it lit up the entire cargo space. He clicked off his flashlight. Its owner, someone named Randall Spilker, hadn't bothered with security, and the home screen appeared instantly. For the next half hour, Mark sifted through what seemed like useless junk, game logs, chatroom histories, trivial notes. He was close to giving up, convinced the device was little more than a toy, when he stumbled upon a cluster of hidden work files. Folder after folder yielded nothing. Then, buried in a list of 100 mostly empty directories, he found one plainly labeled Kill Order, Chapter 61. Inside was a staggering pile of documents. Each file was numbered but saved in no apparent order. Knowing he couldn't read them all, Mark started opening at random. He skimmed saved correspondence, official memos, and announcements. Most were personal exchanges, copied into a few bulk files between Spilker and his friends, especially one named Ladina Lichlitter. Both worked for the Post-Flares Coalition, an organization folks in the settlements whispered about, but understood almost nothing about. From what Mark could piece together, the PFC had assembled remnants of governments from across the globe, operating out of Alaska, a place rumored to have been spared the worst of the solar flares with the stated mission of rebuilding the world. It all sounded painfully noble, and probably frustrating for those involved until Mark opened an exchange between Spilker and Ladina, who seemed to be his closest ally. The words sent a cold shiver down his arms. He'd been skimming quickly, but he read this one twice. To Randall Spilker. From Ladina Lichlitter, subject. I'm still sick from the meeting today. I can't believe it. I can't accept that the PFC actually looked us in the eye and presented that proposal. Seriously, I was stunned. And then more than half the room agreed with them. They supported it. What the hell is going on? Randall, tell me what the hell is going on. How can we even consider such a thing? How is it possible? I've spent the entire afternoon trying to wrap my head around it, and I just can't. It's too much. How did we end up in this place? I need to see you. Come by tonight, please. LL, what on earth was this? Mark's mind raced. The PCC. Bruce had mentioned them, linking them to the virus. Or was it the PFC, the Post-Flares Coalition? Maybe the PCC was just a branch of the larger organization, based somewhere up in Alaska. He kept searching, his fingers flying over the keys until he found it. A compiled file of communications that nearly stopped his heart. The earlier chill became a clammy, cold sweat soaking through his shirt. Post-Flares Coalition Memorandum. Date: 2117 Plent 1128, that Lavin's time, 2146. 2-0. All board members from Chancellor John Michael, repopulation concerns. The report delivered today, which you have all received, leaves no ambiguity about the crises overwhelming our broken world. I trust each of you retreated to your quarters, as shaken as I was. The brutal facts are now undeniable, and we must move from shock to strategy. Our dilemma is straightforward: too many people, too few resources. Our next assembly is scheduled for 1 week from tomorrow. I require every member to arrive ready to propose a solution, however radical it may appear. You know the old adage about thinking outside the box. That time has come. I await your proposals. 2. John Michael. From Katie McVoy, subject, a potential path, John. I followed up on our conversation from dinner. Amrid's infrastructure was damaged by the flares, but their high-security underground vault for the most dangerous pathogens remained intact. It wasn't easy, but I obtained the necessary data. After review, I have a conclusion. Most options are far too volatile. There is, however, one exception. It's a neurological virus. It targets the brain, inducing a swift and painless shutdown. It's designed with a built-in decay rate. Its infectiousness weakens progressively from one host to the next. Given how restricted global movement is now, it could be precisely calibrated for our objectives. As horrifying as it sounds, John, the models indicate it could be effective. I'm forwarding the specifics. Let me know what you think. Katie. 2. Katie McVoy. From John Michael. Subject: A potential path. Katie, I need your assistance drafting the full proposal for the board presentation. We must frame this not as an atrocity, but as a controlled, merciful intervention, the sole path to preserving any future at all. Without drastic action, we are sentencing the entire species to a slow, resource-starved oblivion. We both understand the terrifying hypotheticals here. But after 1,000 simulations, the result is always the same. There is no other way. This isn't about wanton destruction. It's about triage on a global scale. I am convinced this is the ethical choice. The survival of the many, even a select few, justifies the sacrifice. My decision is final. Now we must persuade the board. Meet me at my quarters at 1700. Every word must be meticulously chosen, so brace for a very late night. Until then, John, Post-Flares Coalition Memorandum. Date, 219/22, time, 1932, to all board members. From Chancellor John Michael, subject, draft of executive order. Please review the following draft. The final order will be issued tomorrow. Executive Order Number 13 of the Post-Flares Coalition, issued on the recommendation of the Population Control Committee, is to be classified top secret, priority alpha. Any disclosure is punishable by death. The Coalition hereby authorizes the PCC to execute in full Population Control Initiative Number 1, as detailed in the attached document. The Coalition accepts complete responsibility for this operation and will oversee its progress, providing whatever aid our capabilities allow. The viral agent will be deployed at the sites designated by the Population Control Committee and confirmed by the Coalition. Military personnel will be positioned to maintain order throughout the procedure. Executive Order 13, Primary Containment Initiative 1, is now formally enacted. Proceed without delay. Mark had to switch the device off. A roaring filled his ears. His skin felt feverish, and a dull ache settled behind his eyes. Every horrific event he had seen over the past days was authorized by the temporary leadership of this flare-ravaged world. It wasn't the act of extremists or lunatics. It was a calculated, approved strategy to manage to cull the population, to erase whole communities so the survivors could have more. A violent tremor of rage shook Mark's frame, fed by the instability churning within him. He sat in utter blackness, gazing into nothing, yet his vision swam with phantom shapes, flashes that reminded him of the solar storms. Desperate, contorted faces, the hiss of toxin-filled projectiles finding their marks in flesh. He started to question the visions, wondering if this terrible truth was the final nudge that had tipped him into genuine madness. His body trembled, slick with perspiration. A sob escaped him, then built into a raw, screaming roar. A tidal wave of fury, more powerful than anything he'd ever felt, obliterated every other thought. He heard a sharp, snapping sound from his lap. Peering down, he saw nothing in the dark. Fumbling for the workpad's power button did no good. His hand searched the floor beside him until it closed on the flashlight. Clicking it on revealed the shattered screen, the entire device twisted into an unnatural shape. In his blind anger, he had broken the useless gadget. He never imagined he possessed that kind of strength. A single, clear idea pierced the chaos raging in his mind. He knew what came next, their final, desperate chance. If the bunker team was heading to Asheville to confront their superiors, then Mark and his friends would be going there too. Penetrating that fortified city was the only path he could see to reach the architects of the extermination order. He clung to a frail hope that they also held a cure. He needed to be healed. Asheville. That was the destination, just as that brute Bruce had announced in his vile speech. But Mark intended to get there first. He pushed himself to his feet, lightheaded from the mental onslaught. The anger still pulsed within him, a thick, hot rhythm in place of blood. Yet a strange calm began to seep in as he stood. He cast the flashlight beam once more on the ruined workpad, then hurled it across the chamber. It struck the wall with a satisfying crash. He promised himself that one day he would look those PCC members in the eye and tell them exactly what he thought of their monstrous decree. A stabbing pain shot through his temple, followed by a crushing fatigue that weighed him down like a leaden cloak. His knees buckled, and he collapsed onto his side, his cheek pressed against the cool stone. There was too much to do. No time for rest, but he was utterly, completely drained. For once, his dreams were not of terror, but of quiet peace. Chapter 62. A rumble of thunder startles Trina, and she jerks in Mark's embrace. Rain is falling outside the cave entrance, a sound they haven't heard in at least 3 months. Not since the sun flares scorched the world. A shiver runs through Mark. The chill in the air is a startling, wonderful reprieve from the relentless, oppressive heat that has defined his existence. They were fortunate to find this deep crevice in the mountainside, and in that moment, he thinks he wouldn't mind staying forever in this dark, cool sanctuary. Alec and the rest of their group are deeper in the cavern, asleep. He tightens his arm around Trina's shoulders and rests his head gently against hers. He breathes in her scent, a mix of salt and something sweet. For the first time since they abandoned their boat on the New Jersey shore, Mark feels a sense of calm, something close to contentment. "I love that sound," Trina whispers, as if raising her voice might break the steady drumming of the rain outside. "It makes me want to sleep forever."
Just bury my face right in your armpit and snore for a week.
"My armpit?" Mark echoes with a soft laugh. "Good thing we all got that impromptu shower in the downpour this morning. My pits are practically fragrant. Get comfortable." She wiggles against him before settling. "I still can't wrap my head around the fact that we're alive, Mark. I really can't. Who knows, though? We might be dead in another 6 months. Or maybe tomorrow." "Now, that's optimism," he says flatly. "Come on. Don't think like that. How could anything be worse than what we've already lived through? We'll rest up here, then head out to find those settlements people talk about in the southern mountains." "Just rumors," she murmured. "What, rumors about settlements?" Mark lets out a sigh. "They'll be real, you'll see." He rests his head back against the rough cave wall, turning her words over. That they're lucky to be alive, nothing has ever been more true. They endured the weeks of lethal solar flares by sheltering deep within the Lincoln Building. They survived the scorching heat and the endless drought. They trekked across miles of desolate, lawless land, finally accepting that their families were gone. Moving by night, hiding by day, scavenging for food, sometimes going hungry for days on end. He knows that without the survival skills Alec and Lana brought, they never would have made it. Not a chance. But here they are, still breathing. He smiles, a small act of defiance against the universe that threw so much in their path. He allows himself to think that maybe, given a few years, things could be okay again. A flash of lightning illuminates the distant sky. Thunder rumbles a few seconds later. It sounds louder now, closer. The rain intensifies, hammering the earth outside their shelter. For what feels like the 1,000th time, he feels a surge of gratitude for stumbling upon this hidden cave. Trina shifts to look up at him. Alec mentioned that once these storms started, they could turn vicious. That the world's weather was going to be completely out of whack. Yeah, I'll take rain and wind and lightning any day over what we've been through. We'll just ride it out right here. Sound good? We can't live in a cave forever, Mark. Okay, fine. A week, a month. Just try to stop worrying for 5 minutes, would you? She tilts her face up and presses a kiss to his cheek. What would I do without you? I'd probably die from sheer anxiety long before anything else got me. Probably accurate, he says, smiling, hoping she'll just let the quiet moment linger. She snuggles back down, holding him a bit tighter. I mean it, though. I'm really glad you're here. You mean everything to me. Back at you, he replies. Then he falls silent, careful not to let his mouth run ahead of his heart and spoil the moment with something clumsy. He closes his eyes. Another flash. Then an immediate crack of thunder. The storm is unquestionably moving in. Mark woke up. And for a few fleeting seconds he was back there, remembering the look on Trina's face when a tiny glimmer of hope had finally appeared in her eyes, whether she'd ever admit to it or not. For the first time in months, he ached to return to that dream, the longing in his chest, sharp and physical. But then reality washed back in, accompanied by the utter blackness of the cargo hold. The storms had been brutal, he thought. Unbelievably brutal. Yet they'd survived those too, eventually finding their way to the settlements, where they might have finally known peace, if not for a group calling itself the PCC. With a groan, he rubbed his eyes, released a long yawn, and pushed himself to his feet. The decisions he'd made before sleep came back in a rush. Asheville. He bent down, grabbed the flashlight, and switched it on. Mark spun toward the exit and froze. Alec was already there, his broad shoulders nearly blocking the doorway, seeming to loom larger in the dimness. The faint glow from the ship's interior backlit him, casting his features into a shadow that felt unnerving. He'd been standing there, silent and unannounced, for who could guess how long, and the quiet was deeply unsettling. "Alec," Mark managed, his voice tight. "You all right?" Alec swayed forward, his balance failing for a second before he stiffened and straightened up. Mark hated to do it, but he lifted his flashlight, letting the beam fall across his friend's face. Alec was pale and slick with sweat, his eyes wild and shifting, scanning the darkness as if expecting an ambush. "What's going on?" Mark pressed. Alec took one heavy, dragging step. "I'm sick, Mark. Really sick. I need to die, and I don't want it to be for nothing." Mark was utterly speechless. Alec sagged, dropping to one knee on the cold floor. "I mean it, kid. My head's not right, seeing stuff, feeling stuff that isn't there. I've got a clear moment now, but I won't end up like the others. I need to die, and I can't wait till sunrise." "But why?" Mark fumbled, the shock a cold weight in his chest. He'd known this was coming, yet hearing it aloud was a physical blow. "What do you need from me?" Alec fixed him with a sharp look.
"I figured it!"
His body seized violently, back arching, head snapping back as a guttural, choked sound tore from his throat. "Alec!" Mark yelled, rushing forward only to duck a sudden blind swing of the man's arm. Alec collapsed to the floor.
"What's happening?"
After a moment, the older man went limp, then pushed himself up onto his hands and knees, breathing in ragged, heavy gulps. I don't know. Just weird things rattling around in my skull." Mark dragged his hands through his hair, his gaze desperately sweeping the cluttered cargo hold as if a solution might materialize from the shadows. When he looked back, Alec was on his feet, hands raised in a gesture of weary surrender. "Just listen," Alec said, his voice strained. "It's bad, no sugarcoating it, but—" He gestured toward the barracks where Trina and Dee Dee slept. "We've got that little girl in there. She can still make it. If nothing else, we get her to Asheville. After that—" He gave a small, hopeless shrug that said everything. Their own story was finished. A treatment, a cure, Mark insisted, defiance edging his words. That guy Bruce thought it was possible. We have to try for that too, and enough. Alec cut in, his voice rough. "Just hear me out before I can't string two thoughts together. I'm the only pilot we've got. I need you in the cockpit with me, watching, learning everything you can, just in case. You're right about one thing, we're getting that girl to Asheville if it's the last thing I do." A dense, despairing feeling settled over Mark. The future was a short, dark tunnel. But Alec's plan mirrored his own desperate hope, and action was the only response left. "Then let's move," Mark said, blinking back a sudden burn of tears. "Not another second." Alec shuddered, his arms jerking outward before he clenched his fists and forced them down, his face a mask of concentration as he fought back another wave. His eyes cleared, and he held Mark's gaze. In that look, a whole year flashed between them, the fear, the loss, the fleeting moments of grim laughter. Mark wondered if either of them would ever feel this solidly human again. Madness was circling, waiting for its opening. The old soldier gave a sharp, decisive nod, and together they moved toward the door. They arrived at the cockpit with no trace of Trina or Dee Dee. Mark had clung to a sliver of hope that they'd be awake. Maybe Trina would have miraculously recovered, laughing and remembering everything. It was a childish wish. While Alec began working the controls, Mark gazed out the window. A faint hint of dawn had begun to brighten the eastern horizon, the deep night softening into a pale lavender over the distant rooftops and trees. Most stars had vanished. The sun would make its dramatic appearance soon. A deep sinking sensation told him this day would alter everything forever. "I've got it under control for now," Alec said, stepping back to examine the instrument panels and screens. "Go check on the girls. We'll be airborne in no time. We'll do a few passes and see what's out there." Mark gave a nod and clapped Alec on the shoulder. A clumsy gesture, but it was all he could muster. He was deeply concerned for his friend. Switching on his flashlight, he left the cockpit and moved down the short corridor toward the barracks, where he'd left Trina resting in a bunk with Dee Dee. He was almost at the door when a strange scratching sound echoed above him, like rodents skittering across the ceiling panels. Then came the unmistakable sound of a man's giggle, just feet over his head. A wave of dread shot through him. He hurried a few steps down the hall and whirled around, pressing his back to the wall. Shining the light across the ceiling panels, he saw nothing unusual. Holding his breath, he listened. Something was definitely moving up there, shifting back and forth in an almost rhythmic pattern. "Hey!" Mark shouted. "Who's—" His question died as he remembered he hadn't checked on Trina yet. If someone or something had slipped onto the berg, he sprinted to the barracks door and threw it open, desperately sweeping his beam over the bunk where he'd last seen Trina asleep. For a heart-stopping instant, his chest tightened. The bunk was empty, nothing but tangled sheets and a blanket. Then, from the corner of his eye, he spotted Trina on the floor, Dee Dee right beside her. They were clutching each other's hands, both faces etched with pure terror. "What?" Mark demanded. "What's wrong?" Dee Dee lifted a trembling finger toward the ceiling. "The boogeyman's up there." She paused, her whole body shaking, a sight that ripped at Mark's heart, and he brought his friends. Chapter 64. The final word had barely left her lips when the berg roared to life and lifted off the ground. The floor lurched, and Mark stumbled, falling against a cot before shoving himself upright. "Just stay put," he said. "I'll be right back." This time he didn't hesitate. He raced from the barracks into the hallway, slicing the darkness with his flashlight as he charged toward the cockpit. He thought he heard another giggle from the same spot overhead, and gruesome images flooded his mind. Blood-crazed men and women, infected and deranged, crashing through the ceiling panels the moment he was gone, attacking the girls he'd left behind. But he had no choice, and he'd make it quick. Besides, if there were people up there, they'd waited this long without making a move. Odds were he still had a little time. He burst into the cockpit where Alec was focused on the controls, sweaty and flushed with concentration. "Where's the transvice?" Mark yelled. Alec spun around, alarm flashing across his face. But Mark didn't stop to explain. The weapon was leaning against the wall nearby. He dashed over, grabbed it, slung the strap over his shoulder, checked the power, and then turned to rush back toward the barracks, back toward Trina and Dee Dee. "Turn on some lights out here," he shouted over his shoulder as he slipped from the cockpit. He dropped his flashlight somewhere, and the passage was now pitch black. Saving power and fuel no longer mattered. He had only moved a few steps down the hallway when the faint overhead lights flickered to life, casting a pale glow that left thick pockets of shadow clinging to the walls. Sweat stung his eyes as he sprinted forward, the oppressive heat inside the berg feeling like it had surged past 1,000 degrees. This suffocating air mixed with his frayed nerves, that sharp slicing edge of panic threatening his sanity, pushed him dangerously close to breaking. He just needed to hold it together a little longer. Pouring every ounce of concentration he had left, he forced himself to think only of the next few seconds. He passed directly beneath the spot where he'd heard the eerie laughter earlier, and as if on cue, a low, guttural cackle echoed from above. It was a sound soaked in menace, but the ceiling panel held firm. Bursting into the barracks, his heart leapt with a fleeting relief at the sight of Trina, and Dee Dee still curled together on the floor. He was just starting toward them when, with a deafening crunch of plaster and twisted metal, 3 sections of the ceiling gave way. Several figures tumbled down amidst the debris, landing right on top of the 2 girls. Dee Dee's scream pierced the air. Mark raised his weapon and charged forward, afraid to fire, but ready to brawl. 3 people were already scrambling to their feet, shoving Trina and Dee Dee aside like they were mere clutter. A man and 2 women. They were laughing uncontrollably, bouncing on their feet and flailing their arms like creatures possessed. Mark reached the man first and drove the stock of his transvice hard into the side of his head. The man cried out and dropped. Using his own momentum, Mark pivoted and kicked one of the women away from his friends. She shrieked, tumbling onto a nearby cot, and he didn't hesitate. He aimed and fired. A bolt of white heat struck her, and her form grayed out before dissolving into nothing. She had barely vanished when the remaining woman slammed into him from the side. They crashed to the floor, and for what felt like the 100th time that week, the impact drove the air from his lungs. He rolled onto his back, pulling her on top of him as she clawed desperately for the transvice. He saw Trina and Dee Dee pressed against the wall, watching in frozen horror. The old Trina would have jumped into the fight without a second thought. She would have tackled the woman and likely pounded her into submission. But this new weakened Trina just stood there, clutching Dee Dee, looking like a terrified child. Mark grunted, wrestling with the woman, when he heard a groan. He glanced over to see the man he'd knocked down pushing himself up onto hands and knees. The man's eyes locked onto Mark, blazing with pure hatred and insanity. He bared his teeth in a feral snarl. Then, moving on all fours like a rabid animal, he launched himself into the fray, crashing into the woman and tangling with her in a violent, rolling embrace. They fell away from Mark, tumbling across the floor as if it were some deranged game. Gasping for breath, Mark rolled onto his side, then his stomach. He got his knees under him, then his elbows, and pushed himself up, leaning heavily against a cot before finally standing. With a grim calm, he aimed the transvice at the man, then the woman, and took 2 clean shots. The reports echoed like thunder, and then they were gone. The only sound was Mark's own labored breathing. He looked wearily at Trina and Dee Dee, still huddled against the wall. It was hard to tell which of them looked more terrified.
"Sorry you had to see that,"
Mark mumbled, the words feeling utterly inadequate.
"Come on, let's get to the cockpit. We're taking."
He had almost said, taking Dee Dee, but he stopped himself, unsure how Trina would react.
"We're going somewhere safe,"
he finished instead. From everywhere at once came another burst of that deep, haunting laughter, followed by a fit of ragged coughs that melted back into the same spine-chilling giggle. To Mark, the sound of that laughter was the stuff of nightmares, something that belonged in a padded cell rather than the belly of a ship. A chill, completely at odds with the stifling heat, prickled across his skin. Trina's vacant stare at the floorboards twisted a fresh knot of grief in his chest. He moved closer, extending a hand. The unseen man in the shadows above gave another low, unsettling chuckle. "We can get through this," Mark said, his voice steadier than he felt. "Just take my hand and stay with me. It won't be long now until we're secure." He hadn't meant to hesitate on that final word. Dee Dee lifted her scarred arm and wrapped her small hand tightly around his middle finger. Her grip surprisingly strong, that simple act seemed to jolt Trina from her stupor. She pushed away from the wall, settling her weight onto her feet. Her eyes remained fixed on that same patch of floor, and her hands still clung to Dee Dee's shoulders, but she was ready to move.
"That's it," Mark whispered,
forcing confidence into his tone. "We're going to pay no mind to our uninvited guest and walk calmly to the cockpit."
"Let's move."
He turned and started forward before Trina could second-guess the decision. With a gentle pull on Dee Dee's hand, he led them quickly toward the barracks exit. A look back confirmed Trina was still attached to the girl, moving as one shadow. Then came the skittering of footsteps overhead, a sound that nearly rooted him to the spot. But he clenched his jaw and pressed on. They slipped through the doorway into a corridor that felt like a tomb, the only light a sickly green strip running along the ceiling's edge. After a frantic glance in both directions, Mark steered them toward the cockpit. He'd taken barely 2 steps when chaos erupted, a rush of noise, a heavy thump directly above, and another peal of manic laughter. A man's face and arms swung down, upside down, right in front of him. Mark cried out, shock locking his joints. In that frozen instant, the stranger lashed out, snatching the transvice from Mark's grip and snapping the strap. Mark fumbled for it. But the man was already gone, vanishing back into the ductwork with a trail of echoing giggles, his footsteps thumping away into the ship's depths. Mark knew chasing him into that maze was suicide. The man could be anywhere, armed and clearly unhinged.
Unbelievable, he muttered, anger mixing with shame. He'd let the device be taken from him twice in one day. Now, a lunatic was loose on the ship with the most destructive handheld weapon ever created. "Move," he said tersely, grabbing Dee Dee's hand again and pulling both girls into a run down the hall. His eyes flicked upward every few seconds, half expecting that grinning face to drop from the ceiling. Weapon poised, he strained to hear any sound beyond their own frantic footfalls.
Reaching the cockpit, Mark's heart sank at the sight of Alec, slumped over the controls, face buried in his arms. "Alec!" Mark released Dee Dee and rushed forward, but Alec jerked upright before Mark could reach him. The sudden movement, so sharp Mark nearly lost his footing. "Whoa! You all right?" He clearly wasn't. Alec's eyes were swollen and veined with red, his skin a clammy, pale gray. I'm managing, barely."
"You're the only one who can fly this thing,"
Mark said, the words tasting selfish as he spoke them. He glanced out the window at the foothills above Asheville drifting slowly beneath them. "I just mean, I don't know how. Save it, kid. I know it's on the line. I was just catching my breath while I scanned for the PFC headquarters." Alec rubbed his temples, his weariness a physical weight in the small space. Mark delivered the bad news. "There's a crazy man loose on the ship. He took the transvice." Alec didn't respond with words. He simply closed his eyes, his face tightening into a grimace, a deep, alarming flush spreading across his features. Mark looked like he was about to explode. "Take a breath," Mark said, his voice measured. "I'll handle the device. You focus on the coordinates?" "I will," the older man managed through gritted teeth. "You need a lesson on the systems soon?" "I'm frightened," Dee Dee whispered, her small hand gripping Trina's. Mark noticed her wide eyes were fixed on the viewport. The child had likely never been inside a Berg aircraft before. He waited for Trina to soothe her, but she remained motionless, her gaze empty and fixed on the deck plating. "It's all right, I promise," Mark said, lowering himself to her level. No sooner had he crouched than the ship jolted violently in a patch of turbulence. Dee Dee shrieked, wrenching her hand from Trina's grasp and darting out of the cockpit before anyone could react. "Hey!" Mark yelled, already in motion. A sudden, horrifying image of her disintegrating froze his blood. He charged after her, catching just a glimpse of her as she vanished around the corridor's curve, heading toward the cargo bay. "Stop! She was out of sight!" Mark raced down the passage, his heart hammering, and skidded to a halt when he found her. She stood perfectly still, transfixed by something ahead. Mark rushed to her side and saw what held her frozen. The infected man who had taken the transvice was just outside the cargo bay door, the weapon gripped tightly in his hands, and it was pointed directly at Dee Dee. "Please," Mark whispered, his heart a block of ice in his chest. "Don't do this." He stretched out a placating hand toward the man, his other settling protectively on Dee Dee's shoulder. "I'm begging you. She's just I know exactly what she is," the stranger roared, a string of spittle flying from his mouth. His arms trembled violently, his knees seemed ready to buckle. Greasy dark hair hung in clumps around a gaunt, sweat-slicked face, etched with fresh scratches. He leaned heavily against the doorframe as if it were the only thing keeping him upright. A sweet little girl, is that the pretty story you're telling yourself? What are you talking about? Mark struggled to find words that could reach someone so far gone. The man's hollow eyes held no trace of sanity. She brought the devils among us, he hissed, jabbing the transvice for emphasis. I was there in the settlement. They fell on us like a storm of fire and acid, left us to die or to become something worse. And look at her, untouched even after taking a hit, all pretty and perfect, laughing at what she's done. She had no part in that, Mark insisted, feeling Dee Dee shudder beneath his hand. None! How could she? She's barely 5 years old. A hot wave of fury rose in him. Impossible to mask. No part in it? Is that why she was struck and shows no mark? She's a beacon for those creatures, and I intend to return her to them. The man staggered forward. He took 2 lurching steps, swayed dangerously, but somehow remained standing. The transvice wavered in his grip, but stayed trained on Dee Dee. Mark's anger evaporated, replaced by a cold, suffocating dread that tightened his throat. Tears of helplessness pricked his eyes. Please, I don't know what to tell you, but I swear she's innocent. We traced the Bergs back to their origin bunker. We learned who's responsible for the sickness. They aren't demons. They were just people. We believe she's immune. That's the only reason she survived. Quiet, the man snarled, shuffling another step closer. He raised the weapon now, aiming it squarely at Mark's face. You've got the look of a fool, pathetic, weak-kneed. The demons wouldn't even waste their time on your kind. Just a useless sack of meat. His lips stretched into a grotesque smile, revealing a mouth half empty of teeth. Something fundamental shifted within Mark then. He recognized it, though he dared not name it. That final fragile membrane holding back his own madness, now stretched to its limit. A torrent of rage and adrenaline crashed through him, burning away the fear. A surge of raw fury erupted from deep within him, a primal scream tearing from his throat with a force he didn't know he possessed. He was moving before the man could even comprehend the threat, a blur of motion fueled by a desperate, all-consuming rage. Mark saw the finger tighten, saw the trigger begin to depress, but in that final crystalline moment of madness, his senses sharpened to a razor's edge. He lunged, his hand arcing upward, to slap the weapon away as it discharged a searing bolt of energy. The deafening crack of the shot echoed off the wall behind them. His momentum carried him forward, his shoulder crashing into the man and sending them both sprawling to the floor. Scrambling to his feet, Mark was a storm of singular purpose. He hauled the man up by his shirt front, ripped the transvice from his grip, and hurled it aside. A quick death was a mercy this monster didn't deserve. A cold, detached part of Mark's mind registered that he had crossed a line, stepping into a shadowy place from which there might be no return. He began dragging the struggling form down the hallway. The man shrieked, his fingers scrabbling at Mark's face, his legs kicking out in blind panic. But Mark felt none of it. An entire galaxy of wrath churned inside him, a terrifying, unsustainable power that threatened to shatter the last vestiges of his sanity. He hauled the man around the curved corridor, through the cockpit door, and toward the jagged opening where the window had been. Alec was a statue in the pilot's seat, hands clenched in his lap, utterly oblivious. Mark dared not speak, fearing whatever words might escape would be pure, destructive fire. He stopped at the window's edge, bent and hoisted the man around the waist. With a grunt of effort, he swung him sideways toward the broken pane. The man's head cracked against the bulkhead, and he crumpled, undeterred. Mark picked him up and tried again, with the same sickening thud of skull on metal. On the third attempt, the man's upper body finally breached the opening. Head, then shoulders, then waist, before he lodged there, stuck. Mark pushed with everything he had, every ounce of his strength focused on ejecting this poison from their world. Just as he shoved the man's hips through, the Berg gave a violent shudder. The world tilted crazily, a dizzying rush flooding Mark's head. Gravity vanished, and he was suddenly tumbling out into open space right behind his enemy. The serene blue sky and wispy clouds were gone, replaced by the terrifying zooming vista of the ground far below. He was going to die. In a frantic burst of instinct, Mark kicked out, his legs hooking onto the window frame's lower lip. The rest of him dangled from the berg, and the man, in a final act of selfish terror, hadn't let go. He clung to Mark's arms, using his shirt as a lifeline. Mark tried to shove him off, but the man was a wild animal, clawing his way up Mark's body until his legs were wrapped around Mark's head in a suffocating vice. The wind howled, tearing at them both. The absurdity of it hit Mark like a physical blow. Was he really about to fall out of this cursed window again? Another jolt rocked the ship, and it abruptly leveled out. Their combined weight swung them back like a pendulum, slamming them into the berg's hull just below the window. The agony in Mark's legs, supporting both their bodies, was excruciating. He flailed with his free arms, searching for any purchase on the ship's exterior, which was studded with maintenance handles and boxy protrusions. His fingers scrambled over the metal until they finally closed around a solid bar. He gripped it with all his might, and not a moment too soon, his legs gave out completely. His feet slipped from the frame, and the two tangled bodies flipped over before crashing once more against the side of the berg. Mark's whole frame shuddered from the impact, but he refused to let go. He jammed his forearm into the narrow space between the ship's handle and its hull, letting his elbow bear the crushing weight. His stomach and cheek were flattened against the berg's warm metal plating, while the frantic stranger scrambled for purchase on his back, screaming directly into his ear. Mark's thoughts swung between sharp focus and a haze of fury. Where was Alec? What was going on inside the cockpit? The aircraft had stabilized itself and was still moving forward, though slower now, and no one leaned from the window to help. A glance downward sent a tidal wave of pure terror through him. The ground was a dizzying distance away. This man had to go, or Mark would never make it back inside. A fierce gust of wind whipped the stranger's hair across Mark's face and made their clothes snap and ripple. The noise was overwhelming. The howling wind, the screams, the deep-throated roar of the thrusters. The nearest jet of blue flame churned just beneath them, maybe 10 feet down, burning with the intensity of a dragon's breath. Mark heaved his shoulders, kicked hard against the berg's side, and slammed back into it. Still, the man clung on, his frantic clawing leaving stinging scrapes along Mark's neck, arms, and cheeks. Every muscle in Mark's body screamed in protest. He scanned the ship's exterior and spotted a few ridges where he might wedge his feet. Climbing up with this dead weight seemed impossible, so a terrible plan began to form. He would go down. His strength was nearly gone. Reaching far below, he grabbed a short bar, then let himself drop, planting a foot on a boxy metal protrusion he'd seen. The man shrieked, lost his grip for a heart-stopping second, then seized hold again, wrapping both arms around Mark's neck and squeezing just enough to make him gag. Coughing and choking, Mark felt for another handhold, descended another yard, then another. The stranger had stopped thrashing. He'd even fallen silent. In some distant corner of his mind, Mark knew this hatred wasn't entirely rational, but it consumed him. He despised this man. He wanted him gone. It was the only thought left. He kept climbing down. The wind tore at them, trying to pry them loose. The thruster was dangerously close now, just below and to the left, its roar the loudest sound Mark had ever known. He stepped down once more, and suddenly his feet swung in open air. There was nowhere left to stand. Another bar ran along the berg's lower edge, with just enough room to hook his arm through. Mark slid his right arm in and bent his elbow. Letting the combined weight of both men hang from that single joint, the strain was excruciating. It felt as if his arm might tear in two at any second. But he only needed a moment. Just one. Twisting his body, he craned his neck to look at the man clinging to his back. One arm hooked over his shoulder, the other locked around his chest. With his free hand, Mark forced it between their bodies and up to the man's throat. He slammed his fingers into the windpipe and squeezed. The man began to choke, his grayish-purple tongue protruding between cracked lips. Mark's right elbow trembled violently, pain screaming through the joint as if the tendons were shredding apart. He tightened his grip. The stranger coughed and spat, eyes bulging, his hold finally beginning to slacken. The instant it did, Mark acted. With a raw shout of fury, he shoved the man outward, snapping his arms straight and thrusting him directly into the path of the thruster's blue inferno. The man's head and shoulders vanished into the fire, disintegrating before a scream could escape. What was left of the body tumbled toward the distant city below, swept from view as the berg surged forward. A wild electric madness buzzed through Mark's muscles. Dazzling lights danced before his eyes. A storm of rage tore through him, a raw, primal scream in his veins. He understood his life was hanging by a thread, nearly spent. Yet one final act remained. He began the agonizing ascent back up the sheer, monstrous side of the berg. No friendly hands pulled him through the cockpit window this time. Every fiber of his being screamed in protest, his muscles feeling like wet clay, but through sheer will he dragged himself inside, collapsing onto the floor. Alec was slumped at the controls, his face a hollow mask, eyes vacant. In the corner, Trina cradled Dee Dee, both of them staring at him with expressions lost in a fog of exhaustion and dread. The flat trans Mark gasped out, the words scraping his throat. Dazzling spots of light still danced before his eyes, a visual echo of the turmoil he could barely keep bottled inside. Bruce told us the PFC had one stashed in Asheville. We have to get to it. Alec's head jerked up, a flash of anger in his look, but it quickly melted into a weary resignation. I believe I know where it would be, he said, his voice devoid of all life. Mark felt the berg descending. He let his head thump against the cold wall, shutting his eyes, consumed by a desperate longing to simply fall into oblivion, or to smash his skull against the floor until everything stopped. But a single sharp fragment of purpose remained, clear and hard. He clung to it like a drowning man to a splintered piece of wreckage. Forcing his eyes open, he groaned and pushed himself upright, bracing against the window. The scarred remains of Asheville stretched below. A patchwork wall of lumber, rusted cars and jagged metal encircled a town center, mostly reduced to blackened skeletons of buildings. At a massive breach in one barrier, a swarm of people was pouring through, scaling the wreckage. A man waved them onward with a red flag fastened to a pole. It was Bruce, the same man who'd rallied the crowd back in the bunker. He'd kept his promise to his people, and by the looks of it, he'd gathered an army of the infected. Hundreds were now flooding into the town. The berg soared over desolate street after street. Then Mark saw it, a modest structure with its double doors thrown open. A crudely painted sign read PFC personnel only. A small, orderly line of people waited to enter, their calm demeanor a stark, infuriating contrast to the chaos outside. A bitter, violent impulse surged in Mark, a fleeting itch to grab a weapon and shatter their composed retreat. That's the place, Alec whispered hoarsely. Mark knew he was right. If the flat trans existed, it was in there. Those few entering were the last remnants of the PFC, abandoning the East for good, leaving it to the madness. They glanced up at the berg with pure terror before vanishing inside as one. Mark rummaged frantically in a cockpit cabinet, his hands finding some aged paper and a pencil meant for emergencies. With a shaky, hurried scrawl, he wrote the message burning in his mind, then turned to Alec. "Land it!" he rasped, his chest burning as if filled with embers. "Now!" He folded the note and stuffed it into his pocket. Alec moved like a man carrying an immense weight, every motion strained, tendons standing out on his neck, his face slick with sweat and flushed with fever. He was trembling violently. Yet moments later, the berg settled onto the ground with a gentle thud just outside the PFC building's entrance. "Open the hatch," Mark ordered, already in motion as the world blurred at the edges. He reached for Dee Dee, pulling her from Trina's lap with more force than he intended, ignoring the child's startled cry. Cradling her, he moved toward the exit, Trina silently following close behind. She offered no protest, not a word. Pausing at the cockpit door, Mark fought for each breath. "You know what comes next? When I'm finished," he said to Alec. "Whether it's there or not, you know what to do." Without waiting for an answer, he marched into the hallway. As he moved toward the cargo room and the hatch beyond, Dee Dee's cries softened, settling into quiet, fearful hiccups against his shoulder. Her arms wrapped tightly around his neck, her face pressed into the fabric of his shirt. It was as if, in that moment, she too understood that everything was about to change. Mark's vision swam with bursts of light, his heart hammering against his ribs like it was trying to escape, sending a sick, burning sensation through his entire body. Trina stayed close, her silence a steady presence as they moved into the cargo hold, down the sloping ramp, and out into the harsh, blinding daylight. They had just cleared the metal threshold when a high-pitched whine filled the air and the hatch began to seal shut. Above them, the berg lifted with a roar of blue engines, and a wave of unbearable grief hit Mark. He realized with a sharp clarity that he would never see Alec again. The sun beat down mercilessly. A growing rumble of shouts, whistles, and the synchronized thud of many feet began to echo from all sides. In the distance, past the dancing spots in his vision, Mark could just make out Bruce, that unmistakable red flag held high, leading a charge of his own. If that mob reached the flat trans before it was disabled. "Let's move," he managed to say to Trina. The downdraft from the rising berg whipped around them as he sprinted for the open doors of the building. Dee Dee clinging to him and Trina matching his pace inside, they found a vast, empty room. Its only feature was a bizarre structure at the center, two tall metallic poles supporting a shimmering, undulating wall of gray light. It seemed to pulse and sparkle, yet also held an eerie stillness. Looking at it directly made Mark's head ache. A man and a woman stood beside it, their faces etched with panic as they glanced back at the newcomers. Without a word, they were already stepping toward the shimmering surface. "Stop!" Mark shouted. They didn't hesitate. Both strangers leaped into the gray abyss and vanished. Mark instinctively ran to the other side of the wall, but there was nothing there, just empty air, a flat trans. He had just witnessed someone using one. The cacophony from outside swelled, a rising tide of sound that told Mark his time was up, in every way that mattered. He walked back to the front of the device and knelt, carefully setting Dee Dee on her own feet. It took every bit of his willpower to push down the storm of rage, sorrow, and creeping madness inside him. Trina knelt beside him silent. "I need you to listen to me," Mark said to the girl. He paused, closing his eyes briefly against a wave of dizzying darkness. "Just a little longer," he told himself. "You have to be incredibly brave now, okay? On the other side of this wall, there are people who will help you, and you're going to help them too. You're going to help them do something that matters more than anything. You have something special inside you." He wasn't sure what reaction he anticipated, tears, refusal, fear. Instead, Dee Dee met his gaze and simply nodded. In his fractured state, Mark couldn't comprehend her courage. She was special. The crumpled note in his back pocket came to mind. He pulled it out, his hands trembling as he scanned the words one last time. "She's immune, use her! Do it before they find you!" Gently, he took Dee Dee's small hand, pressed the paper into her palm and folded her fingers over it, covering her fist with both of his own. The noise outside reached a fever pitch. Mark saw Bruce burst through the doorway, a horde of infected surging behind him. A profound sadness washed over Mark. Cold and final, he gave a single nod toward the flat trans. Dee Dee nodded back. Then she and Trina shared a fierce, tearful embrace. Mark stood. He heard the distinct roar of the berg's thrusters growing closer again, felt a new gust of wind tug at the open doors. This was it. "Go, now," he said, the words tearing from his throat. Dee Dee pulled away from Trina, turned, and without a backward glance ran straight into the shimmering gray wall. The berg consumed her completely, vanishing into its monstrous maw. Its roar shook the very air, and the building shuddered around them. Bruce reached the doorway, his shouts lost in the chaos. Then Trina was there, rushing to Mark, her arms wrapping around his neck as she kissed him. A flood of memories washed over him, everyone featuring her. He saw them as children, tumbling in the grass of her front yard, too young to understand the world. He remembered passing her in school hallways, riding the subtrans together, the feel of her hand finding his in the dark after the flares. The terror of the tunnels, the rushing floodwaters, the desperate flight through the Lincoln building. She had been with him through it all. Through the waiting, the radiation, the stolen boat, and the endless, scorching journeys across the broken land. Alec, Lana, Darnell, they had all been part of it, but here as the final battle reached its crescendo, it was Trina in his arms. The world dissolved into a monstrous cacophony of noise and violent shaking, yet he heard her whisper his name clearly, a single word breathed against his ear just before the berg tore through the walls.
Mark, epilogue 2 years later.
A single buzzing light bulb dangled from the apartment's bleak ceiling, flickering with a stubborn, irregular rhythm. It was a fitting symbol for the world now, isolated, faltering, and clinging to a dim, noisy existence. The woman sat rigid in her chair, fighting the tidal wave of tears she knew would come. She had anticipated this knock on the door for weeks, and she was determined to be strong for her son. She needed him to believe the life awaiting him was a promise, not a punishment. She had to hold herself together. Only after he was gone, her only child, would she allow the dam to break. Then she would weep until the grief blurred into something like numbness. The boy sat beside her, unnervingly still and quiet. He was just a child, yet he carried a solemn understanding that his world was about to fracture. A small, pathetically packed bag rested at his feet, though his mother suspected its meager contents would be discarded long before he reached his final destination, and so they waited. 3 soft taps sounded at the door. There was no urgency or force, just a polite, almost gentle tapping, like the pecking of a bird. "Come in," she said, her voice startlingly loud in the quiet room. Nerves had her stretched to a breaking point. The door opened to admit 2 men and a woman, all clad in identical black suits, their mouths and noses concealed behind sleek protective masks. The woman appeared to be in charge. "I see you're prepared," she stated, her voice muffled by the mask as she stepped forward. "We are grateful for your sacrifice. I don't need to explain its significance for our future. We stand on the brink of something monumental. We will find the cure. You have my word." The mother could only manage a stiff nod. To speak would unleash everything, the pain, the fear, the simmering anger, the torrent of tears, and render her fragile strength meaningless. She held it all back, a desperate dam against a raging river. The official was all efficiency. "Come along," she said, extending a gloved hand. The boy looked up at his mother. He had no reason to restrain his emotions, and he didn't. Tears streamed openly down his face. He launched himself from the chair and into her arms, and her heart shattered into 1,000 pieces. She held him tightly. "You are going to do incredible things for this world," she whispered, her voice miraculously steady. "You will make me prouder than you can imagine. I love you, my sweet boy. Never, ever forget that." His only reply was to bury his face in her shoulder, his sobs speaking volumes. Finally, the moment could be delayed no longer. "I am deeply sorry," the maxed woman said, not unkindly. "Our schedule is very strict. Truly I am. Go on now," the mother urged, gently pushing him back. "Go and be brave." He pulled away, his face glistening with tears, his eyes red-rimmed. Then a surprising strength seemed to settle over his small frame, and he gave a resolute nod, offering her a fragile thread of hope that he would somehow be okay. He was strong, this boy of hers. He turned and walked to the door without a backward glance, without hesitation or complaint, stepping through it and out of her life. "Thank you again," the official said, and followed him out, closing the door on the lonely, buzzing light. One of the men paused, his gaze drifting upward to the single, flickering bulb that hummed and swayed from the ceiling. He nudged his companion with a dry, humorless chuckle. "Ever think about who came up with these, old Thomas Edison? Maybe we ought to name this one after him?" With that, they turned and walked out, the heavy door clicking shut behind them. Alone in the sudden silence, the woman drew her knees to her chest, folding in on herself like a discarded letter. The forced composure she had held on to finally shattered, and a quiet, shuddering sob escaped her as the tears began to fall, tracing hot paths down her cheeks in the dim electric glow.